Lucia Castillo has it all: fame, fortune, and more men interested in her than she knows what to do with. As a world-renowned fashion designer, she should feel on top of the world. But no amount of success can shield her from the darkness lurking in the shadows. When she discovers a stalker has been following her every move, her life spirals out of control. Desperate for protection, her brother hires a bodyguard to keep her safe. And who do they choose? Leon McAllister, the man who disappeared from her life without a word, leaving her with a broken heart and too many unanswered questions. Now he's back, just as dangerous and irresistible as she remembers. Lucia swore she'd never let him back in. But with the stalker closing in, she's forced to face not just the danger threatening her life, but the dangerous desire Leon brings back into hers. Don't miss out on a weekly dose of captivating love stories. Subscribe now for enchanting audiobooks that will sweep you off your feet. I post a new one every week. Prologue. The more you act like a lady, the more he'll act like a gentleman. Sydney Biddle-Barrows. Lucia's Pauve. I walked briskly in the streets of Paris. I looked at my back for a moment, thinking that somebody was following me silently, and a pair of eyes was fixed on me. I took a deep breath as I pulled my coat more tightly around my body. I was being paranoid here, I concluded with a silent groan. No one is looking at you, for heaven's sake, Lucia. This was all because of those creepy admiration letters I anonymously received for the past 6 months. At first I just ignored them, but lately? Finally, I arrived at my apartment. Once I opened the door, I immediately lock it with the extra locks I added to my door. Call me suspicious, but I am not taking my chances. I sighed deeply when I saw the same letters from my mailbox. I immediately threw them into the bin, without opening them. My gloomy mood brightened instantly when I saw a feline cat coming out of the kitchen. I kneeled to scoop the ball of fur in my hands. "Miss me, Prada?" "Meow," was I got from her. I was about to bond with my cat on the sofa when I noticed that I have several voice messages. I bet that those messages all came from my over-worrying brother. I was about to ignore them, but curiosity got me. I've been dodging him for almost 6 months now, so I pressed the play button and my brother's voice floated in the silent apartment. "Lucia." His voice sounded irritated. I smiled silently, sitting on the sofa. "We need to talk, this is a serious matter." "Why aren't you answering my calls?" "Call me immediately when you hear this." Another voicemail from him sounded again. "Lucia? Aren't you home yet? We need to talk about your safety in Paris. You have a stalker. Why are you sending away the bodyguards I've hired for you?" I was done listening to his rant and just play with Prada. Lucia this, Lucia that. Seriously, I have heard all his threats over this past 6 months. I wasn't in the mood to start another round of long, tiring conversations with him. When his messages were done, silence filled the room again. A few minutes later, the phone sounded again. I didn't bother to answer since it will automatically be put on voicemail. Thinking that I was just Leandro, I was surprised when I heard his wife's voice. "Lucia?" My sister-in-law sounded on the speaker. "I didn't mean to butt in, but your brother is forcing me to call you." My eyebrows rose upward. "Leandro is forcing Layla?" As far as everyone is concerned, no one can force Layla Castillo to do what she doesn't want to do. She cannot convince me to her drama. He's very much worried about your safety, that's why he's hiring a bodyguard for your protection. The poor soul, imagine the dark circle under his eyes lately. I shook my head in disbelief. My sister-in-law was one heck of an actress. I won't fall her tricks again. I know that the one he kept on hiring doesn't look trustworthy or good-looking. She added. "But believe me, they are the best on the business. But if you want trustworthy and good-looking, I can ask Leandro to hire." My heart in my chest, I didn't even think twice when I pick up the receiver. "You are not going to ask Leandro to hire him again, don't you? He already leaves my brother's employment 12 months ago, for reasons he only knows." I silently cursed myself. I sounded bitter. But I cursed myself even more when I heard Layla's accusing tone. Lucia? My goodness. You are at home? Why are you ignoring our calls? More importantly, why are you letting me do this monologue while you are listening? I nearly became friends with your answering machine. I'm sorry, I muttered, feeling remorseful to her accusations. Sorry for avoiding you lately. I told you before I can take good care of myself I don't need protection. And don't you dare to ask Leandro to hire him again. Who are you talking about? Layla asked innocently on the other line. Leon, I answered immediately, my eyes narrow while my heart is galloping. You are planning to hire him again, right? I scowled when I thought I heard her laugh, but she coughed straight away. Leon? She inquired naively, as if she heard of that name but was not sure where. I am not talking about him, dear Lucia. I am talking about my cousin Vincenzo. I could feel heat went up to my cheeks. Why did I just assume right away that she was talking about my brother's ex-bodyguard? Oh right, Vincenzo. Now that you mention that handsome fellow, I think he's perfect for the job, Layla said cheerfully. Leandro will not need to worry, since you know each other already. And you are quite fond of him. I'm not fond of him, I responded heatedly, ignoring the purring cat in my feet. In fact, I hated him. I hate his face, his guts, and everything about him. What a poor guy, my sister-in-law lamented on the other line. What the poor guy did to deserve your hatred? Nothing, I answered back, fighting off the images of the man in question inside my head. You are not going to think of him again, Lucia. You can do this. I instructed myself. I just hated him from the start. He's a charming man when he is not kissing the maids in the dark at the estate, Layla commented with deviltry in her voice. There she goes again baiting me with her not-so-innocent jabs. But I know better to fall for this, so I would play with her. Is he? I asked, trying to sound not interested. But in truth, I shifted in my position because of this uncomfortable topic of Leon kissing another woman. My devilish sister-in-law inserted smoothly. Maybe because the lady he truly wants is off-limits to him, don't you think, Lucy? I shook my head, ignoring the wild beating of my heart. I could swear Layla can hear it from the other line. I don't know, and I don't particularly care. I heard her sigh under her breath, and muttered something I didn't catch. All right, enough of that strapping handsome man. It seems that you really hate him. You are coming to Sicily for Rafe and Coca's wedding, right? Yes. Please expect your teary-eyed reunion between you and your brother, Layla said merrily. He will not going to let you off the hook easily. He will shove bodyguards as many as he can under your nose. If that makes you safe, now you are living away from his sight. It was my turn to sigh. I know why Leandro is overprotective of me since our eldest brother's death. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to let him hire a bodyguard for me. If this would make him at ease. I know, Layla. Please tell Leandro that I will now accept this protection thing, as long as it is not him. Thank you, dear. You will make your brother happy about this news. Tell him personally when you see him next week at the wedding. Ciao. I was left staring at the phone in my hand. I have a feeling that I am in for a roller coaster ride next week for Rafe and Coca's wedding. Chapter 1. To be a bodyguard is to be a kamikaze pilot. Dedicated. Mr. T.
Leon's POV. I carefully closed the letter I immediately read the moment I arrived at the office. It came from my previous employer, His Excellency, Don Leandro Castillo, the current Conde de Parma. I sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of my nose from a growing headache early this morning. Hell, I didn't even eat my breakfast yet, just a cup of coffee on my way here. The cause of my morning frustration was solely directed to Don Leandro Castillo's younger sister. Apparently, the stubborn young lady acquired herself a stalker in the city of Paris where she's currently living to pursue her career as a designer. Now, her brother stated in the letter, she's refusing every bodyguard my agency provides for her. Now the Conde is asking me to personally protect his younger sister until her stalker is found. If she was just another woman, I would not miss a beat to say yes. However, this woman was no way near ordinary. She's Lucia Castillo, the woman I should steer clear of at all cost. But how can I turn down the man who helped me a lot? The man who treated me like a member of his family in my years of employment. The man who helped me start my own business when I resigned from my post as his bodyguard. The same man who wasn't aware of the not-so-pleasant thoughts of his bodyguard towards his younger sister. I closed my eyes and weighed my choices. This was all Lucia Castillo's fault, I thought furiously. If that amber hair and almond-colored eyes woman. I cussed myself when her vision flashed inside my head. Great, now that image would haunt me throughout the day. It doesn't help that the image conjured inside my head was about the time I stole a kiss from her one night when I gave in to temptation. I couldn't care less that night if the Conde would send me straight to hell. I shifted in my seat, as feel uncomfortable with my wayward thoughts. Trying to block her image from my brain, I pressed the intercom in the telephone on my desk. When my secretary sounded on the speaker, "Can you please ask the secretary of Don Leandro Castillo to arrange a meeting? Thank you." A few minutes later, the intercom sounded, and the voice of my secretary floated inside the silent room. "Sir, you have a phone call from the Conde himself." "Thank you," I said again as I pick up the receiver. "Good morning, Your Excellency." "Waive the formality, Leon. You are no longer working for me." Don Leandro Castillo replied on the other line. He sounded a bit distressed. I ignored his comment and continued to the main issue. "Sir, I want to arrange a meeting so we could talk about your sister's situation." I heard him sighed on the other line. "I know I don't have the right to pressure you to protect my sister, but you are my last hope. You know how willful Lucia is. You are the only one who can keep her in her place. The only place I want to keep her is my bed." The thoughts inside my head had whispered. I silently cursed myself. How could I permit such thoughts when I am talking to her brother on the phone? I cleared my throat. "Sir, I know you are no longer working for me, and it's not my job anymore to look after my family. But I am asking you, as your previous employer, to help me as we solve this matter. It will be only for a short time. I will be forever grateful for your help, Leon. If you need my help in the future, I will help you at once." I frowned slightly. If I didn't know better, I would assume that the Conde was blackmailing me. It was as if I am dealing with his wife, who was known as manipulative. So what choice do I have but to agree? This small favor from him was nothing compared with the amount of help he had done for me, especially when I decided to leave this employment and start my own business. "All right, Your Excellency. I will personally protect Señorita Lucia until the culprit gets caught." The Conde exhaled in relief. "Gracias, Leon. Can we meet tomorrow so we can discuss the arrangement, sir? I'm sure the Señorita herself has a thing or two to say in this matter," I asked, not predominantly happy about the deal. If you would ask me now, I'd rather go on a dangerous mission than guarding Miss Lucia Castillo. "I agree with you," the Conde had said. "Actually, tomorrow is a good day for us to meet. If you don't mind, shall we meet in Sicily? We will attend the wedding anniversary of two of our good friends. A good opportunity for Lucia to meet her new bodyguard." My mouth was left hanging at his announcement. He wants me to fly to Sicily first thing tomorrow, as if it was just that easy. I don't have a private jet like him. I thought of a valid reason to refuse his offer. Sir, I don't think bride and groom would appreciate a gatecrasher." "Don't worry about them." He brushed off my concern as if it wasn't that important. "I'm sure they would be glad to extend the invitation for you." I silently cursed. There's no escaping then. I need to fly to Sicily first thing tomorrow morning. I scratched the back of my head. See you tomorrow, sir. When our phone conversation ended, I abruptly stood from my chair. I went out of my office and instructed my secretary. Please, book me the earliest flight bound to Sicily today, and hotel accommodation with rental car. Yes, sir. My no-nonsense secretary had replied. The next morning, I cursed loud and clear as I tried to find my way to the wedding reception Don Leandro had instructed. Who would have thought that Ragusa, Sicily, would be such a tricky place with streets after streets? One would be lost here in an instant. I glanced at my wristwatch. I am already late for the wedding reception. There was no signage in the streets. Where am I? I asked myself silently. After almost half an hour of circling the town, I finally found my way to the wedding venue. As expected to the friends of Don Leandro Castillo and his Sicilian wife, the wedding spoke grandeur, just like the mansion where the party was being held. Trying to find familiar faces around, it took me no time to see Lucia Castillo circling the party merrily. Look who I found in the old town of Sicily, no less. Long time no see, Shadow. Your Excellency. I greeted her. I couldn't help but smile the way she greeted me. She never changed with her humor. Waive the formalities, Shadow. She made a gesture in her hand. Titles aren't my thing. To tell you the truth, I'm allergic to them. Look, my skin starts to blotch. Layla will be fine. Layla, I repeated uncomfortably, scanning the crowd looking for her husband. Do you know where I could find the Conde? She gave me her signature smirk. The way like fate was in cohort with her, for whatever reasons, made me raise my guard instantly. He's waiting for you inside the house. I believe you have a meeting with him. That man, he couldn't wait for this party to finish before conducting a meeting. The earlier this meeting starts, the better, madam, I answered seriously. If you will excuse me, I believe the Conde is waiting for me. Of course, she stated with gleaming green eyes before me. On my way inside the mansion, I was stopped by the bride. She smiled brightly at me. Layla is right about you. You are a very handsome man. No wonder, Lou, she halted hurriedly. Forgive me, my mouth runs away with me most of the time. Leandro is waiting for you in my husband's study room, at the far end of the hallway on the first floor. I was lost for words for the unexpected compliment. I thank you, ma'am. And congratulations on your wedding. I didn't wait for her reply, as I excused myself and made my way inside the sprawling mansion. This time, I found the study room in no time, unlike my way here to Sicily. I didn't bother to knock when I burst inside the room without thinking twice. About time you show up, bro. She stopped dead in her place, mirroring my reaction. I mentally prepared myself for our encounter since yesterday morning, but I realized I wasn't prepared, not for a second. Lucky for her, she was the one who first recovered from our shock. Why you? What are you doing here? Hello, senorita. I greeted, trying to collect my wits. I should not let her affect me this way so much. What are you doing here? Lucia Castillo repeated her question firmly. Dios mío, the image of her imprinted on my brain didn't do justice to her beauty. I smirked at her, raking my gaze of her from head to toe. The whole year I haven't seen her, she became more beautiful. Her hair is now up to her waist. She looked damn stunning. I couldn't blame her, stalker. I scowled if I caught that bastard. I'm here to meet your brother. Because a certain young lady is refusing every bodyguard my agency is providing for her safety. I don't need a bodyguard. I can take good care of myself. She blushed. Haven't I told you before? I advanced further inside the room. She instantly took a step backward until she hit the study table. Good, so I wasn't the only one who's shaken by our encounter. Be careful. What are you going to do? She asked nervously. I started to close the distance between us. I'm not scared of you, you know. And stay back, my brother will be here any moment. Why do you look scared? It's not as if I'm going to kiss you, senorita. I keep my distance to my clients. Even if I assured her, I don't trust myself not to do anything stupid. Good, she said coldly. If you're going to talk to my brother, I will leave you in peace here. You can wait for him here, I need to go. She was about to walk away when I blocked her way. Excuse me. I smiled devilishly in her direction. No. You are not excused. She stared in disbelief. Whatever talk you have with my brother, I don't care. I don't have anything to do with it. I beg to differ, Princess. I decided to gloat at her. I never thought that seeing her again would bring such elation. It has everything to do with you. You are the reason why I am back. The pretty señorita was about to retort, but her brother joined the conversation. Sorry, I'm late. Good thing you two are here. I will save the introduction, since you knew one another. Lucia, I want to inform you that Leon will be your permanent bodyguard, whether you like it or not. Her mouth left hanging open at her brother. You got to be kidding me. It's final, Lucia, the Conde said with finality in his voice. Since her brother couldn't see my face, I threw a gloating smile in her direction. I want to provoke her to disapprove of me, as her brother's choice for her protection, but I would just prove to her that she can't do anything about that. I'm back, and this time I intend to stay. I'm back, señorita.
Chapter 2. Character not circumstances makes the man. Booker T. Washington. Lucia Castillo Pav. I swore to God this isn't happening to me. Why him? Why the hell he's here? I thought no, scratch that. I hope I would never see him again after his sudden disappearance a year ago. I thought I made it clear to Layla last week that I would agree to the bodyguard thing as long as it was not him. So why the freaking hell he was standing before me with that annoying smirk in his mouth right now? You can't be serious, Leandro, I told my brother in disbelief. Why him? I gestured to the man standing in front of me. Why are you hiring this man for the job? Didn't he leave that post before? I'm sure he doesn't want to work as a bodyguard again. You are correct, Leandro agreed with a sigh, advancing further inside the room. But he's kind enough to consider my request to protect you until the culprit is caught. I snorted, folding my arms in the middle of my chest. There is no one need to be caught, Leandro. There's no need to take this circumstance seriously. Just a bunch of anonymous letters, there's no need to alarm. I beg to differ, young lady. My brother disagreed with, his eyes flashed with annoyance. This is a serious matter, as far as I am concerned. There is a crazy bastard who is quite obsessed with you. As your older brother, it is my responsibility to take good care of you. I don't want Mama to worry about your safety in Paris. I sighed in resignation. Now he was ruthlessly using our mother as a weapon, so I would give in to this bodyguard thing. Thinking about Mama's worried face when she learned about this series of incidents happening in Paris, my determination starts to crumble. I don't want her to worry about me. Only recently, we found peace with our biological mother, after years of living hating her. Leandro and I were made believed by our father that she left us to be with her lover. It turns out that it was all father's lie due to bitterness, because Mama wants out of their marriage. Thanks to Leandro's wife who tracked her down, we finally catch up on the lost time we should have with her. It wasn't an easy process, especially for my brother. He was hurt the most when Mama left. He adored her so much, and that love turned hatred. I believe that's the turning point in how he treated women after. He only changed his view of women when he met the hurricane named Layla Fiorenza. Lucia, are you listening? My brother dragged me out of my reverie. Still, I started, collecting my thoughts, focusing on the main issue. I should not be swayed here. I will accept anyone you hire but him. Leandro rolled his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what I was saying. This is Leon we're talking about. I trusted him more than any average man in this world. Hell, I trust him with my life. What if he makes advances to me? I asked my brother, but as soon as I blurted it out, I regret it. Now I sounded like Leon has a thing for me. I tried to stop the heat from spreading on my cheeks. I want the floor to open up and swallow me right now. I heard Leandro took a deep breath. Lucia. Your Excellency. For the first time he joined the conversation. He was looking amusedly in my direction. Can I talk privately to Señorita Lucia? I would love to do that and join my wife outside to the ongoing party. But then again, my sister might feel uncountable, or worse yet, may think that you are going to make advances at her. How can I permit that? Leandro? I protested while blush spread through my cheeks. Does he need to mock me in front of this man? What kind of brother he is? He's making fun of me. I'm sure Señorita Lucia will shout if I make advances at her. Leon McAllister said with gleaming eyes. He was enjoying my humiliation more than he should have. But I assured the lady that I will not do such thing. I know you are not like that, Leon. My brother commented. Leandro can be naive sometimes. He doesn't know how capable his trusted bodyguard is when he wants to. He's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you say so that you wouldn't make advances to her, I'm sure you won't. Leon glanced at me with amusement in his annoying face. I'm certain that if there is one who's going to attack here, it will be her. Damn right, I said acidly, throwing my deadliest glare in his direction. Once my brother left us, I will attack you. I will attack you with my sharp nails. Careful, my brother warned him merrily. That's my sister there. She's quite a wildcat sometimes. Leon eyed me from head to toe. I don't think I like the scrutiny he's giving me. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I can handle her just fine. All right, if you are sure. Do excuse me, I believed my wife is waiting for me outside. It's common knowledge she has the shortest temper in history. I don't want to have an earful of the lecture because of this meeting. Leandro started, with visible relief in his voice. He went out of the door, closing it behind him. So? I started, folding my arms again in the middle of my chest. I tried to look bored, so this encounter would end as soon as possible. I don't want to be anywhere near him, not now or ever, let alone guarding me almost 24/7. So? He repeated calmly, smiling slightly. You want to inform your brother about our little encounter, Princess? My heart skipped, but I pretend not to have any idea what he is talking about. What encounter? He smiled wolfishly in my direction, starting to walk towards me. Really? Are we going to play this now? Do you like me to remind you about our encounter one night, many months ago? Do you mind if I take you back to that night? I was once again cornered to the study table. I ignored my thundering heart when he lifted my chin with his finger. His face was far too close to mine for my comfort. My breath was caught. I thought you told my brother not to make move on me again. Again, he said satisfactorily. He, thank goodness, took a step backward from me. Do you remember that night? So what if I am? I tried to sound indifferent. It's not like I will let you do that again. You just caught me off guard that night. He smirked devilishly, so freaking sure of himself. Honey, I can always catch you off guard. Why you? I gaped at his audacious announcement. I was beyond amazed by his self-confidence. He's something. But rest assured, I am not going to do such things. You are my client now. Clients are off limits. Why don't just disappear similar to what you did before? I fumed angrily. I don't need you or anybody to protect me. Try. Let's see if you can push me away, sweetheart. Lucia Castillo's POV. I need an update. I demanded impatiently, as I was seated myself in the blue room of Palazzo di Fiorenza. We just arrived from Rafe and Coca's wedding party. Update? My cousin Vincenzo echoed dryly. I'm going to give you an update on what's happening in my life lately, my adorable cousin. The once high and mighty soldier is now reduced by his cousin, no less, to be a common stalker for her sister-in-law, in order to meddle with her life almost 6 months now. I waved my hand in the air impatiently. Save your sarcasm to Patri, Vincenzo. I'm not interested. Tell me how you are faring with your stalking scare. The blockhead had the nerve to glare at me. One more time to call me with my full name, I will not help with your ridiculous quest. One more time you will threaten me to withdraw from our agreement, I will tell Cesare to find you a bride. I retort at him. I threw a gloating smile when I saw him pale visibly. Remember, I have the upper hand here. He shook his head. His green eyes that match mine filled with frustration. Lucifer would be ashamed upon meeting you. He has nothing compared to your evilness. Call me what you want, but I need improvement with your mission, I replied, taking a sip from my tea leisurely. Mission, he repeated mockingly. You make it sound like it is a legal operation. Need I remind you that you are commanding me to stalk a person? If I get caught, I will go straight to prison. I sighed in dissatisfaction. What's the point of acquiring your skills in the military if we can't use them? I hate to tell you this, Vincenzo, but I think your skills are getting rusty. You can't even perform a simple task. He chokes his tea. I hate to burst your bubble, cousin, but we have different interpretations on how to use my skills as a special force. I rolled my eyes. Skills are skills however you use them. Only this idiotic man doesn't know how to utilize them for our benefit. Whatever. I was about to lecture my cousin more when Leandro entered the room. I need an update. I am starting to get irritated with that line, Vincenzo muttered under his breath. Shut up, Vincenzo. I focused my attention on my husband. I want an update on his meeting with the star-crossed lovers. Your plan runs smoothly even to the tiniest detail, am I Amor? I raised an eyebrow in Vincenzo's direction. That's how it should be done. Learn from the expert. No thank you. The dolt soldier in our family replied hastily. Chapter 3. Choose a job you love, and you will never have to work a day in your life. Unknown. Lucia's Pav. So? A female voice floats in the silent room. How's the Sicilian wedding you attended this weekend? I sighed deeply. I looked at the newcomer who entered the room where I was working to finish the bridal gown that needs to be done 2 weeks from today. I saw a red-haired woman wearing a mischievous grin on her freckled face. She's Amelia Winters, my assistant. Good morning too, Summer. The grin on her face widened considerably. She moved farther inside the room, placing one of the coffee cups on the table. I brought you coffee. I know you need one today. She leisurely sipped her coffee. From the look on your face, I gather that you didn't enjoy your trip in the beautiful town of Sicily. Such shame. I've heard a lot of stories about Sicilian weddings, you know, about lots of dancing and parties. No, I answer in a clipped tone. I focus my gaze on the mannequin as I place pins to hold the fabric together. Honestly, since my sudden trip to Sicily, I need to catch up with my work or else I won't finish this on time. I bet it wasn't a good reunion between your brother. The mocking in her voice made me look at her with narrowed eyes. She's my assistant and also my good friend since she started working with me almost a year now. We developed this genuine friendship. I gave a fake laugh. It was a tearful one, believed me. I can see, she chuckled, her blue eyes twinkling. So eager to go back to Paris. I am expecting you to come back at least next week at the earliest. I thought you might want to spend more time with your family. But here you are back in Paris, so keen to be away from your family. I sighed again, avoiding her knowing gaze. I just had enough of their meddling, that's all. I knew it. Emilia exclaimed. She leans on the table with her elbows resting on the wooden table. I am dying about this juicy story, mademoiselle. Tell me, are they pairing you to the most eligible man they know? From what you tell me before, it seems that your friends and family are getting married one after another. I snorted, shaking my head in disagreement. Technically, they aren't my friends, but more of my sister-in-law's close friends. And for the record, they certainly not pairing me to the most eligible bachelor they know, as you put it. She eyed me closely. The way she looks at me was a little bit unsettling. I don't think I like the way her eyes focus their gaze on me. Something is telling me that there's more to this wedding you attended than meets the eye. I bet my 1 month's salary that something happened there than you let me know. I can see from your actions. She studied me for a moment. You are a little bit tense. Nothing happened, I answered immediately. Amy raised an eyebrow in my direction with a knowing smile on her face. She knew that I cannot hide my emotions very well, and she's aware of my current problem about the stalking thing that's bothering me lately. I sighed deeply and confess. Okay, so I had a chat with my brother at the wedding. I knew it. The red-haired woman cried out. She pulled out the stool and sat in front of me, eager to hear about my encounter with Leandro. Tell me all about it, little princess. I threw a dry look in her direction. She's also aware that my older brother, Leandro, is part of the Spanish aristocracy. That's why she's calling me little princess, as part of a private joke between us. Sorry to burst your bubbles, but it wasn't an exciting chit-chat. In fact, it was frustrating. Still interested here. I sighed again, shaking my head in resignation. I continued my work with the fabric and recalled my encounter with Leandro in Sicily. Remembered those creepy notes I have been receiving lately? Well, my overprotective brother got a little bit paranoid and decides to hire a bodyguard for my protection. Amy gasped, and then she burst out laughing. I didn't see that one coming. That's probably one of the perks of being a member of an aristocratic family in Spain. You can hire men for your protection, but on the other hand, your brother is correct. You need security with those letters you've been receiving lately. It's better to be safe than sorry. I don't need anyone to protect me, I stated firmly. I am a grown woman. I don't need protection from anyone, especially from that man. So tell me about this bodyguard you acquire in Sicily. She made a gesture to look around my studio room, as if looking at the man in question. Where is he? Does he hide from the shadow, ready to protect you when you needed help? Upon mentioning the man my brother stupidly hired, I pricked myself from the pin I've been putting on the textile. Ouch. I saw small blood came out of my index finger. He's not here. I declined my brother's offer and sent him packing back to wherever he came from. My assistant feigned a look of shock. How cruel of you. I don't need him. I wiped the blood on my finger with tissue paper on the table. I might suddenly touch the fabric I am working on with blood on my finger, and it might ruin the material. Amy chuckled, her eyes sparkling with delight. Why do I detect a deep-rooted hatred from the man in question? What a poor soul. I just don't need him, that's all, I answered hastily without a hint of emotion in my voice. I mentally blocked his curse image, slowly creeping in from my brain. Those goading smiles he's throwing in my direction. I cursed myself silently. Here I go again thinking about him, when I promise myself that I will not think about him anymore. So what does he look like? Amy innocently asked, dragging me out of my reverie. I bet he's a handsome man, tall guy with broad shoulders, you know, those typical bodyguard leading men from movies. I eyed her dryly. Sorry to discourage you, Amy. This guy is nothing you typically see in movies. He's old man, cranky with dire personality. Oh shoot. She laughed hysterically, wiping the moisture in her eyes from her laughter. She probably created the image of Leon in her head. I bet if you let him protect you, your stalker is no match for him. What a shame, you should have hired him. Before I could retort at her, the bells from the entrance door clinked together. Amy stood from the stool. There's a customer outside. I will entertain them first. She left me alone in my studio room to focus on the design of the dress I've been doing. Finally, I've been all alone to concentrate on my work. Miss Castillo, I looked up to see Amy with accusing eyes and a curious smile on her lips. She's only calling me formally when there's a new customer or stranger in our company. There's a tall, drop-dead gorgeous man outside claiming to be your bodyguard. I might just add that he's drool-worthy kind of guy. My heart skipped a bit. He is not like the way you describe him, the way her looks silently telling me. No way. My mind shouted. He can't be here. I run outside to see, silently praying to the Almighty that Amy was just playing pranks on me. There's no way he would follow me here in Paris. My heart thundered in my chest when I saw him with his full glory standing in the boutique. I blinked several times, making sure he's not my imagination like 1,000 times before. You? He smiled at me the way I hate so much. Good morning, Señorita Lucia. Sorry, I'm late. This devil incarnation, he had the nerve to smile at me like everything is perfectly fine. As if nothing happened back in Sicily. Didn't I make myself clear this weekend that I don't need a bodyguard? You just waste your time coming here. Your service doesn't need here. I beg to differ, pretty miss. He made further advancements inside my boutique. I instinctively took one step backward. Pretty miss, he had said. Despite my efforts, heat creeps out of my cheeks. Smooth-tongued devil. Why this room does suddenly feel smaller than usual for the two of us. I knew he just said that to annoy me. I won't let him affect me. I would not be swayed again by him. Go away, Leon. I glared at him acidly. I can take care of myself. I don't need you or anybody to protect me. He moved closer to me. Oh, I don't like this not one bit. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed that Amy was unashamedly peeking from the door of my working area, eager to listen to this encounter. I need to send him away as soon as possible. Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I am not going anywhere, Señorita? I am here to stay and protect you. I threw an angry look in his direction, hoping he would heed my command. I glanced at my assistant briefly. I murmured to him with firm words. For the last time, I don't need you to protect me. Go away. The evil creature surprised me when I realized that he was already standing next to me, and our faces were only inches apart. I could almost see the glimmer in his eyes. He didn't stop there with a goading smile fixed in his mouth. He leveled his face so our lips were only inches apart. I could swear he can already feel my heavy breathing. Why don't you try to send me away, Lucia? Who knows, you might succeed. He is just provoking you, Lucia. I told myself silently. Do not fall for it. But that didn't stop the shiver runs through my body, the way he said my name. Why do I have this kind of reaction with this man? I never felt this kind of response to other men but him. This was so frustrating. I hate this kind of feeling. Oh, believe me, I said with every inch of arrogance in my voice, keeping my tone low. I know somebody was intently listening to us. I looked deep into his eyes, ignoring the thundering of my heart. I will send you away. My heart nearly stopped beating when he moved his head and whispered something for my ears only. I saw him glancing at the woman discreetly peeking at the door of my studio. You can try every day, every hour, every minute. But I will tell you now, I will not leave you. I will not leave again. I closed my eyes, silently telling my heart to calm. Jesus, I want the ground to be opened up and swallowed me alive. I cannot be with this man, not for a single second. He's not good for my sanity. I will beg Leandro if I need to, just for this man to go away. I will be at your side every second of the day, starting from this moment. He continued to whisper. I gasped, not because of how ticklish his breath feels in my ears, but his words seem more like a threat than a promise. Not in this lifetime, I told him bravely, finally had the courage of pushing him away. Damn wrong move. My hands felt his hard wall of the chest. He smirked at me. He took a quick look at the woman hiding in the other room. Who will help you with your stalker? That woman hiding in the other room while intently listening to us, my princess? I stood firmly while tucking my arms in the middle of my chest, preparing myself from this battle with him. God, how I want to do something violent towards you right this moment. The devil chuckled, which made me shiver down my spine. My little wild cat. You never learn your lessons. Have you forgotten what happens to disobedient little girls in the dark? He eyed me from head to toe leisurely, his gaze lingered on my lips. They were being eaten by a big bad wolf. I couldn't help the blush that spread through my cheeks. Damn him to hell for reminding me about our encounter that night. Blocking the image from my brain, I told him loftily. A big bad wolf that would be easily killed off by my brother when he learns about it. Your brother and his friends cannot do anything about the wolf's hunger, señorita. He shot back and my feet nearly failed me. I was about to snap back when the bells in the door sounded again. Lucia? Leon and I looked at the newcomer. The playful glow in Leon's eyes was suddenly replaced by a chilling look directed to the newcomer. Who the devil is this? He asked darkly. I instinctively placed my hands on his arms, probably preventing him from attacking my friend. Jacques? I said, a little out of breath. Chapter 4. Treat every Frenchman as if he was the devil himself. Horatio Nelson. Lucia's Pauve. Jacques? I said, a little out of breath. Of all the time he could have come to my boutique, I think this was not the right time. I frowned. Wait a moment, why this was not the right time for my good friend to visit? I asked myself silently. He could visit me any time he wants to. I met him when I first attended the Fashion Week here in Paris. He's a prominent man in the fashion industry. He's a fashion director and heir to a global brand. Jacques Montcalm is also the sought-after bachelor in the country. Is everything okay here? He asked, looking at me and Leon. His eyes narrowed directly to the man beside me. Does this mean harassing you, mademoiselle? I felt Leon's muscles tensed while he growled under his breath. I looked at him in astonishment. I never knew this side of him. I always knew that he's this stoic-faced, cold man that's silently following my brother's command without question. This was probably the first time I would see emotions in his face. Settle down, por favor, I murmured to him, trying to keep him calm. He's my friend. He glanced at me briefly, before focusing his gaze back at the man standing in front of us. How could I send away this 6-foot-something strapping man out of my shop, out of Paris, and out of my life? Why does he need to come back into my life after a year of silence from him? I don't want him before reporting my every move to my obnoxious brother, certainly, not now trailing behind me like an annoying insect. I didn't realize that you've developed some kind of friendship from men in the year you lived alone in Paris, my princess. He sneered at every word that comes out of his mouth. He spoke so softly so Jacques wouldn't hear him. So he's the reason why you kept sending me away? Do you think he can protect you from this stalker of yours? Hell, such milksop. My eyes widened at him. I never heard him speak this way before. I always thought that he's keeping his opinion to other people to himself. He only lived in this world to follow and please my autocratic brother. It feels like he was not the Leon I knew before. Watch your mouth, mister. I threw an angry look in his direction. I spoke to him in Spanish. That guy is a good friend of mine. I won't let you insult him in front of me. My threat turned into a challenge for him. Do you think he can protect you from me? Just look at him, princess, all polished and refined like a feminine. I can easily toss him out of this room with my one hand. I gasped at his words. What an awful thing to say, Mr. McAllister. He gave me a goading smile that sent chills to my veins. That's me, my princess. Lucia? Jacques spoke again, forcing us to acknowledge him again. Do you want me to call the police and get this man arrested for bothering you? My eyes widened. This thing gets out of hand. The last thing I want was police officers flocking to my doorstep due to a little misunderstanding. I need to send away both of them. There's no need to call the police, Jacques. He's not harassing or bothering me. I know this guy back from home. In fact, he just visited me to catch up, but he's about to leave. I gave Leon a warning glance. Right, Leon? Is that so? The Frenchman asked, sounding not convinced. He raised his eyebrow in my direction. The exasperating man gave me an animated expression before settling his gaze to my friend. I beg to differ, sir. Please allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Leon McAllister, Miss Lucia's new personal bodyguard. Bodyguard? Jacques repeated with a slight shock on his face. I have no idea that you are Lucia's bodyguard. You don't look like one. I meant no offense, sir. None taken. The annoying man replied a little cheerfully. With a disapproving look at Leon, I smiled at my good friend for the misunderstanding. Actually, I didn't hire him. It was my entire brother's fault. He hired him, thinking I was in grave danger here in Paris. He thinks by hiring this man I will be safe, and he would be at ease back in Spain. I cannot blame your brother, Jacques answered with a charismatic smile on his handsome face. No wonder most women in the fashion industry fall for him. If I was him, I would do the same. Your safety must be his #1 priority. He focused his gaze on Leon. You must have good credentials to get approval from Lucia's older brother. Leon smiled readily. I cannot take credit, sir. The only reason I can think why the Conde hired me is he's been my brother's bodyguard for years. I finished for him. I don't know why he's still here chatting pleasantly to Jacques when I told him firmly that I don't need him to protect me. He is probably Leandro's most trusted person on earth. Last year he left my brother's employment for a reason he only knows. Now my brother takes him again to guard me. Jacques nodded in understanding. He moved closer to where Leon and I standing. He extended his hand in Leon's direction. I apologize for my rude behavior a while ago. Let's start over, shall we? Jacques Montcalm. Leon McAllister. He took the offered hand and shakes it briefly. I'm pleased that know that Lucia has a bodyguard now to protect her all the time, Jacques commented with a delighted smile on his angelic face. Please look after her. Oh, believe me, I will, Mr. Montcalm. I couldn't miss the deviltry glinted in his eyes. With those sinful eyes that captive so many unmarried housekeepers in our estate, according to my sister-in-law. Compared to Jacques' angelic face, there's nothing angelic about his appearance. Everything about him spoke danger and devilishness. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a descendant of the devil himself. I will not remove my eyes from her, not for a second. I couldn't help but feel the heat spreading in my cheeks with his words. I knew he was just saying that to Jacques, to poke fun at me. He loved nothing more than make fun of me. That's good to hear. Her brother has a lot of trust in you. Please don't let him down. The change in Leon's eyes remains unnoticed. His stance becomes rigid again. I closed my eyes. One thing I knew even before was that he hated when someone questions his loyalty to Leandro or disappointing him. I knew Jacques meant no harm in his statement, but still. Leon? I warned him under my breath. The last thing I want to see is him losing his composure and suddenly attack my good friend. Thankfully, he gradually relaxed and adopted his signature poker face. You don't have to worry. The last thing I want is to disappoint Don Leandro. After all, he trusted me to take good care of his little sister from the nuisance in this foreign country. I eyed him disapprovingly. I knew that his words have a double meaning in them. Before Jacques could reply, his mobile phone sounded. He fished it out from his pocket and answered. Excuse me. I have to take this phone call. He went outside to answer the call. Once he was outside, Leon crossed his arms in the middle of his chest and stared at me with a smirk playing in his sinful mouth. So that's him? Him what? I frowned at him. Your latest lapdog. He mocked, glancing coldly to the man outside. I scowled, giving him a contemptuous look. What an awful thing to say, mister. He is not my lapdog, as you put it. He is a good friend of mine, that's all. He scoffed, focusing his intense gaze on me. A good friend indeed. Just a fancy way of saying, he's totally under your spell. Only a blind person will not notice those puppy eyes he's giving you. Dios santo, he's ready to call the police to save you from me. He laughed at the thought. Too bad he can't fight his own battle. I shook my head. You are not making any sense. Sooner or later he will have his intentions clear, trust me. He said nonchalantly. The poor guy had a thing for you, little princess. Who knows, he might ask your brother for your hand in marriage before this year ends. I closed my eyes, shaking my head while pinching the bridge of my nose for a coming headache. Since when did you become a fortune teller? If I didn't know better, I would assume you are jealous, Leon. It seems that my assessment caught him off guard. His coffee brown eyes widened considerably. With a great effort, I forced the smile in my face from slipping. This was probably the very first time I caught him off guard, and the look on his face was hilarious. I would treasure this image of him in a state of shock until I die. Score 1 for Lucia Castillo, I triumphed silently. I never thought this day would come. The high and mighty Leon McAllister was finally left speechless. You must be mistaken, señorita. He finally collected himself from his fall. He emphasized the word señorita in a way he knew I hate because it feels like he's distancing himself from me. Why would I be jealous of that milksop of man? Why indeed? I echoed with a slight bitterness in my voice. I also didn't understand the feel of pang in my chest at his words. I don't understand why you bother to make it your business whatever Jacques feels about me. If what you said is true, that is. You are my business. He answered without a heartbeat. Well, technically, I mean you are my employer now, that makes you my business. There goes my heart again, hoping that he meant something else entirely. However, I tried to crush that feeling of hope inside me with his words. My silly heart was not listening. I knew Leon would not give me a second glance for him. I was just the annoying little sister of his previous employer, who happened to find herself a stalker that needs his service. You already made yourself clear from the start, Leon, I told him coldly. I didn't understand why I felt this heaviness, and my eyes starts to blur from unwanted tears. I fought so hard to keep a straight face and prevent my tears from falling. You kept on reminding me, remember? Goodness, when will my infatuations with this guy would end? I hate this kind of reaction towards him. I thought in the year we haven't seen each other, I got over with the girly feelings I have for him. I guess my heart hasn't moved on yet. But I will, I promise myself. Maybe this wasn't a bad idea for him to be my bodyguard. Maybe if he's always in my side in time, these feelings I have for him start to numb, and I will finally have the chance to get over him. It's not what, Leon started. But before he could finish his sentence, Jacques entered my boutique again. Sorry, I have to take that phone call, he said apologetically. The reason I came here is to ask you personally to have lunch with me, so you don't have a chance to refuse. He smiled tenderly in my direction. But my presence is needed in the office. I need to cancel my lunch invitation. How about dinner to make it up? I took a quick look at Leon before focusing my gaze on Jacques. I'm not sure, I have lots to do here. I will give you a call if I'm free tonight. Okay then, I will be waiting for your phone call throughout the day, he stated with a reassuring smile. I hope you are free tonight. I need to go. Before he left, he gave me a cheek-to-cheek kiss. I couldn't miss the way Leon's eyes darkened as his eyes silently following Jacques as he went out on the streets of Paris and into his waiting car. Why not refuse him right away? Leon announced once Jacques' car fled away. Why are you still giving him hopes when you're about to turn down his offer later this day? My brows drew together. Who says I will turn down his offer? You are not? He gaped at me openly. No, I proclaimed firmly. I tucked my arms in the middle of my chest, as if preparing for a battle. He nodded curtly, his eyes held fire in their department. Then you better make a call to your admirer, and tell him to have reservations for 3. Chapter 5. Rather go to bed without dinner than to rise in debt. Benjamin Franklin.
Leon's pav. Well, this is a bit awkward, don't you think? I removed my eyes from the fancy menu in my hand and looked at the Frenchman who just spoke, breaking the silence from the quiet table. I smiled thinly in his direction. Finally, have the chance to save me from ordering from the ridiculously pricey menu and equally absurd names for food. Are you uncomfortable, senor? He shook his head and gave a sanguine smile in my direction. There was something about him that I don't like. Not really. But I have to admit that this is probably the first time I have to dine with a woman with her bodyguard, if I have to be honest. He looked briefly in my direction. No offense. None taken. I shot back, glancing at the woman sitting at the table with us. She remained silent since we arrived, not that I blame her. She might appear to be silent and collected with the whole ridiculous situation, but I know deep inside she is fumingly mad, probably directed at me. She still hasn't fully accepted me yet as her new bodyguard. Shall we order? The Frenchman asked, breaking the silence at our dinner table. He gestured to call the attention of the waiter and wait for Lucia to order before placing his order. When it was my time to order, I just randomly selected the first thing I saw on the menu. The Frenchman didn't hesitate to show off his wealth when he ordered a bottle of the most expensive wine in the restaurant for an exorbitant price. When the waiter left us, my eyes narrowed when the milksop Frenchman smiled adoringly to Lucia. "You look beautiful tonight, mademoiselle." I prevented myself from scoffing. What a charmer, I thought silently. If he thought that he could get Lucia Castillo using such a charismatic demeanor, I would be happy to inform him it would just fall not. "Thank you." I looked fascinatingly at the woman in question as she replied demurely. When she caught me watching her beguilingly, she threw me her sharpest look. I hid my smile, as I thought she was still smarting that I tag along with their dinner date. I silently smile at the thought. She's still the Lucia that I knew before, the young senorita that hated her brother's bodyguard from the first moment they met. "How long did you work for the Conde again?" The Frenchman dragged me out of my reverie. He forced me to remove my eyes from the woman sitting in front of me. I felt my lips twitching with a smile. 5 years. I remember I was 20 when I first met the Conde and hired me to be his bodyguard. His eyebrows shot upwards. Quite long. Now I understand why he trusted you so much in taking good care of his younger sister. I shrugged indifferently. Maybe. I am sure you guys get along so well. He commented innocently, placing the white napkin in his lap. You seemed very close with one another. Yes, Lucia answered. Nope, I said at the same time. Her eyes shot like daggers in my direction. I just threw a goading smile at her. Quite the opposite, to tell you honestly. She couldn't stand the sight of me. In fact, the moment I stepped foot in their palace, I was already labeled as an enemy. I watched the pink stain spread through her cheeks. I beg to disagree. If I remember correctly, the moment you arrived, you labeled me as the annoying, spoiled little sister of your employer. You never let the opportunity pass to remind me of it every time. My mouth hung open at her. I never. You are. She threw an accusing look in my direction. I never treated her as she thought. Yes, I have to admit that sometimes, or most of the time, I was giving her the cold shoulder back then, because I have to remember that she's off limits. She's way out of my league. I never thought of her as an annoying, spoiled little sister of Don Leandro. Wow, the Frenchman had said in amazement. I think I can breathe comfortably now. I don't have to worry about the special bond I thought you have back home, guys. I have to admit, when I first saw the two of you in Lucia's shop, you seems to argue like an old couple. I'm sure you got it wrong, Jacques. The pretty senorita replied, sipping her goblet of water. When you saw us a while ago, arguing, it means that we couldn't stand each other. Believe me, it's our favorite pastime when we're within 20 feet of each other. It's good to hear then. he said with a satisfied smile on his face. Oh, how I wanted to remove that pleased smile in him. I am glad this thing cleared up sooner. He looked at me directly. I apologize for my uncalled behavior when we first met. By now, you should probably guess that I am courting Lucia. I should have expected it since he's showing to everyone around them that he's quite smitten to Lucia, but to admit it to my face was an entirely different matter. I could swear I saw a red haze in my vision upon hearing him admitting his feeling for Lucia. It took an ounce of my will not to strangle or worse snap his neck right this very table. Thankfully, he was saved by the waiter from his unexpected death in my hands, and I was saved from answering him when our food arrived. We eat in silence. Lucia and the Frenchman were making small conversation while eating, ignoring me while was fine for my opinion. I just ate my food without really savoring it. Now that they were busy chatting with each other, I had the chance to study them in silence. Everybody would agree that the pretty Lucia Castillo and this guy would make a striking pair, but there was really about this man that I don't trust. "The Leon?" the man in question inquired, with a friendly smile on his face. I cleared my throat as I sat straight from my chair. I glanced briefly at the woman in front of me, who was also looking at me intently. I suddenly felt my cheeks heated upon receiving their undivided attention. I'm sorry. I didn't catch your question." He smiled again. He has this friendly manner about him, but I couldn't shake off the uneasiness my instinct had been telling me. I shook my head. I think I was quite being paranoid about this whole stalker thing, even to this wealthy heir to a billion-dollar company. I said, "Since you are the personal bodyguard of Lucia, I assume that you are also the one who will take her home tonight." My idiotic brain gave me a different image inside my head with his words. I suddenly felt uncomfortable in my chair and shifted my position. I tried to clear my throat again discreetly, trying so hard to remove the images in my brain. Yes, of course. There's no need for you to do that," the pretty but maddening señorita inserted tonelessly. "She's eyeing me with such acid in her pretty eyes. You don't have to guard me 24/7. There's nothing else in this world I like more than seeing the fire in her eyes while giving me disapproving look. Bantering with her like this made me happy. I gave her a sardonic smile I knew she hated. "I regret to inform you, Miss Castillo, that's exactly what I have to do with your older brother's directive. I need to keep an eye on you all the time. So please expect me to be around all the time." She exhaled a deep breath, tossing her white napkin on the table. She tucked her arms in the middle of her chest. "I don't understand why Leandro needs to butt in. Why doesn't he just focus on his wife and son? I can take care of myself." "He is just worried about you," I told her with a slight smile on my face. She looked cute when there's a small frown between her eyebrows. She scoffed, focusing her glittering eyes in my direction. Seeing her like this close under the soft lightings of a posh restaurant, making me want to do something I promised myself I would never do again, just like that fateful night. I stopped myself from remembering. Here I go again torturing myself with those memories. If I didn't know better, he just found the perfect opportunity to keep an eye on me now that I am away from home. He likes to know everything. "Call it a brotherly love," I said, trying so hard not to focus on her exquisite lips. Those same lips I've tasted before, when I gave in to temptation one night a long time ago. She snorted, pushing her hair at the back of her shoulder. "Leandro is a stick-in-the-mud kind of guy. He cannot accept the fact that I am no longer a little girl that needs to be in his care. I can do it on my own. You cannot blame the Conde for doing that. You are his sister, after all. He just wants to protect you." I glanced discreetly at the man with us. "And look after you all the time." Gee, is that supposed to make me feel better about his autocratic behavior about me? She asked with displeasure on her beautiful face. I thought when he finally fell in love with one woman and married her, eventually he would loosen up his uptight manner, but I was wrong. I tried to retort at her, but chose not to reply to her outburst and just shrugged. I think that's up to you and your brother, señorita. I think let's call this a night. The Frenchman spoke, after a long silence enveloped the dinner table. He gestured for the waiter for the bill, and we waited in silence when he placed his black card on the leather thing the waiter gave him. Finally, when everything was settled, we stood from the table, and I walked behind them. Once we were outside, we waited for the valet to get the car of this guy. Are you sure you don't want me to give you a ride home? From the corner of my eyes, I saw Lucia shook her head and smile. No, thank you. It's already late. I know you must be early in the office tomorrow. Besides, you're against the way if you give me a lift. Thank you for the offer, Jacques. Maybe next time. As expected, his car was as flashy as him when the valet drove it in front of the restaurant. He dipped his head to kiss Lucia in the cheeks. I felt my fist balled in my sides as I tried to remain stoic. He slid in his ostentatious car, and giving a final goodbye wave to Lucia before driving away in the streets. The maitre d' had called a taxi for us. Once it pulled in front of us, I slid next to Lucia at the back of the car. There's no way I would be leaving her side. Silence enfolded the cab ride on our way to her apartment. I was at her annoyance that was probably directed at me. She still couldn't accept the fact that I am her new bodyguard, or maybe about the fact that I ruined her date with that rich guy by third-wheeling to their dinner date. Either way, I didn't care since this was nothing personal, just pure business. After few minutes of silent drive, we finally arrived at the building apartment hers. I silently followed her in the surprising, modest-looking apartment lobby. I was half expecting she's residing in a somewhat opulent-looking residence. We rode the empty elevator and still, no words had spoken since dinner. Aren't you going to invite me in for a coffee? I asked brightly when she unlocked her door. No. She rasped, turning the doorknob and pushing the door to open. It's already late, Leon. You should get going. Good night. I placed my foot in the side of the door to prevent it from closing in my face. At least, allow me to study the layout of your apartment for future reference. I tried to peek inside the room, but she stopped me by pushing me out further in the hallways. The heck would I allow you to do that? She said, disapprovingly. What are you? Building inspector? Get going, Leon. Are you sure? I asked, hopefully she'll change her mind. Yes. She said, opening the lights of her apartment. My eyes were alerted when I saw a shadow past her veranda from her French window. It seems that I didn't just imagine it, for Lucia suddenly tensed and grasped my shirt like a scared little child. The look of horror in her eyes was enough for me. I immediately wrapped her in the security of my arms. Leon, she whispered. I placed a finger in her lips as I placed her behind me, still securing her, as I carefully checking the windows. Leon, she said again, her voice filled with dread. If I caught this bastard, he will die in my bare hands tonight. Too bad, as I peek in the veranda, there was no sign of anything. This stalker thing of her was way more serious than I thought. It's okay. I comforted her with a hug. I could still sense her fear, her body was trembling under my touch. I'm here. I will not let anything happen to you. I promise.
Chapter 6. Somewhere in the world there is an epigram for every dilemma. Hendrik Willem van Loon. Lucia's Pav. My heart was pounding loudly in my chest. I could swear that Leon could hear it. My body was shaking badly, due to the unexplained shadow in my window. This was the first time such a scene happened to me since the creepy stalking thing started. Right now I was in the shelter of Leon's strong embrace. I was clutching his shirt tightly like a scared little girl, and I hate myself for it being in his arms like this. It feels like I was safe from any harm, that he would protect me at any cost. I temporarily closed my eyes, trying to calm my nerves. I couldn't help to smell his manly scent and aftershave. When the adrenaline rush inside my body finally settled in, my eyes suddenly snapped to open. What do you think you're doing, Lucia? I asked myself angrily. Get out of his embrace. Now. I summoned myself to put some distance between us, but my body was not listening. Finally, after incredible willpower, I pushed him away from me. Thank you for your help, Leon. You can go now. You can't be serious, he said indecorously. With the measured steps, he peeked from the curtains while covering himself from the view to make sure that there's no other human being outside my veranda. How can I leave you like this? I frowned at him, tucking some loose hair at the back of my hair. What are you going to do? For all we know, we both just imagine that shadow in the window just a product of lights outside. I got this from here, Leon. Don't be like naive little girl, Lucia, he replied angrily, his eyes burned with passion. My heart jumped in my ribcage. This was probably the first time he ever called me by my given name. I tried to look cool and collected when in truth, there was a whirlwind of emotion inside me. We both know that we did not imagine that shadow in your window. There is a psycho out there who is bothering you, and until that bastard is caught, I will not take off my eyes on you. I can take care of myself, I stated bravely in his face. I could see the anger in his eyes once the words escaped my mouth. He closed the curtain and took a step forward towards me. What are you doing? Your stubbornness is out of place, he announced in a low tone and never removing his intense eyes from me. You like seeing me sick with worried about you, aren't you? I automatically took a step backward. My heart was pounding with fear, but it was not like the fear I felt a while ago. It was an entirely different kind of alarm. I swallowed hard. I don't know what you are talking about. No? He asked dangerously. He continued to walk where I was standing. I ran out of space when I hit the back of the sofa. Well, let me show you. My eyes widened when he suddenly grabbed my wrist and held it here. What are you doing? Let go of me. I tried to shake off his clamp but failing miserably. So fragile. What are you going to do when your stalker does this to you when you're all alone? Do you think you can take good care of yourself as you thought, señorita? For all we know, he's 5 to 10 times stronger than you. I will kick his crotch, I informed him bravely, trying to remove his dead grip on my wrist. My temper flared when he smiled evilly in my direction, as if he couldn't believe that I could do such a thing. You can do that? I haughtily raised my chin. Do you want me to show it to you how it's done? I know a thing or two on how to protect myself from an attacker. If I thought that he would back down, I was mistaken. This is Leon we're talking about. Be my guest. Show me how you will protect yourself from an aggressor. I'd like to see if you can take care of yourself as you claim, without any help from a bodyguard. It's not my fault if you got hurt because of this, I warned him hotly. He shrugged casually. He eyed me from head to toe. Go ahead, princess. Do your worst, let me see what you got. I knew he was baiting me, because he didn't believe that I could take care of myself. He thought that I was this delicate little girl who needs protection from time to time. Well, I would show him I am a strong and independent woman who needs no man to guard me. I was about to kick him in the groin when he's totally unprepared for my attack, when in an instant swift movement, he's already standing in my back with my hand folded in my back. He placed his other arm across my neck. See? He said softly in my ear, his hot breath tickled me. What are you going to do when your stalker does this? Let go of me this instant, Leon, I demanded vehemently, trying so hard to escape him. Goodness, how can I get away from him? Not until you learn your lesson, little lady. You need to know what you are in serious trouble when he managed to tie you down like this. God knows what he can do to you. His breath brushed in my neck, making me shiver. I tried to detach myself from his embrace, wrong move. As I struggled to be free from him, my behind got contact with a certain part of the anatomy. Keep moving like that, you'll awake something, and that's not a good idea, I warn you. I felt my cheeks burned at the image. I tried to act composed for the sake of my dignity. I think you already made your point, you can let go of me now. Thankfully, he finally heeded and released me. I automatically placed distance between us, I massaged my wrist, not because it got hurt from his grip but the burning sensation from his touch. So do you intend to stay? Yes, and you can't do anything about it. Your brother personally asked me this favor, to look after you until that bastard stalker of yours was caught. After that, you don't have to suffer in my company anymore. I will gladly leave you alone in peace with your beau. His words were exactly the ones I wanted to hear from him, and yet I felt slightly annoyed with him stating that he would once again leave after this thing was resolved. Jacques is not beau. He smiled bitterly, looking away from me. Probably not now, but soon enough. I believe that he already made clear of his intention towards you a while ago. That man has a thing for you, but I must admit there was something shady about him that I couldn't pinpoint. My eyebrows knitted together. What an awful thing to say, Leon. Jacques is an honorable man, he came from a good family, besides he's liked by everyone around him. Including you? He cued cynically, his eyes were obscured by his long lashes, that's why I couldn't see the emotions in his face. And for the record, señorita, just because he came from a good family doesn't automatically make him a good person. There is still a shade of him that he didn't show publicly. I shook my head in resignation. Enough of him, Mr. Know-It-All. I believe we're just going around circles if I continue to argue with you about Jacques' integrity. It's been a long night for both of us, let's call it a night. He stared at me for a long moment before he spoke again. One more thing before we call it a night. I know I don't have the right to ask you this, but think of it as a curious old friend back home. I took a deep breath. What is it? Does he have a chance? I frowned at him. Who? His eyes were unreadable. That Frenchman. There was a glimmer of hope lit inside me, however I tried to extinguish its fire as soon as it started. Don't go there, Lucia. I cautioned myself. Suddenly I felt my lips went dry. I ran my tongue on my lower lip. Why do you want to know? He shrugged casually. Just curious, that's all. I stared at him for a moment. I didn't know how to respond to his question, since I wasn't expecting him to be curious about my relationship with Jacques. Does he? No, I shook my head almost immediately. Here I was thinking too much about this, making myself think there's more to his curious question than meets the eyes. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. He smiled sadly. It felt like there was a tiny dagger shot to my heart. I hope he will take good care of you the way you deserve. What's with this sudden talk, Leon? I asked hoarsely. What are you implying? Are you jealous about him? As soon as the words left my mouth, I immediately regretted it. What if he would laugh off at my assumption? It was not as if Leon likes me, right? In fact, he probably hated me. I was the annoying little sister of his employer before. Maybe he just asked those questions because he couldn't wait to get rid of me. There were hidden emotions in the depth of his gorgeous eyes that I couldn't fathom. It's already late, let's continue this conversation tomorrow. Tonight I will sleep on this couch, to make sure that shadow in your window will not come back. My eyes widened at his pronouncement. Are you crazy? Do you think I will let you sleep here? He eyed me impatiently, as if he was talking to an impudent child. Do you think I will leave you alone here? What if he decides to come back? What will you do, your infamous kick in the groin? Heck, it didn't even stand a chance at me. He can pin you down in no time. But... He sighed deeply and eyed me with tired eyes. Look, can we argue about first thing tomorrow morning? I am already dead tired. In case I haven't informed you, I just landed in Paris this morning. It feels like there was a jackhammer inside my head since dinner. It never occurred to me that he went into my shop the moment he arrived in Paris. I thought he'd been in the city for quite some time before he decided to pop in my boutique. All of a sudden, I felt very pleased about it. If it still bothers you that I will be staying here for tonight, feel free to lock your bedroom door if that's what makes you better. He added, stifling a yawn. But... Go now, he said with a wolfish smile on his handsome face. Before I put you to bed, which is, in my opinion, is a very good idea with very bad consequences. I knew he was just baiting me, but still, damn it. I didn't reply and flee to my room like a scared little cat. I locked the door behind me and took a quick shower to clear my head before throwing myself in the bed, hoping I could sleep, knowing Leon is sleeping in my living room. I tossed and turned in my bed, my mind was fully awake. I couldn't sleep. Whenever I tried to shut my eyes, they would immediately open, staring at the darkness. Out of the blue, I felt my throat was so dry I wanted to drink some water. I groaned from my pillow. Get a grip, Lucia Castillo. I chided myself silently. You just want to go out and make sure Leon was still outside. No, I want water, and I will give Leon a pillow to make him a little comfortable on the sofa. I slid out of my bed and tiptoes barefooted in my bedroom as I slowly peeked outside. There he was lying on the small sofa. With a pillow in hand, I went outside. I stopped from here. He was sleeping soundly and had a chance to study him. I leaned forward to study him closely. Go back to your room, Lucia. He warned, dangerously soft. His eyes remained shut. Or I will attack you on this sofa. I squeaked, throwing the pillows at him. I just want to give you this, that's all, I said before running back to my room. I leaned at the back of my door, calming my racing heart. Jesus, I am in trouble. Chapter 7. All colors are the friends of their neighbors, and the lovers of their opposites. Marc Chagall. Lucia's Pav. Good morning, señorita. I stopped locking my apartment door and turned sideways to look at the familiar voice of a man mirroring my gestures of locking the door in front of him. I frowned at him questioningly. Did you just really come out from that door, Leon? What the hell are you doing on the apartment next door? He made a gesture of dangling the apartment keys in front of me, with a self-satisfied smile on his handsome face. Starting today, I will be your new neighbor. I stared at him with my mouth hanging open. I didn't think I heard him right. I probably need to clean my ears again because I swear to God he just announced from now on he would be living next to me. What did you do to the previous owner of that unit? I asked him intriguingly. Did you kill them so you can get the apartment? Did you bully them to give up their home for you? Or perhaps you used black magic to throw them away in that dwelling? Anger flashed in the depth of his eyes. I silently cursed myself. I was probably hurt his ego unwittingly because of my harsh remarks, but I couldn't help it since it caught me off guard because of the sudden turn of events. Do not categorize me with the likes of your brother's friends, who resort to bullying to get what they want, señorita. For your information, it's been months since the last tenant resided here. This unit has been for lease for 3 months. Oh, I breathed. I couldn't help the heat spread through my cheeks. He got it wrong. I did not mean to hurt him. But why did you decide to lease that unit? He shook his dark head with a mocking smile. You seriously don't know? I shook my head in return, looking at him with questioning eyes. Do not tell me you did this because of this stalking thing, Leon. Of course. I eyed him with worry. Do you think that's a good idea? I mean, the price range of this apartment building is quite high even for me. I don't want you to spend all your money for a pricey home just to protect me. Do not worry about me. He reassured me with a twitch in my lips. The salary I get from your brother is more than enough to afford this apartment. Besides, it's not the best option for me to continue to sleep in your living room every night. I don't want people to get the wrong impression if this continues. Upon mentioning the pattern we adopt since that night, I couldn't help but blush at the image inside my brain. It's been 3 days since his first sleep in my living room, when we saw a shadow in the veranda, and from then on he'd been doing so until last night. Never in my wildest dream would I ever think this could happen to us. Leon and I were inseparable for the past few days. We've been sleeping only feet away from each other, when in the past we've been avoiding each other like plague. I shook my head, remembering everything. This was the last thing I expected when I chose to become independent, and start to launch my career as a fashion designer in a foreign country. I never thought that my life would get crazier. There's this stalker who is giving me headache and scare sometimes, and there's this man? I silently groaned. If Layla and Coco would hear about the latest happenings in my life right now, I'm sure that two women would have a field day. I just hope that this madness would end soon before they learn anything about it. 3 days earlier.
Leon's POV. After almost a sleepless night, I was roused at the delicious smell of freshly brewed coffee and waffles. I was not sure. My eyes suddenly burst to open, and I sat up from the sofa. I couldn't help but to wince due to my stiff muscle. I looked around my surroundings, trying to recall where I was. I happened to glance down in my lap, and I saw a blanket laid on the lower half of my body. Then my brain finally grasped where I was. Yep, I almost forgot that I sleep in the living room of Lucia Castillo. For a moment, I thought I died unknowingly and went straight to my version of heaven. Because I saw the woman in question busy cooking breakfast in her kitchen. What time is it? I asked myself, glancing at my watch. Did she put this blanket on me while I am sleeping? When did I fall asleep during the night? Heck, it was probably the longest night I've experienced. When she tiptoed last night coming out in her room to give me one of her pillows, it took me an iron of willpower to stop myself from doing something idiotic that could probably cost me my head. Her freshly shower smell was nearly my undoing. I forced myself not to open my eyes and look at her last night, or I would throw the cautions to the wind and prepare myself to go to hell. And now, she's cooking breakfast with her back on me, unaware that I was already awake. How many times did I imagine this before? How many times did I hope our situation was different? How many? I shook my head in resignation. There's no time to think about it now. Our situation would not change however I tried to wish for it. Still unconscious of me, I had the chance to study her fully. This was one of those few times that I could look at her, and no one would notice the unhealthy interest I have in the younger sister of my boss. That's why I barely look at her in the past, in case someone would notice. She's achingly beautiful, just like the first time I saw her on my first day on my job as her older brother's bodyguard. Long brown hair with equally light brown eyes, my breath was knocked out of my lungs upon seeing her. Even if I tried to ignore the attraction I feel for her, I couldn't. My attraction for her was too strong to resist. I was aware whenever she enters or leaves the room. Years had passed, and the teenage girl had blossomed into a stunning young lady. I smugly assumed that I already mastered the art of avoiding her as much as possible, but my assumption was tested one night when she surprised me for interrogation about her sister-in-law's whereabouts because she's concerned about her brother's welfare. That night, I had enough of controlling myself around her and listened to the devil inside my head as I surrendered to temptation. I couldn't care less that night if her brother would catch me kissing his younger sister and kill me on the spot. The only thing in my mind that night was to kiss those lips I'd been dying to taste for years, and I don't regret my decision, not for 1 second. Oh, you're finally awake. I was dragged out of reverie. I became aware of those light brown eyes were sparkling under the morning sunlight. She's really beautiful when she's smiling like that. I happened to be self-conscious about my state of appearance. I rubbed the back of my head. I'm sorry I slept late. You should have woken me up. It's okay, she smiled brightly, placing the food on the small table. You're just in time. Breakfast is ready. I wanted to pinch myself, to reassure myself that I was not dreaming this. One of the reasons why I haven't slept well last night was at the fact that her damn pillow, exactly smelled like her. I could almost smell her through the pillow she'd given me. Come here. She invited freely, unaware of the trail of thoughts I have. Let's eat before these waffles become cold. I was about to turn down her offer and go home. I need a shower more than breakfast right now, but I couldn't risk removing the bright smile on her face. With great reluctance, I sat down at the breakfast table across to her. How's your sleep? I hope you sleep well on the couch, even though it looks uncomfortable however you look at it. I'm fine. I answered when in truth every muscle in my body was sore from sleeping from that settee. Thank you for looking after me throughout the night, she said, placing the cup of coffee to my side. I'm sorry you have to go through all of this because of me. I sipped the delicious-smelling coffee. I have to protect you. I looked straight into her eyes. I will protect you with my life. I will not let anything happen to you. I will not let this stalker of yours touch even the tip of your fingernails. I promise you that. She smiled gratefully at me. I couldn't help but do the same. Thank you, Leon. We started to eat our breakfast, making light conversations, but mostly our talk centers back home. When the doorbell sounded, I looked at her questioningly. Did she expect visitors today? Who could visit her early this morning? My mind silently wondered. Was it that Frenchman again? From the look on her face, it seems that she was not expecting anyone. Excuse me, she said, standing from her chair and went to the door. I followed her with my eyes. Once she opened the door, I immediately saw the huge bouquet from the delivery man. I instantly raised my guard as I stood from the table and went to her side straight away. Delivery for Miss Lucia Castillo, the delivery boy had said, placing the bouquet in Lucia's hand. My eyes narrowed at the young man. Who is the sender of this flower? The young man shrugged. I'm not aware, sir. Someone just called from our shop and instructed to send flowers to Miss Lucia Castillo. I was about to speak again when Lucia stopped me from placing a hand in my arm. It's okay, Leon. She opened the card placed in between the flowers. I peeked at the card, and I saw red haze at the written words. Good morning, sweetheart. It's from her bastard stalker. He'd better pray reverently. That son of a bitch that I would not be the one to catch him. If I laid my hands on him, I would end his insignificant life slowly until he would wish he had not been born in this world. Taking the bouquet from Lucia's hand, I pushed them back to the delivery boy. Send them back to the bastard who ordered them. But I fished out some money in my pocket and gave it to him. Go, before I shove those flowers in your throat. Lucia gasped while the young man visibly paled. I didn't regret a word I'd say, and I was not in the mood for pleasantries. The only thing in my mind right now was to catch this bastard. Once the delivery boy left, I closed the door firmly behind us and locked the door. I cursed myself when I noticed how upset she was because of this early this morning. I gave her a protective embrace. Before I know what's happening, I found myself kissing her forehead. Don't worry about it. I will not let him bother you ever again. I'm okay, she said bravely, but I know otherwise. I swear to God, I would protect this woman in my arms even if it would cost my life.
Chapter 8. The quality of a leader is reflected in the standards they set for themselves. Ray Kroc.
Leandro Castillo's POV. That would be all, I informed my secretary over the phone, since I didn't come to the office today before disconnecting the phone call. Leandro. I heard my wife bellowed at the top of her lungs. I smiled a little. I could almost imagine her determined stride. Where are you? Leandro Castillo. I shook my head in amusement. Trust her to be overdramatic when looking for me, when she knows exactly where I spent my day when I was working. I didn't bother to call for her attention, since I knew very well she would find me in no time. As I expected, the door in my study room barged to open, and the most beautiful creature God have ever made walked inside with annoyance on her pretty face. There you are, she said with an accusing tone. I am looking for you everywhere in this house. God, why does this house need to be stupidly big? It would take you forever to find the person you're looking for. I ignored her outburst and just silently stared at her. I knew very well that she's just annoyed that it took her a while before finding me. If you will just enlighten me, why are you looking for me without insulting the house, M.I.A. more? She puffed an angry breath before closing the door behind her firmly. I hoped she's looking for me because she's going to seduce me. She gave a slight smile, but there's still infuriation in her eyes. Vincenzo finally called for an update. I felt a little bit disappointed. Clearly, seducing her husband was not on her mind at the moment. Oh, really? My wife nodded satisfyingly, walking even further inside the room. Yes, and I am happy to tell you that our plan is working perfectly. Cupid should feel threatened about my matchmaking skills, Leandro. I was not interested in the report her cousin provided about setting up my sister as my bodyguard before. I was more interested in the thought that I was alone with this little seductress in my study room. I am half expecting you will tell me that Leon and Lucia finally killed each other. Layla eyed me crossly. She tucked her hands in the middle of her chest, making her breast thrust upward for my view. I shifted in my seat. You are not taking this seriously, Mr. Castillo. Need I remind you that this is a serious matter? Lucia's future is at stake. I rolled my eyes, gesturing my lap for her to seat here. You know, wife, it's not our business to meddle with their life. It's their choice if they want to be together or not. All we can do is watch from the sidelines. She shook her head fiercely, green eyes flashed with defiance. The only thing I want to do with them is to bump their heads together for being stubborn about their feelings. If I didn't do something, Lucia will be an old aunt, and Leon probably marry somebody who is not meant for him. Since when you'd become an advocate of a happy ending for everyone, wife? I asked dryly, looking at her beautiful face. Since the bothersome Rafe Moretti also got his happy ending. She replied, flipping her hair off her shoulder. I don't see why my sister-in-law shouldn't get hers. If I need to give them a helping hand, I will be glad to do it. I shook my head in resignation. I still think that there's something wrong with your reasoning, darling. My lovely wife placed her hand on each side of her waist. I knew that stance very well. I think it's too late for you to feel guilty about this, Leandro. The plan is already set into motion. It's too late to stop now. Aren't you at least interested in the developments between Leon and Lucia? It was on the tip of my tongue to say no, but okay, fine. So what did your cousin report to you, wife? Her beautiful eyes twinkled with delight. According to him, Leon had been sleeping in Lucia's apartment since he arrived in Paris for 3 straight nights. On the 4th day, he leased the apartment next to Lucia. This is getting exciting. Imagine what they did in those 3 nights together in Lucia's place. I held up my hands upwards. Hold it. Stop right there. What? She asked innocently. There are things the brother should not know about his younger sister's love affair, I informed her, blocking her words from my mind. I regretted having this conversation at all. There are times the older brother should be left in the dark. I wish no knowledge on what happened behind closed doors. She raised an eyebrow in my direction, as her lips twitched with a mocking smile. Since when did you become conservative? Since we decide to meddle with their lives, my love, I replied smartly, staring straight at her face. Next time you have information like this about their relationship, please keep it from me. I don't want to know the details. Layla laughed mischievously, coming closer to where I sat behind the table. She surprised me when she sat in my lap and looped her arms around my neck. She gave me a quick kiss on the lips. I didn't know I married an old-fashioned man. I thought you're a liberated man. I am, I informed her solemnly, staring deep into her eyes. I couldn't help but kiss those sinful lips. But there are things that I am not prepared to hear, my dear. Where's Anton? She grinned evilly in direction. I felt shivered when she ran her finger in my nape. He's having his afternoon nap. While he's sleeping, why don't you cater his father's need, amor? I settled her more firmly in my lap, so she could feel my manhood. My devious wife whispered something in my ear. I don't think you will still be in the mood when I told you that I instructed your secretary to buy a brand new car in Paris under your name. We couldn't let Lucia and Leon took a taxi every time, right? I looked at her, with our faces were only inches away. Hell, I couldn't care less if you bought half-dozen brand new cars. I will agree to whatever you want, just tend my needs now. Her eyes held slyness in their depth. I should go. Your son must be waking up any moment now. Let's postpone this for tonight, love. I held her waist fast when she was about to stand. Oh no. You are not going anywhere, you vixen. I didn't lock the door, she said coyly, batting her eyes on me. Someone might catch us, Leandro, and that's not good for your reputation. The Conde and his wife are having some actions in the study room. I started to give her neck little kisses. You're the only one who is barging in my study room without knocking, my dear. Besides, they wouldn't dare to disturb me without my permission, everyone knows that. Leandro. She pretended to object, but she's starting to unbutton my shirt. Let's make it quick, I need to go back to the nursery. I'm sure Anton will allow his father to borrow his mama. Lucia's pav. I stopped dead in my place when I saw Leon leaning casually on the brand new car on the pavement in front of in front of our apartment building, since he was also residing here now. Yours? He detached himself from the shinny car and smiled ruefully in my direction. He showed me the car keys. No. According to the receptionist, the car is yours, a gift for your brother, and he instructed me to give the keys to me. I was about to open my mouth to answer when he added, and yes, I am skeptical at first, so I called your brother's secretary to confirm, and it is indeed from your brother. I frowned, looking at the luxury car in front of me. I thought I made it clear from Leandro that I want to start from the bottom and I don't need his help. What's with this flashy car now? What madness had crossed his mind to buy me a car? Leon shrugged, opening the passenger's door at the back of the car. Maybe he worried that you are just commuting every day. I thought we already established before I left Spain that I want to try and live independently away from the shadow of our family name in Spain. Now he bought me an ostentatious car. I don't want to be successful, and people start questioning my ability if my success has something to do with the influence of my brother. Why don't you ask the Conde about this car? He suggested freely. I'm sure he has his reasons for giving you a car. You know what? I will just do that. I fished out my mobile phone from my handbag and dialed Leandro's number. After several tries of trying to call him, the line was busy. He's not answering his damn phone. Maybe he's busy. I shrugged, slightly annoyed by his unmatched action. I will call him again later about this. I will not let him decide without my consent. For now, let's use it or you will be late for your work, he said while holding the car door. I sighed deeply as I slid inside the cool interior of the car. Leon closed the door firmly behind me as he slid into the driver's seat. I tried to call Leandro's number several times more once we're heading to my boutique. It's no use, he's not answering. Maybe he's avoiding me because he knew I would confront him about this damn car he bought without my permission. By the way, I said to Leon, who was silently driving this car efficiently, do you have a Paris license to drive around? He looked at me through the rearview mirror of the car with a rakish grin. I have an international driving license, señorita. How can I drive your brother's car when he has business abroad? I broke our eye contact from the rearview mirror as I looked outside my glass window. Leandro trusts you so much, hasn't he? Who will he trust to protect him if not his bodyguard? He questioned candidly. Tell me, Leon, I said to fill the awkward silence. I'm always wondering this, even before. Did my brother already ordered you to kill someone? He glanced at with unreadable eyes. Why do you want to know? I shrugged casually, staring back at him. I'm just curious, that's all. His lips twitched with a secretive smile before focusing his gaze on the road. I'm not going to answer that. Why not? I think you're not ready to hear the answer, he replied nonchalantly. Before I could reply, we finally arrived in my boutique. I didn't wait for Leon to open my door, and I slid outside once he parked on the sidewalk. The Frenchman is early, Leon murmured, closing the distance between us as if protecting me from the enemy. I frowned at him questioningly, but he ignored me, His focus was directed to Jacques, as if he was an annoyance to his sight early this morning.
Chapter 9. There are only 3 things women need in life: food, water, and compliments. Chris Rock.
Leon's Pov. In my years working as a bodyguard, I knew not to ignore my instincts every time. It saved me a lot in the past. Now, my instinct was on guard with this Frenchman, aka Lucia's #1 suitor. He'd been early this morning, waiting to Lucia inside her shop, like a smitten dog waiting for the lady he fancied. I would give him credit for it. He seems a nice person, but there was still something about him that's too good to be true. Dios santo, even the Conde had flaws. I've seen it since our first meeting, but this guy. If looks could kill, Jacques should be dead by now. I heard the snarky remark from the woman beside me on the pavement. Don't you think it's rather too early to send dark glares from my good friend, Leon? Goodness, I haven't had my coffee yet. I raised an eyebrow in her direction. Deep inside, I got annoyed at this little minx for chiding me early this morning because of that guy. Does she like him too? My mind asked the question that haunted me since I met this guy. This was one of the reasons why I didn't like to accept this job. In the first place, I could take to see guys sniffing at her heels while I was forced to watch it happen right before my very eyes. You are too harsh, Lucia. Didn't we establish already that I'm not the enemy here? So is Jacques. She answered vehemently. That remained to be seen. Not until I run a background check on him and prove that he's trustworthy, I won't lower my guard on him, and he would remain as an enemy, at least on my part. Don't worry. I won't do anything to harm your lapdog, señorita. She glared at me. It was enough to kill me an instant, as she put it a while ago. When she kept on protecting this guy towards me, the devil inside me couldn't help but plan this Frenchman's demise very slowly inside my head. Believe me, I already have at least 100 ways to kill this guy in my brain at the moment. Be kind to him. No, at least, be civil to him, Leon. I mean it. Jacques is such a good friend of mine. I don't want you ruining our friendship just because of your rude behavior. Is that supposed to be a warning, señorita? I asked pleasantly, moving closer to her side. I glanced sideways to the glass window of Lucia's boutique. It seems as if the Frenchman was already aware of our presence. He's looking at us intently. So I moved even closer to Lucia's side and dipped my head to hers. You do very well. I don't heed to the warning, correct? Remember what happens when you gave me a warning before. You got eaten by a hungry wolf. I heard her gasp. She took one step backward and stared at me with such a stunned reaction on her face. I wanted to laugh when I saw the crimson stain on her cheeks. What an awful thing to say, Leon McAllister. I don't remember such a thing. I eyed her from head to toe. I knew very well when she's lying. I decide to bait her even more. I liked it a lot when she's uneasy in my company. Do you want me to remind you, my princess? Her mouth hanged open. You wouldn't dare. I smiled evilly in her direction. You and your brother couldn't do anything about the wolf's hunger before. Do you think you can do anything to stop me now that your brother is not around? What will you do to stop me from claiming what I want? Stop saying nonsense. Lucia's eyes flashed with annoyance. Stop playing with my heart, Leon. I have enough of this game we're having. It was my turn to stare at her questioningly. I don't think I understand what was she saying. What are you talking about? What game? You are playing with my heart every time. The hurt I saw in her eyes was nearly my undoing. I never wanted to see such a sight in her beautiful eyes ever. I would do anything just to wipe those pains I saw in her eyes. One moment we're okay, the next you are back giving me cold shoulder. I'm tired gauging your mood. Lucia. I started. Enough of this. She blinked away, the hurt in her eyes, as if I just imagined them. Let's not talk about this. I understand that we can't be friends, but at least let's be civil with each other and with the people around me. Before I could formulate my reply, she walked away and went directly to her boutique. I couldn't not help anything but to follow her silently inside. Once I was inside the shop, my nostrils were instantly filled with the delicious smell of coffee and freshly baked bread. "Good morning, mademoiselle," the Frenchman greeted with a perfect smile in his face. "I came early to invite you to have coffee for a few minutes down the streets. I want to start my day right before I go to work." Lucia smiled at him brightly, as if I just imagined the hurt in her face a while ago. Now, I was starting to get annoyed by this turn of events. Looking at her intently, I saw the pretty señorita shook her head regretfully, which made me feel elated. "I'm sorry, Jacques. I need to turn down your offer. I have 2 fittings this morning, maybe next time." The Frenchman smiled self-mockingly. "I am already half expecting you would say that, but a man can try, right?" Señorita Lucia shook her head, with a smile still fixed on her face. She glanced at the coffee table, where there was a fresh cup of coffee and bag of bread. "But you plan ahead. Thank you for the breakfast treat." The handsome heir shook his dark head. "Nope. I didn't bring that. Even your secretary wasn't aware where it came from, but it has your name on the coffee cup." Speaking of the secretary, she went outside to run some errands. She informed me that's why I'm all alone here waiting for you to arrive. Upon hearing this information, made me raise my guard instantly. I almost forgot the primary reason why I was hired by the Count, to guard his little sister. This little bastard of a stalker of hers, once I caught him, I would end his life with my bare fingers. I carefully took a glimpse at her, and I couldn't miss the way she paled visibly while she's trying so hard to hide her uneasiness, because I knew well that she too already aware of where this breakfast came from. "Are you okay, Lucia?" the Frenchman asked concernedly. She smiled, or at least tried to smile, that quite didn't reach her beautiful eyes. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It came from one of my clients, maybe." I knew very well that she's lying. I wanted to place her in the security of my arms and never let any harm come at her. But I need to keep my distance because once she was in my arms, I might never be able to let her go. Jacques studied her for a moment before taking a deep breath. "All right. I need to go. I am running late for the office. I will call you later." He moved closer to Lucia and touched her cheeks affectionately. I need to clench my fist to my side as I watched him make liberties to Lucia. "Take care of yourself." She nodded with a reassuring smile. "Leon is here to protect me." The Frenchman smiled back, but I could see the annoyance in his eyes at the thought that Lucia trusted me to guard her. Well, too bad for him. I need to go. We watched him walk out of the boutique in silence. Once he rode to his waiting car, I faced Lucia with a bright demeanor. "Well, it seems that your stalker is early today. He even bothered to wake up early to buy you breakfast." I heard her took a deep breath. "You are not even sure that it came from him. Maybe it came from a client of mine." "Don't be naive, Lucia. You do very well. No client would send you coffee and croissant early in the morning without leaving a note." I walked towards the coffee table and picked one freshly baked croissant and sniff it. Smelled delicious. "Don't eat that," she exclaimed when I was about to take a bite. "What if he poisoned it?" I raised an eyebrow in her direction. "I thought you don't believe that this came from your stalker. So why are you cautioning me now?" She broke our eye contact. She tucked her hair at the back of her ear. I hid my smile when I saw the gesture, a sign that she's nervous. I knew her well more than I let her know. I didn't spend my time watching her every move back then when she's not aware that I was looking at her. "Well, I just don't want to see you dead in my shop early this morning, if that bread is really with poison." I stared at her for a moment, while my heart made a giant leap on my chest. "You don't want to see me dead?" "Yes," she answered hotly. When she realized that she replied too passionately, she stammered. "Well, that is, any normal human being would not want to see a person die in front of them, just from reckless behavior." "Of course," I agreed, tilting of my lips on the side. "And here I thought that you are genuinely concerned about my welfare, señorita." "Leon." The warning in her tone urged me even more to provoke her. I don't think these delicious croissants have poison. Look, they're from the famous cafe down the street. So, if you don't mind, I will take a bite, to be sure. I was about to take a bite when she closed the distance between us and tried to snatch the bread in my hand. Give me that. Since I was few inches taller than her, I held up the croissant so she couldn't reach it. She jumped up and down in those ridiculous heels just to seize the bread. I found it funny. It feels like we're still in grade school, and I was the big bully trying to take her food. I'm not playing games with you, Leon McAllister. She's still trying her best to take the bread from my hand when she lost her balance. I acted quickly and held her fast before she hit the floor. Are you? I started. Oh my goodness. A female voice sounded from the door. Did I interrupt something? We both turned around to look at the bemused face of her secretary while holding cups of coffee in her hand. Maybe I should come back later when the time is more convenient. I think I am interrupting something here. I hate to be third-wheeling with you guys. No. Lucia contradicted, still trapped in my arms. You got it wrong. Too bad. Her secretary retreated on the glass door and walked merrily on the streets. Lucia tried to put distance between us with much dignity, but I couldn't miss the way her cheeks flame with red stains. Look, what have you done? I raised an eyebrow, looking innocently at her. What did I do? She thinks we're probably flirting when she arrives, she said hotly, trying to straighten her dress as if it's been ruffled. I smiled pleasantly, enjoying the sight of her uneasiness. It just proved that she wasn't immune to my touch as I thought. You know, it's not my fault if your trusted secretary got the wrong impression, my dearest. She has a dirty mind. She scowled at me. Amy doesn't have a dirty mind, you scoundrel. You have. Oh, believe me, you don't have any idea how dirty my mind is, Lucia Castillo. I stared deep in her eyes. Once you get a glimpse, it will haunt you forever. She gave me a foul look. No doubt. I grinned and took a bite of croissant. I placed my hand in my chest and pretend to be choking. She's on my side instantly with a worried look on her face. Are you okay? Leon. Oh God, I will call. I hid my smile as I watched her fuss over me. By now our lips were only inches apart. I looked at her luminous eyes and whisper, I'm fine, I'm just thirsty.
Chapter 10. There is a fine line between serendipity and stalking. David Coleman. Lucia's POV. My life was in havoc. I couldn't help but admit it to myself. Since Leon McAllister waltzed back to my life as breezy as the whirling devil, my ordinary life would never be the same again. Here I was trapped inside the car my brother bought for me, according to the man in question. I sighed deeply. Leandro and his wife weren't such a help with my situation with my stalker. They got me into mayhem by bringing Leon back into the picture. He was a bother of the peace of mind. I thought I finally managed to get over my girly crush on him years ago, but now I am having a second thought. I couldn't help but reevaluate my feeling for him. No, scratch that, I don't have feelings for him. The only feeling I have for him is annoyance with his cold demeanor. But lately, I couldn't help but notice his playful attitude around me. Since he became my bodyguard, he's been a little different from before. Well, maybe he just liked teasing me. I don't need to put more meaning to his actions lately. I took a deep breath. But why it should bother me in the first place? I asked myself silently. It's not as if I am concerned with his attitude towards me. I need to remember that he was just here to protect me from this stalker. This is just temporary. He would be out of my life again once this thing clears off. He would not stay forever as I thought back then, when he was still my brother's bodyguard. I thought he would grow old serving my brother, but I was wrong. The moment Leandro wed Layla, he also bid his goodbye. I was not prepared to see him go. I was used to seeing him around the estate almost every day, even on holidays, because he rarely took leave from his job. That's why when he's gone, I couldn't help but feel how empty the place was. I couldn't help but miss his presence around, even with his stoic attitude towards me. That's one of the reasons why I chose to leave Spain in the first place, to start my career as a fashion designer. I couldn't stay in a place where I miss seeing my brother's bodyguard around, or shadowing behind Leandro every time. The sooner I get away from home, the better. Besides, I didn't want Layla to accuse me of pinning for Leon. That girl was cunning when she wants to. She already figured it out that I have a crush on him days after my brother brought her home, when I hide it very well from everyone for years. Now my main concern was I don't want my old feeling for him to resurface. But do I have the willpower to stop myself from doing so? Penny, for your thoughts? I exhaled deeply as I looked at him warily from the backseat of the car. I'm just thinking. I saw his eyes twinkle from the rearview mirror. He's quite handsome when he's doing that. Blast him. Let me guess, you're thinking serious ways to get rid of me, correct? You're still annoyed with the fact that your brother forced you to accept me as your bodyguard. For the record, Leon, I announced with resignation in my voice, staring at him via the rearview mirror. I'm so over with it. I already accepted the fact that you're not going away unless the man behind this is caught. Damn right. He replied with anger in his voice. Better for your stalker to pray that I am not the one who will catch him, or he will surely regret that his mother bore him in this world. What a harsh thing to say. I am just stating what I will do once I get my hands on him, señorita. I promise you, he won't even recognize himself in the mirror once I am done with him. I gasped in his word with horror. I never knew that Leon was this ruthless. I've heard that well capable of combat fighting, but it was the first time for me to hear him say such words. The more I imagine his words, I couldn't help but shudder. Leon? I started, swallowing hard as I tried to summon the courage to ask him. I've always wanted to ask this to him even before, call it curiosity if nothing else. I want to ask something if that's okay, and I want you to be honest if possible. I couldn't help but notice the way the corner of his lips twitched. I sincerely hope that question is not somewhat naughty, but fire away anyways. I'm always game to answer your query as much as possible. Be serious, will you? I eyed him darkly. I'm always serious when it comes to you. He shot back, staring straight into my eyes. Then there it was again, the jolt in my heart. Stupid body organ. I silently thought. Okay, I said, trying not to be affected by his words. He knows what to say to a woman. He's a smooth-tongued devil. I've always wanted to ask this before, especially when you are still working for Leandro. Now I suddenly feel nervous. He commented, staring straight on the road, but I could detect cheerfulness in his deep voice. Before he had the chance to dodge my question with his playful comebacks, I fired the question before I changed my mind. Have you killed people before? The interior of the car welcomes a painful silence. I almost believe that he didn't hear me, or perhaps I hit a forbidden territory. Finally, he answered after a long moment. Why do you want to know? I shrugged casually, trying to look not that interested. I'm just curious, that's all. When he didn't answer again, I prodded. So have you? Don't worry, I will not tell the police if you killed before under my brother's command. He surprised me when he burst into laughter. You're serious with your question, are you? I felt the heat on my cheeks. Now I sound so interested. You know what? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. All right, here's the thing. He said with a serious tone in his voice. It's my job to protect people, and it comes to the job description that when my employer is under threat, I need to eliminate those dangers to my boss even if it means killing them. When I gasped from the backseat, he added, I am working for a prominent man, so expect danger to lurking around him. Thankfully, in my years as his bodyguard, people never try even once to pose a danger to him. Well, maybe they also knew how powerful man Lucia Castillo is, so they didn't even bother to try. The thought that my brother's life is in danger always was too much for me. I sorely regret starting this conversation with Leon. Will you kill a person if Leandro told you so? He thought for a moment before answering me. I saw the corner of his lips twitching with a smile again. Now that you mention it, I believe that there's an instance before that he's sorely tempted to ask me to banish this man on the face of the earth. I paled visibly at his words. Oh my goodness. Who is this man? What did he do to irate Leandro so much? Can't you guess? I stared at him for a long moment as I mulled my brain for this mystery man who almost died in Leon's hands. I shook my head and finally give up. No idea at all. He smirked devilishly. His wife's ex-fiancé, who else? My eyes widened considerably. Why would he want you to kill Rafe? Jealousy, I guess. He stated nonchalantly. He probably couldn't take the fact that the woman he loved nearly married this guy. Poor Rafe, I commented, feeling sorry for Coca's husband. I never thought that I would hear such a tale about Leandro's jealousy. I previously thought in the past that he's immune to such feelings. He broke countless hearts in his bachelor days. We finally arrived at the apartment building. Before he had the chance to open my door, I was already sliding out of the car. He fell few steps behind me, following me silently inside the lobby. I smiled at the elderly couple, who went out of the elevator before riding the lift alone with Leon. Once we were on our apartment floor, I was already fishing out my keys from my bag when Leon stopped me. Wait. What? I eyed him questioningly. I have a bad feeling about this, he said, eyeing my door suspiciously. Come this way. Before I could ask him even further, he grabbed my wrist and led me to his apartment unit that's next to mine. What the devil do you think you're doing? I hissed at him softly. I think someone is inside your house just now, he whispered, locking the door behind us. What? I paled at his words. Are you serious? Not really, but I want to be sure, he replied grimly. From the look on his face, I knew he's bothered at the thought. I couldn't help but shiver in fear. Stay here while I investigate. Are you crazy? I grabbed his jacket tightly. You are going to leave me here alone while you inspect inside my apartment? I'm coming with you. He eyed me exasperatingly. It's dangerous, Lucia. Just stay here, this won't be long. No. I will come with you, I demanded stubbornly. I don't want to be left alone here while he's probably going to catch that stalker. I want to see the man behind all this mess. Lucia. He watched me like a 5-year-old child, but right now I don't care what he thinks about me. I would not let him leave me alone here. Finally, he gave in. He sighed deeply, scratching his head. All right. But don't do anything stupid. If your brother learns about this, he might serve my head in a silver platter in his dinner table. Forget about Leandro for a moment, I reminded him. He can't possibly learn our every move here in Paris unless you are reporting to him every time. He stared at me for a moment. I haven't talked to the Conde since we met again in Sicily. Okay, fine, I huffed, looking at his expressive eyes. It's not like I am accusing you of anything, Leon. He just shrugged. Come this way. My heart skipped in my chest when he suddenly grabbed my hand and led me to the kitchen where the fire exit was located. I ignored the thundering of my heart. He helped me with the iron railing of our apartment building. Careful, he instructed when the gusty cold wind greeted me as I saw the busy traffic below. Oh my goodness, this was so scary. We cautiously walk on the iron railing until we reach the window of my apartment. We bend down to inspect inside my dark apartment. So what do you think? I whispered so quietly at him. He's here? I can't be sure, he replied cautiously, trying to reach the lock of my window. Maybe it's not the stalker, but more of a common thief. I can't reach the lock. I rolled my eyes. Probably. Those windows aren't designed to be open from the outside, Leon. In case you aren't aware. Can I borrow your shoe for a moment? He just ignored my sardonic remark and held out his hand. I eyed him questioningly, but did as I told me. I removed one of my heels and placed it in his waiting hands. He surprised me when he poked the thin glass on the window with the heel of my shoe. I gaped at him. That's a Louboutin. Are you aware of that fact? No. But I bet they are pricey. He replied with a knowing smile. When I didn't answer, he added. Worth their price, I must say. They came in handy when you needed them. I'm sure they aren't designed to break windows. Now they are. He grinned at me boyishly as he opened the lock.
Vincenzo Fiorenza's POV. I hide in the dark alley as I watched fascinatingly the two people imitating Spider-Man with their stunt, climbing the railing of the building. I made sure to leave signs that I went inside Lucia Castillo's apartment when my mobile phone buzzed in my pocket. I sighed heavily. I knew who was the caller before I even have to look at the screen. I reluctantly fished out my phone and slid my finger on the screen to answer. Hello, to the master manipulator. So any update? She queried from the other line. I want full details, cousin. Do we have an improvement? If climbing to fire exit together is improvement, then yes we have, I replied sardonically. I love nothing more on this planet than annoying Layla. What the hell are you talking about? I told you to do something, so they would be in each other's pocket often. Why the devil they are climbing fire exits? I clamped my mouth to prevent my laugh. I could almost imagine her annoyed expression from Spain. I'm doing what you ask me to do, cousin. Playing stalker/Cupid with these poor people. Seeing them together almost all the time makes me feel nauseous. Ah, that because they are in love, you clueless man. You will feel the same way as them when you find the right woman for you. God forbid your dirty mouth again from saying those horrible things to me, I stated in displeasure. Now that I'm here, away from Cesare, I decided to join another tour abroad once this plan of yours is finished. Do you want Cesare to be the very devil himself again, once learns about this plan of yours? She warned casually. Layla and I almost believed that he's immortal. After you disappear the last time without saying goodbye, his blood pressure went up so high that a normal person could be dead in an instant. He's Cesare Fiorenza. He's indestructible. You are freaking correct, Layla answered merrily. Just keep me posted with those two. I want improvement before I get tired of waiting, and whispered to Patri's ears to find you a bride. We both don't want that to happen, right? Don't you dare do that, traitor. Or else even your husband can't prevent me from strangling you with my bare hands. Too bad she already disconnected the phone call.
Chapter 11. A real conversation always contains an invitation. You are inviting another person to reveal herself or himself to you, to tell you who they are or what they want. David White. Lucia's POV. I have a very busy day ahead of me. I am planning on launching my spring-summer bridal collection very soon here in Paris, my very first fashion show. I am nervous but excited at the same time. I worked tirelessly since I arrived this morning. I already finished the sketches for my collection, and now I am starting to bring to life my sketches. I instructed Amy, my secretary, to shop for fabric since I was so busy at the shop. Usually, I was the one who personally buys fabric since I was very picky when it comes to the materials I am using for my creations, but this time I trust Amy to do the work. And then there's Leon, who unwillingly left me alone for a moment, despite my assurance that I would be fine here and nothing would happen to me while he was away. He told me he needs to run some errands, and he needs to buy items to fix my broken window he enthusiastically broke last night. Thanks to him, I couldn't sleep properly last night with the stalker scare, and knowing the fact that my window was wrecked. My mobile phone sounded like a text message. I looked at the screen to see Amy was asking what color I prefer. Half-heartedly, I was about to reply when I received another text message. This time it's from Leon, who was checking if I was fine. For one stupid moment in my life, I accidentally replied to Leon's text message that was meant for my secretary. I want nudes. Oh no. I stared in horror, trying desperately to erase the text message before it was sent away to Leon's number. Sweet Mother of Jesus, oh my God. Kill me now. I tried to turn off my phone, but too late, the message was delivered and seen. I want to die right now. I tossed my phone on the wooden table near my sketches, while trying to beat myself. My face was probably redder than a Spanish tomato. I could almost feel my face flamed with embarrassment. How can I face Leon now after my foolishness? Oh wait, he might get the wrong idea about my text message. I looked for my mobile device and opened my conversation with the blasted man. I would send him another text message to get the facts straight, but as I was typing for my explanation, his number flashed to my screen. Damn it, he's calling me. Taking several steady breaths, I stared at the number like I was being guillotined. Act normal, I instructed myself. Act cool and composed, Lucia. You can do this, girl. Clearing my throat for once last time, I slid my finger on the screen to take the phone call. Hello? I mentally cringed when I sounded slightly high-pitched. I want to be sure before I send the nudes you are asking, he said without preamble, with a chirpy tone. I closed my eyes, wishing the Almighty to open the ground and swallowed me alive. How can I be so dim-witted? It was a mistake. I informed him, fully aware of the blush spreading through my face like a freaking wildfire. That text was meant for my secretary, not yours. Are you having an affair with your secretary, señorita? Leon asked playfully. I could hear him, he's preventing himself from laughing out loud. Oh, this was getting worse by the moment, and this big bully was having a great time at my expense. Of course not, you big idiot. She was just asking me what kind of color I like for a fabric. I was about to reply to her, when your text message arrived at the same time. Ah, okay. He replied, but I could still hear the laughter in his voice. Are you sure you don't want nudes from me? I'm still in the hardware store, but I can find a place. Shut up, Leon. I stopped him harshly, mentally blocking the image of him naked. Blast this man and his evilness. I don't wish to see your nakedness. Thank you for the offer, but I am not interested. And let me clear this one to you, that message was an accident. Wrong send. That's it. And one more thing, don't you dare to breathe this to another human being, or I will not let you see the next sunrise. Are we clear? As clear as the Spanish sun, perv. I stared helplessly at my workroom. If I could just turn back the time and redo my idiocy moments ago, I would trade everything I have. You are not going to let this go easily, are you? Nope. He had the nerve to answer me directly, without a hint of guilt in his voice. It's not every day I could get a text message from the high and mighty princess of the Castillo's clan asking me for nudes. How can I let it pass? I would just waste my time putting effort to explain to him my brain's temporary glitch, when he's clearly having fun at my expense. All right, made fun of me as much as you want, but please keep this thing between us private. Of course. He said solemnly on the other line. Our dirty little secret. I want to die right now, I mumbled to myself. He laughed heartily. Relax, you are too young to die just because of a wrong message. Just be careful next time, because the next time you ask me for nudes, I will send them right away. I nearly choked at his words, as the image flashed through my poor brain. Jesus. You. I said, and just disconnected the phone call rudely. I was still calming my racing heart when my mobile sounded again. I first thought it was Leon again, but this time the caller was slyer than my bodyguard. It was my sister-in-law. Hello, Layla. Layla Castillo's Pav. What's with the grim expression, my love? I glanced sideways to Leandro, who was leisurely sitting in the chair of his study table. I thought your planning works perfectly well. Is there something wrong? I'm tired. He smiled seductively in my direction. My eyes narrowed instantly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Let's retire to bed now. I know a way ease the tension you feel right now. I slapped his fingers that trailed in my ribcage provocatively. Stop that. That's not what I meant, you dolt. What I mean to say when I told you I'm tired of waiting for the result of Vincenzo's stalking thing. I heard him sigh, but he continued the exploration of his expert fingers around my stomach. I thought you were just on track with your plan. I'm sure Vincenzo is doing his best to do his part as your cohorts. I don't trust that imprudent man. I think he's not doing his best to get those two together as fast as he can. I paced at my husband's study room with a determined stride. Now he has this lucrative notion of joining another tour abroad when he nearly died with the last one. Cesare didn't wait outside the operating room for hours while doctors patch him up, just to see his only nephew join the army again. It's his choice, my esposa. He's on the right age to decide for himself. You and your father cannot do anything but to support him in his life choices. I looked at him with a grim expression. Not when Cesare has something to say about it. Cesare wants him to retire from the military and manage the family business, since Layla and I have no interest. No wonder the old man was always cranky. That's why I decided to put the matters in my hand. I declared resolutely, facing my husband's worried face. Oh, that sounds very scary, wife, Leandro commented with a tight smile on his face. Do I need to feel alarmed? It depends if you are going to help me or not, I answered with a XY purr. I sat on his lap and encircled my arms around his neck. You're going to help me, right? It depends, he echoed, staring deep into my eyes with passion in his eyes. Depends on what? I inquired coyly, playing with the button of his shirt. This man was so easy as to get on my side. I knew exactly his weakness, and I won't hesitate to use it against him. His hands traveled to the side of my exposed legs. What will I get if I help you with your quest, my lady? I whispered in his ears seductively. I know exactly what you want. We can start now if you want. Really? I nearly laughed when he actually sounded hopeful at the thought. He was like a child hoping for a Christmas treat. Yes, but first help me with my quest, I informed him with a smile. If I remember correctly, Mother dear will celebrate her birthday fortnight. Tell her we will host a party for her birthday. All right. Call her now. I persisted when he remained immobile in his place. Can we do that tomorrow? He inquired unconcernedly, continuing his search around my body. I have a more pressing issue to want to tackle tonight. I slapped his arm firmly. Call her now. What's the rush? What are you planning now? I want to see my plans set into motion, dear. I will ask Lucia and Leon to come home for Mama's birthday. I want to see personally the progress we're making on them. I'll grow gray hairs if I trust Vincenzo into this alone. Layla? I picked up his mobile device, laying on his table. Call Madre now. My husband exhaled deeply, looking deep into my eyes with annoyance. You love to ruin the mood, my love. I smiled daringly, tracing his lower lip with my thumb in a sensual way. The sooner you call Madre, the sooner we can retire to bed. Anton is already sleeping soundly. I think it's time for me to take care of the Conde's needs now. I couldn't miss the way his eyes darkened at the thought. This man was so easy to seduce, that's why I have no problem in acquiring his help with my quest of pairing the pretty Lucia and the straight-laced bodyguard. With much more eagerness than a while ago, he dialed his mother's number and watched him silently convincing his mom that we'll host a party for her birthday here. After a few persuasion, she must finally give in. So? The hungry beast had said after disconnecting the phone call. I could see the cruel desire burning in his eyes. About your promise to tend my needs tonight? Oh? I can't remember. I played coyly. Did I say something like that? You can't remember? Don't worry, I will remind you. He scooped me up from his lap and walked towards our bedroom. From the look on his face, he has only one thing in his mind. A long night between the sheets. The next morning, I woke up with the ray of sunlight creeping behind the slightly opened curtain. I glanced at the naked man soundly asleep next to me, with his hand securely placed on my waist. I slowly removed his hand and tiptoed out of the bed. I swear to God, I remember I have underwear last night before going to bed, so where the heck was they? I looked around for my missing knickers. I gave up searing for them, and just picked up Leandro's discarded shirt on the floor and wore it for the sense of decency. I tried to comb my tangled hair with my fingers, but it's no use. What kind of animal this man was, to have my hair turned out like this the following morning. I sighed and let my messy hair stay that way, and searched for my phone. Finally, I found it at the bottom of the pile of clothes in the chair nearby. I dialed Lucia's number, but I feel slightly annoyed when the number is busy. After several tries, she finally answers. "Lucia, my dear sissy?" I chirped when I heard her voice on the other line. "Hey, what's up?" I pulled back the curtains to admit the morning light inside the master's bedroom. "I gave you a call to inform you that Madre will be celebrating her birthday next weekend, and we want you, your brother and I, to come home and be with us on the special day of your mother." "Oh, I'm kind of busy here, I don't think. Madre's birthday is just once a year. I'm sure you can bear to be away from your work even for a moment to be with your family. Besides, it's been a long time since you've been away, it's high time to visit us." There was a long pause on the other line. Few more persuasion and she would give in. "Do I need to bring Leon with me? I rolled my eyes. "Well, duh, of course. You need to bring Leon with you. He's technically your bodyguard. Wherever you go, he should be with you. I'm sure everyone in the estate will be delighted to see him again." "All right, I will tell him." "Great," I said with much enthusiasm in my voice. "I will see you in 2 weeks, Lucy. My sweet little devil." I heard the sleepy voice of Leandro from the bed once I finished saying goodbye to his little sister. Playing matchmaker with my poor sister. "What time is it?" I smiled at him proudly. I would take over from here. Vincenzo's work was as slow as turtle paste. "It's 8:30 in the morning." "Too early," he said, rolling to the bed, giving me a good view of his bum. He tapped the vacant space on his side invitingly. "Come back to bed, it's too early. Let me cuddle you first, before I start my day, mi esposa." "Oh no." I shook my head with a knowing smile. In his vocabulary, the word cuddle was equivalent to another session in bed. 5 minutes, that's all. He invited Xylee. Even though I knew exactly what would happen once I gave in to his request, I still climbed back to bed. Chapter 12. A man travels the world over in search of what he needs, and returns home to find it. George A. Moore.
Leon's POV. I stood at the iron steps of the aircraft, preparing to leave. I was greeted by the warmth of the Spanish sun and the cloudless blue sky. I watched Lucia Castillo slowly descending in front of me from the iron steps of the airplane as we arrived finally in Spain to attend her mother's birthday party this weekend. I was about to follow her when a shiny, heavily tinted black car parked on the tarmac. I just realized how powerful and influential her family was to be able to grant such privilege to have your chauffeur picked you personally from the runway of the airport. It made me grasp the realization that she's way out of my league. For a moment while living in Paris with her, it made me forget that she's the average woman you met every day. Back in Spain, everything was different. She's practically a princess here, where everything was at her fingertips, where her family name was synonymous with power. I saw Lucia stopped momentarily from her tracks when the driver went out of the car. She shook her head in resignation upon seeing the flashy car. I could almost imagine how pissed she was at her brother for the unwanted committee. I sighed deeply. There's no reason to feel apprehensive with the harsh slap of realization. I must remember that she's off limits to me forever. I was about to ride beside the chauffeur when the passenger's door also opened with another man. "Great," I said with a lack of enthusiasm. The freaking chauffeur brought another bodyguard with him. The last thing I wanted was to be trapped at the back of the car, sitting next to Lucia. Why fate does love to torture me like this. Welcome back, Señorita Lucia. The chauffeur greeted with a warm smile on his face. He's been working for the Conde for years. Good to see you again, Leon. I nodded in acknowledgement as he opened the passenger's door at the back of the car for Lucia, while I slid inside the car from the other door. I tried to seat comfortably beside Lucia, but it was damn difficult when her scent invaded my senses. This was going to be a long and uncomfortable ride, at least on my part. Since I was sitting for the next few minutes, too close for my comfort with the woman I desperately trying to put on a good distance to me. Because if she became too close to me, the unthinkable might happen that I would surely regret. So I just stared outside my window, praying to the good Lord that there would be no traffic, and we'll arrive at their hacienda before I lost my self-control, and do something really stupid inside this car. Thankfully, our driver was skilled in avoiding the roads that were filled with tourists. Our drive going to their estate was smooth. I couldn't help but reminisce in the past, when we finally entered the private leading to their hacienda. I never thought I would be back from this place. The same place I decided to leave, because of this woman who was ironically sitting next to me, as we went back to the place where we first met years ago. After a few more minutes, we finally arrived at the huge iron gate of their estate. When the driver pulled in front of the imposing castle, the queen of this place went out with a baby in her hand. She beamed brightly upon seeing our car. Finally, you are here, she said with glinting green eyes as we went out of the car. I thought it would take forever before you arrive. What's with the cavalcade at the airport? Lucia accused her sister-in-law as soon as she had the chance to rebuke her. The cunning queen raised an eyebrow with an innocent smile on her face. I thought it's the best idea sent to fetch you in the tarmac to avoid the long line in the immigration. Besides, your brother preferred it that way. I just saw her roll her eyes. Lucia's face brightened considerably when she get a glimpse of her nephew. Hello, Anton. Did you miss your tia Lucia while I am away? She scooped the little boy from his mommy's arms and gave the toddler hearty little kisses in his chubby cheeks as she went up to the foyer. My vision of Lucia with the baby in her hand was blocked by this sly woman in front of me. Long time no see, Leon. She greeted with a devilish grin in her eyes. Can I just say you become more handsome since leaving my husband's employment? Less stress, I guess. I permitted myself to smile slightly. Dealing with this woman needs care. She's not the type of woman who was easy to be fooled. If I didn't know better, she's a master manipulator, always few steps ahead with everyone. I bet my money it's her doing why other people picked us at the airport. She wants to make sure that the front of the car was already occupied so Lucia and I would be a trap at the back. Your Excellency. I slightly bowed in her direction. She frowned, placing her hand on each side of her waist. Waive the formality, Leon. It makes me sick in the stomach every time people do that. Layla will be fine. I hope you are doing fine as well, ma'am. I asked conversationally, with a guarded smile on my lips. Surviving each day. Since you left, Leandro became so cranky sometimes I don't even know what to do. He seems to be missing his trusted bodyguard. He probably missed the bromance, she announced with such sadness in her voice. She surprised me when she suddenly chortles. Relax, I am just teasing you. Leandro is not acting like that. Jesus, take a break, don't take life too seriously or else you will die early. I'm sure someone will not like it if you die too early. My eyes narrowed in her direction. Seems to me that there's a hidden meaning to her words. She's the type of woman likes to play with people's mind. I didn't know what kind of witchcraft she used to the Conde for him to fall into her under her spell utterly so. Who are you talking about? Who will worry about my death if ever? She shrugged casually, giving me an innocent look. I don't know. Leandro maybe. When I didn't answer, the devilish glint flashed in her eyes. Why are you thinking someone else, Leon? I shook my head. I knew she's playing games with me. I need to be careful around her. I have to remember that she's the woman who brought Lucia Castillo to his knees. I can't think of anyone, ma'am. Attaboy. I'm sure there is someone who cared for you, if you perish from the face of the earth. She grinned mischievously. I'm glad that you accepted the job, to protect Lucia from this stalker of hers. I knew the two of you don't get along that well, but she needs your safeguard from unwanted men. Tell me any progress with your relationship? I hope at least the two of you are trying to befriend one another. I gave her a stoic expression. We're doing our best to tolerate each other's company each day. Don't worry, we're doing just fine surviving every day without killing each other. She searched for my face for a long moment. She's clearly gauging my face. Very well. Let's come inside. I know you must be tired from your flight. You should rest first. You don't have to shadow behind Lucia around the estate. She's safe here. Your things were already transported to your old room. I'll see you at lunchtime. I'm sure Leandro will be happy to see you. But she didn't let me finish my protest when she went inside their family home, leaving me alone staring at her retreating form. I knew this wasn't a good idea at all, to come back here with Señorita Lucia. It seems that I dozed off a little bit after I took a shower once my unsettling conversation with Lucia Castillo. I walked outside my room to look for some food in the kitchen since I was a bit famished. I stopped on the track when I was about to descend from the staircase. My eyes narrowed at the woman who was the subject of my sleepless nights. Where are you going? Lucia frowned in my direction as she studied her riding attire. I'm going to take a ride outside. I miss being out in the outdoors. I'm coming with you. The stubborn woman merely rolled her eyes, making me annoyed for no reason. There's no need to guard me around here, Leon. I am perfectly safe here. That man cannot harm me here, unless he followed me from France. Her words made me irritated even more. Why does she like being difficult? I asked myself irately. She's the most exasperating woman I met. Lucia Castillo certainly doesn't like to take orders from anymore, especially coming from me. Have you forgotten, Señorita? Your brother hired me for your protection, so expect me to be around you always. Don't you all think that this protection program you installed for me is already gone overboard? Do you need to trail behind me, even with a simple ride outside with my horse? Am I not entitled to some time alone away from everyone? Like hell, I would allow her to be out of my sight again. Here's the thing, princess. Don't take it personally, but this is my job to follow you around for your protection. Besides, we're in your family home. Your sister-in-law has eyes in every corner of this house. She specifically reminded me a while ago to never let you out of my sight even for a second. I knew I lied through my teeth, and I sincerely hope that the Countess was not listening to us right now, or I would be dead meat. That's crazy. Your call. If the estate workers will see you riding alone, I'm sure they will tell your brother about it. I shrugged indifferently, silently praying she would heed my warning. She glared at me insolently. The way her eyes shoot daggers in my direction was enough indication that she hates my company. Fine, suit yourself. If you want to change your clothes, you may do so, but I will not wait for you. No, this is fine. I eyed my jeans and shirt. Shall we, Señorita? She huffed an angry breath and stormed off down the staircase with heavy steps. She's pissed at me right now. Not that I could blame her, since I ruined her plan to ride alone around the estate looking like that. I would rather have her hating me for always being on her side all the time than let her ride alone the estate with her refined splendor while the stablemen admire her beauty. Nope, as long as I was around, no one would have the chance to appreciate her exquisiteness. I repeat, no one. They would kiss my fist if they look at her the wrong way. Once we were outside the manor, a young man was waiting for her with her favorite horse. Are you going to ride with her, sir? He asked. Yes, will you get one for me on the stables? I requested, as I helped Lucia to ride at the back of her stallion. She effortlessly mounted the beast without difficulty. She's one fine rider that's not hard to guess, since she grew up riding horses around their palace home. After a moment, the young man came back with the horse I requested. I mounted it easily and followed the woman who went for a stroll without waiting for me. I glanced back to the manor because it feels like someone was watching us. I was not sure if I saw a shadow move behind the window in the library or it's just my imagination. Either way, I couldn't shake off the feeling we're being watched. I need to be careful with my actions.
Chapter 13. A good plan violently executed now is better than a perfect plan executed next week. George S. Patton. Lucia's Pav. I stared at the land that my family owns for centuries. As far as my eyes could reach, the Castillos owns it. Here I was back to the place where I grew up, the place that I love more than any place on earth. My home. At least you should wait for your bodyguard before sprint lightning speed, risking your pretty neck in the process. I sighed deeply when I heard the dry comment from Leon. He maneuvered his horse next to mine as he stared at the vast land before us. Thank you very much for your concern, but I'm a capable horse rider, Leon, I informed him, as my gaze was still fixed at the front. I still couldn't believe that I was back home after almost a year living in Paris. I never thought that I would leave this place, but there's something or someone, rather, that forced me to do so. I discreetly glanced at the man in question. He's the reason why I chose to leave this place. Since he resigned as Leandro's bodyguard, it seems that he left a hole in my heart with his sudden disappearance. I wasn't prepared that he would leave sooner than I expected. I always assumed that he would linger around until Leandro was probably in his deathbed. I just never expect that he would want something more in his life, other than protecting other people, and tolerating his younger sister daily. So no, I was back and oddly with the same man who was the reason why I left, but the difference now is he was back in his old job protecting a Castillo, not my brother, but me no less. You seem quiet today, señorita, he commented. From the corner of my eyes I could see that he's studying me intently. Do you miss that Frenchman perhaps? My eyes narrowed at his words. I looked at him. Ops, wrong move. I stared back at my scenery. I don't think I like the way you address my good friend Jacques. I am aware that you don't trust the poor guy, but believe me, he's a good man. I heard him snorted from his horse. It's not that I don't like him or anything, but there's something about him that's too good to be true. Be careful about him, señorita. He's a shady fellow. I raised an eyebrow in his direction. I couldn't help but be amused about his assertion to Jacques. Before I could stop myself, the words went out of my mouth. Are you jealous? Oh why, Lucia? I mentally asked myself. I want to beat myself for being such stupid. Why would Leon feel jealous about Jacques? It's not as if he likes me. Yeah, right, for him I am only the annoying sister of his boss. From the shocked look on his face, I want to run away and hide somewhere. I felt my cheeks warm from embarrassment. He snorted. Why would I be jealous with that milksop man? I can easily toss him in the Seine River with one finger. Geez, who are you, Superman? He gave me a rakish smile. Not just your average bodyguard, my pretty señorita. Your brother's instruction to me was plain and simple. Do not let any man come close to my sister while she's away from home. So that's what exactly I am doing with this guy. I rolled my eyes, yet deep inside I suddenly feel unexplained happiness. I should feel annoyed at Leandro for making such an order to Leon, but for some reason, I feel alien feelings about this kind of setup. You and Leandro are impossible. I am not some kind of little girl who needs protection all the time. I can make friends to whoever I want. Not when the man in question has doubtful character. It would be only a waste of time if I would continue to squabble with him over this matter, when he and my tyrant older brother had the same one-track mind. I would just keep in mind that Leon was from the enemy camp. He works for my brother despite his assurance that his loyalty was on me now. Yep, that's the plan. Never trust him with personal matters that concern me. He would just report everything to Leandro. Don't you think this spot in the estate is incredibly beautiful? This is my hiding place whenever I wanted to be alone. I asked conversationally, completely changing our topic, making it lighter. See, beautiful? He replied. From the corner of my eyes, I thought for a moment he was fixedly staring at me, but when I looked at him, I saw him staring at the vast land that spread before us. For a moment my silly heart assumed he's talking about me, not this little piece of paradise. Yeah, how likely was that? This was what Leon was talking about. Even if I was probably the last woman on earth, he would not still give me a second glance. Like I said, I need to remember that for him I was only nothing but a bother. So get a grip, Lucia. You like and approve my secret place? I inquired brightly, while he's unaware of the senseless thoughts I have inside my mind. He nodded in agreement. This time he looked directly in my eyes with hidden emotions in their depth. I love it from the moment I first laid my eyes on it. There goes my imprudent heart again, reading too much to his words. I smiled guardedly at him. Are we still talking about the same thing, Leon? Of course. He replied casually, but his eyes were telling me an entirely different story. I could still see the hidden emotions in his eyes. I hated it when I couldn't fathom what he was thinking, especially when he slightly lowered his guard around me. We're talking about your hideaway. Yes. I agreed with him, still studying his face. I didn't know how or when, but something spooked my horse when he started to feel uneasily, making me lose my balance in his back. Everything went on flash. One moment I sat confidently at my horse's back, then the next, I saw Leon's worried expression, as he was on my side in an instant before I could fall on the ground. Are you okay? His voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with terror. He ran his hand around my body, searching for injury. Where does it hurt? I'm fine, I informed him, but I couldn't deny how my heart beat so loudly. Don't panic, or else the horse will feel it. To look, your horse starts to get agitated. There was a grim expression on his face. Can you stand? I will just tend the horses first, before your horse will get away and lost its way in the forest. What could have startled him all of a sudden? A rabbit, I replied, wiping the dirt to my jeans. There's a rabbit that hops near him, that's what gives him a jolt. Silly boy, he said to my horse, taking a hold of his rein. The stallion resisted for a moment, but followed Leon's command after a few urges. Do you want to end up in the slaughterhouse? If the señorita got hurt because of you, the conde will send you straight in the butchery to make you a fine tapa. I glared at his words. What harsh words to say to the poor animal. I will not let him do such a cruel thing to my horse. Relax, I am just giving him a warning, señorita. If you will just settle your feathers. You were nearly hurt because of him. Thank goodness I caught you on time, or else expect few broken bones. I shivered at the thought. I was a confident rider, and this was the first time I nearly fell on my horse. I chastised my brother before, when he had an accident while riding his horse last year, about not being careful. Now it was probably his payback time. I was sure as hell would get an earful of a lecture from him, once he learned about this. What about him? Is he injured? He shook his head with a grim expression, checking my mount for injury. I cannot be sure. It's better if a vet would check, to be sure. Are you going to tell Leandro about this? Leon shrugged, securing the leash of my horse to his steed. Even if I will keep this from him, he would learn about this eventually, when the stable men informed him about your horse's condition. Just to be sure, you should ride with me back home. We don't want to put pressure on your stallion, until we're not sure he injured his legs a while ago. Are you for real? I asked in horror. He wants me to ride beside him on one horse? I would rather walk than do what he told me. He had the nerve to roll his eyes, as if my protest was the most ridiculous thing he heard today. Do you have any choice? Perhaps you prefer to walk back to the mansion for the sake of your pride. I think that's plain stupid if you ask me. But He mounted his horse with efficiency. He stared down at me with a challenging expression. Are you coming or what? I think the sooner a vet could check your horse the better. When he saw me hesitate, he added, Look, it's only a short ride. I am sure you can tolerate sharing a ride with me for a few minutes. I will just ride my horse since it's only a short distance, I informed him coolly. I'm sure he will be fine. I will just take it slowly. Don't be ridiculous, Lucia. I stopped from my track and stared at him for a moment. My heart skips a beat. This was probably the first time he said my name. I feel. Get in this damn horse now. Fighting him was only futile when he has this determined expression on his face, and I could see that he's getting annoyed by the moment. So with a resigned sigh, I climbed next to him. I knew this was a very bad idea the moment got in contact with his muscled back. Thank you for your sacrifice, he said sarcastically while he urged the horse to start walking towards the manor. I'd better hold if I were you, señorita. We don't want you to fall because you don't want to touch me. Was he crazy? He wants me to hold to him? I thought my fingers were burned a while ago when I accidentally touched him. Before I had the chance to retort to him, he placed my hand in each side of his waist. Sweet Jesus, please calm my racing heart. I prayed silently. I could almost swear he could hear the loud beating of my heart. Thankfully, after probably the longest ride of my life, we finally arrived at the manor. I jumped out of the horse and ran towards the foyer of the house. I need to calm my heart somewhere away from Leon, since he's the sole reason why my heart was relentless. Why are you following me? I asked once I realized that he's once again following me in the hallway on the second floor. Leave me alone, Leon. Sorry to burst your bubble, señorita. I got a text message from your brother. He wants to talk to me. He's waiting for me in the library. He informed me sardonically. At least he's not asking for nudes. I threw him a foul look. Breath that word again, and I will stab you in the heart with a kitchen knife, you idiot. Before I knew what I was doing, I went directly where he was supposed to be heading. I went straight to the library, where Leandro was waiting for Leon. I blamed my anger and mortification due to the wrong text message I accidentally sent him the week before. I stopped in my tracks when I saw the library was quite occupied. I expected that it's only Leandro who was waiting for my evil bodyguard. My apologies, did I interrupt something? I was about to retreat from the library when my back hit Leon's hard chest. Steady hands held me lightning fast when I momentarily lost my balance. No, you are not interrupting. Please come in, you to Leon. It was Layla who answered with her signature smirk. She's sitting on the settee with a familiar man across from her. What's going on? I asked the question that was direct to my brother, who remained silent until now, sitting at the study table while enjoying his whiskey. Lucia, my sister-in-law started, throwing a pleasant smile in my direction. You remember my cousin Vincenzo, right? He came for a visit. No, he will take a little vacation here with us, to be precise. He's currently on hiatus as a soldier. Cousin, this is Lucia, my sister-in-law, and her bodyguard Leon. The handsome green-eyed man eyed me from head to toe. He flashed a flirtatious smile. Vincenzo Fiorenza at your service, ma'am. I hope you can tour him around while he's here. I would love to show him around myself, but I cannot do that since Anton is occupying most of my time. Layla stated with a gloomy expression on her face. My eyes narrowed at her. I don't think I like where this was heading. She's not having this lunatic idea in her mind of pairing me to her cousin, right? If I didn't know better, I would assume that she's pairing me with this guy. I glanced to Leon, who remained indifferent. I'm glad you decide to visit your cousin Layla. He gave his cousin a gloating smile before sipping his whiskey. It was a last-minute thing. One moment, I am enjoying my cup of espresso in Paris, then before I knew it, I was on a plane bound to Spain. Paris? He's been everywhere lately. You know he's bored. Layla supplied hastily. You wish to talk to me, Your Excellency? Leon addressed Leandro directly, ignoring us completely. Yes, Leandro finally spoke. He stood from his chair and walked directly to us. Let's talk in my study. Leon followed my brother silently in the hallways, leaving me alone to deal with the Fiorenza cousins. This was a very bad situation you put yourself in, Lucia. Very bad. Chapter 14. At a dinner party one should eat wisely but not too well, and talk well but not too wisely. W. Somerset Maugham.
Leon's POV. I carefully closed the door of my old bedroom behind me, mentally preparing myself for the party ahead. This was the last thing I want to do given a chance. Stand around while men tried their very best to flirt with Lucia Castillo. It took every ounce of my self-control to stop myself from assaulting those men and buried their bodies somewhere in the estate. Now I need to endure the same thing. What's worse, now the Conde precisely instructed me to keep an eye on his younger sister. I don't know what madness had possessed me to torture myself like this. Now I have to watch closely while men try to flirt with the señorita. If anyone made her smile twice tonight, he would end up in the creek lifeless. My expression turned grimly when I remember Candice's cousin. It seems that woman is pairing her cousin to her sister-in-law. That guy was a bother. I was about to walk in the hallways when I nearly jumped in my place when the Candice spoke behind me. Oh no, you are not going to wear that at the party, Leon. A big no. Your Excellency, I greeted her casually while she's aware of my racing heart. She startled me. Heck, I didn't even hear her walk in the silent hallways. What brings you here? She grinned at me brightly. I brought you something. She thrust the tuxedo placed in a wooden hanger in my hand. Wear this tonight. I looked at my suit. This is fine, Your Excellency. She shook her head resolutely. Nope. Can't wear that, I'm afraid. I want to see the female guests of Madre drool at the handsome bodyguard of Lucia. My eyes narrowed in her direction. Whenever this woman is involved in something, there's nothing good at the outcome. I think she was forcing me to play with her strings. She's planning something evil again tonight, and I'm one of her pawns. Well, sad to say I will not be part of her game. Thank you very much for the offer, ma'am, but I am more comfortable with my clothes. I will not leave here until you wear this. I especially bought this tux for you, she said obstinately. Your choice, but I will tell you I am not going anywhere until you wear this, but I hope you make the right decision, since I don't want my husband to suspect that I am having an affair with you since I spent the night in the hallway with you. I stared at her in disbelief. Where the heck did she get that notion? She's a handful. I pity the Conde to fall for such a woman. Are you being serious? She nodded with a wicked smile on her face. Very. Now, are you going to wear this or Leandro will suspect we're having an affair, since I will not leave you alone until you change your clothes. That's ridiculous, Your Excellency, I informed her, shaking my head in disbelief. The maddening woman merely raised her eyebrow in my direction. She's not going to stop until she gets what she wants. She would not back down without winning the fight. What to wager with that, Leon? I eyed her for a moment while she did the same. After a moment, I broke the eye contact and admitted that I lost this battle with the Conde's wife. All right, you win. She gave a self-satisfied smile as she pushed the expensive tuxedo in my hand. That's what I thought. Now get change, and I will wait for you here. 5 minutes. Has anyone told you that you're very much demanding, Your Excellency? I asked her, taking the offered clothes. Lucia Castillo just grinned at me. Believe me, I've been told far worse before. I feeling annoyed that this woman was more persistent than I first thought. I lost the battle within minutes. She's taking no for an answer. I went back to my room to change my regular coat and tie to this fine garment. After a few moments later, I went out to find the Candice was patiently waiting for me in the hallways. She clicked her tongue upon seeing me emerge from my room. She eyed me from head to toe. Just as I thought, You are far more devastatingly handsome in fine clothes. I'm sure the ladies in the party will drool at the sight of you. I bet a good amount of panties will drop upon seeing you. Your Excellency. She grinned at me evilly. Enough of that. Now, do your job as a bodyguard and bring me safely to my husband's side. Can I just tell you that you are far more demanding than the Conde when I was still working for him? I informed her as we started to walk in the hallways. I'm flattered then. I couldn't help but laugh. She was something else. No wonder the womanizing Conde fell head over heels in love with her. She was probably the only woman that could keep him on his toes. Lucia Castillo was one dangerous woman. I'm glad that you are finally back, Leon, the Condesa stated after a long silence. I glanced at her, slightly caught off guard with her statement. I don't think I heard or understand her clearly. I beg your pardon, ma'am. The signature devilish smirk was back in her face. It occurred to me that she doesn't have any plan to elaborate or repeat her earlier statement. From the look on her face, she wants to torture me thinking what she means by the announcement. I don't have the chance to ask her again, since we finally arrived at the progressing garden party. As I thought, the party was now in full swing, and the elite of the Spanish society were present at the birthday party of this woman's mother-in-law. Can you spot my husband, Leon? Lucia Castillo asked, squinting on the crowd in search of her husband. I'm sure he's already looking for me, as of now thinking I am plotting something evil again. I need to find him before he lost his nuts. I tried to help her locate her husband in the crowd, but it was not the Conde that I spotted immediately, but his younger sister. A scowl formed in my eyebrows. It seems that my cousin and Lucia are getting along so well. I am beyond happy, the Conde's wife announced with a pleased tone in her voice. She also became aware of the two people at the far end of the marquee. My eyes narrowed considerably when I saw Vincenzo Fiorenza dipped his head and whispered something in Lucia's ear. Unpardonable crime. Does he have to death wish? I don't care if he's a cousin of Lucia Castillo. Wait a damn moment, why am I behaving like this? I have no business or whatsoever with the guys hanging around Lucia, I carefully reminded myself. What we have was just purely an employer-bodyguard relationship. Leon. The Condesa dragged me out of my dark thoughts. I forced myself to focus my attention on her, but I couldn't miss the way the Fiorenza cousin rested his hand on Lucia's back. I ask you if you can go disturb the lovebirds for a moment and ask Lucia if she saw Leandro. I don't want to create a scene, so I will wait for you here while you ask her. I was more than happy to oblige to her demand this time. I nodded at one and left her alone so I could deal with these two. I approached them prudently, reminding myself to act as cool and indifferent. Lucia, I asked as soon as I reached them, eyeing the man with her with a murderous glare. How I want to do something violent at him right in the middle of this party. The woman in question turned around to look at me. I couldn't miss the way her eyes widened at the sight of me. Then I remember she was probably shocked to see me with such attire tonight, thanks to her demanding sister-in-law. She eyed me from head to toe before focusing her gaze on my face. Leon. The Condesa sent me here to ask you a question on her behalf, I said, eyeing the man beside her. In private. Vincenzo Fiorenza seemed to get what I meant when he smiled knowingly and excused himself. I watched him intently. He retreat from the marquee and mingle with the other guests far away from us. What were you saying a while ago? Lucia questioned once we're alone. I glanced where I left the Condesa, standing near the foyer of the mansion. She's now nowhere to be seen. She already located her husband. I glanced back at the woman beside me with the query in her eyes. I looked around us to see everyone was busy socializing with each other. I clamped Lucia's wrist and dragged her somewhere where we could talk without other people might hear us. Where are we going? Lucia asked, as struggled to be free from my grip. I thought Layla wants to ask me something important. What's why she sent you to me? Leon. I found the perfect spot at the Conde's garage where there was no one around. I finally release her hand. I look down to see my palm still the same. I was half expecting it to be a burn from touching her unexpectedly. "What do you want?" she asked me angrily, rubbing her wrist. It seems that my grip was too tight for her slender wrist. "Why are you flirting with your sister-in-law's cousin as soon as you arrive here? What about the French guy? Don't tell me you already forgotten the poor guy just because of that handsome green-eyed soldier." I fired at her more intensely than I wanted. Her eyes widened considerably in my direction. I was fully expecting her to slap me in the face from the shock in her face. "What the hell are you talking about? I am not flirting with Vincenzo. You are imagining things, Leon. Get your eyes to check." "I am not imagining things here, young lady. I saw it with the Condesa," I replied softly, fixing my eyes on her lovely face. "Well, you are wrong." She tucked her arms in the middle of her chest. "And if I am flirting with him, why does it concern you? And since when did become concerned about Jacques? Last time I checked, you don't like the guy." I was lost for words for a moment. I stared at the defiant expression on her face. Now, I want to believe Vincenzo's observation a while ago. He claimed that he saw you arrived at the party with Layla, and it seems that you are jealous. How likely is that, isn't? What if he was right, and I am jealous? I asked casually, as I started closing the distance between us. I hid my predatory smile when I saw the alarm in her eyes. She instantly took a step backward. "What do you think are you doing?" "The thing I want to do so badly the moment I saw you again, after one whole gruesome year," I said dangerously soft as I stood a few feet away from her. I could already smell her perfume. "Leon," she whispered breathlessly. I traced her bottom lip with my thumb. "I'm going to ruin your lipstick, sweetheart." Before she could formulate her reply, I closed the distance of our lips and once again surrendered to the temptation of tasting her lovely lips. I pulled her even closer to my body, until her breast pressed tightly in my chest while my hand rested securely in the small of her back. I thought she would pull away, but she surprised me when she encircled her arms around my neck and started to kiss me back. As I deepened the kiss, I don't care if her brother would catch us and hang me after taking advantage of his younger sister. If that would happen, I would be glad to die after savoring Lucia's lips again.
Chapter 15. Genuine and true love is so rare that when you encounter it in any form, it's a wonderful thing, to be utterly cherished in whatever form it takes. Gwendolyn Christie. Flashback. Lucia's Pav. "I need to talk to you, Leandro." I stormed into his study room with a determined stride. I need to have a word with him about being absolute a pig-headed brother. "What is it that I heard that you threatened Miguel?" "Lucia," my brother replied calmly, totally unaffected by my outburst early in the morning. "I don't believe you've met my new bodyguard, Leon McAllister." "Leon, this is my little sister, Lucia." I haven't noticed him when I enter Leandro's study room. It was the first time to become aware of the other person in the room. It was also the first time I laid my eyes on the mysterious and quite handsome bodyguard of my brother, if not snobbish, that is. My teenage heart gave a weird thud at the sight of him. I just stared at the man probably in his early 20s, waiting for him to smile or greet me, but I was in for a surprise. The boy just merely stared at me with his unreadable dark eyes, as if judging me from head to toe. I mentally screamed at the way he looked at me, probably thinking that I was nothing but a headache. Still no acknowledgement from him. I just scowled at him openly, telling him silently that I feel the same disdain he had for me. I don't want to be recognized by him anyway. It's just I was just used to be greeted with respect by the employee around the estate. They were so friendly and he is not. Forcing myself to drag my eyes away from him, I faced my brother and directed to him the annoyance I suddenly felt for his new bodyguard. "Why are you threatening the poor man, brother? Why are you bullying him? Is this your newfound sport since you ascended to the title, Leandro? My brother had the nerve to roll his eyes at me, as if I was being ridiculous here. Don't be absurd. I didn't bully him as you put it. I just told him what will happen to him if he did something unforgivable towards you. It was my turn to roll my eyes at him. I placed my hands on each side of my waist. Back off, Mr. Know-it-all. Stop bullying him, he is a good friend to me. Stick your nose on matters that needed your concern more. I beg to differ. My brother contradicted firmly, like a dictatorial aristocrat he thought he was. You're still a teenager, and you are under my care, and until such time you are old enough to know the difference between a good man and a scoundrel, I will watch you closely. I exhaled a heavy breath. Oh, you are being unreasonable. For your information, in a few months, I will be 18. When those months are up, you cannot meddle in my life anymore. I can date anyone without your permission. Leandro eyed me dryly, crossing his arms in the middle of his chest. Are you saying that you're serious about this guy? I sighed deeply, staring at my brother's exasperated face. I glanced briefly to his new bodyguard, who remained silent throughout my squabble with Leandro. I didn't say that. What I mean to say is that I am free to go out with anyone in my liking, without you interfering and being a total pain in the backside. Can't you see that this guy is a player, little one? You are just wasting your time on his focus on your study first. I raised an eyebrow in his direction. Guess it takes one to know one, isn't it? Despite our growing debate, Leandro's harsh face broke into a smile. Touché. I glared at him, still wanting to make a point on him that he cannot just threaten the people around me just because he didn't like them. I will tell you one last time, brother. Stop intimating the poor Miguel, or I will not talk to you ever again. That didn't stop me before from harassing your suitors in the past. I don't think this boy will be different from the others. Leandro? I warned him seriously. You know what? For the first time, he addressed his stoic bodyguard since I barged in his study room. For your first task as my bodyguard, I want you to find information about this guy my little sister had been seeing for quite some time now. My mouth gaped at my brother, but he just challenged me with a look. I faced his bodyguard with a warning gaze. You wouldn't dare. The annoying man merely shrugged his broad shoulder, looking bored at my warning. Conde's order, señorita. Oh? How I hate you and my brother with passion. I burst and I stormed out of the room. I cannot believe that there's such a man who openly defies my wishes. But that's not the only time Leon McAllister and I would be at the spat. It seems that we're destined to be enemy, but that didn't change the fact that despite the bad blood between us, I was still aware of him whenever he's near me. Even if I couldn't see him yet, I could almost feel his presence whenever he entered the room. Even though he barely talked to me, let alone acknowledge me even with a single nod or smile, no reaction from him. For him, I scarcely exist. I was probably nothing more than the bothersome little sister of his employer. But that didn't change the fact that I see him more than I should have. I always reminded myself that there's no future for us. My heart doesn't seem to listen. My silly, pathetic heart always longed for this cold man to notice me not as a little girl, but as something more. It appeared that fate finally decided to grant my heart's desire. One night, I decided to help Leandro to uncover his new wife's mysterious whereabouts. I planned to confront my brother's loyal bodyguard about their secretive trip in town for days. I was half expecting him to be difficult and would brush me off like he used to do in the past. I wasn't prepared for his action next. When ambushed him on the garage for my interrogation, I didn't expect that he would turn the table on me. He suddenly pinned me between the pillar and his body, very unlikely of me. But my heart wasn't prepared when he unexpectedly claimed my mouth on a heated kiss. If that was a dream, I half wish that they won't wake me up ever again. Being in Leon's arms feels so good, yet so wrong at the same time. I didn't know what madness has possessed him that night, but I was happy to finally know what it's like to be kissed by the man who had been my crush since I laid my eyes on him when I was 17. But just like I thought, as soon as the kiss ended, the regret in his eyes was visible. The remorse on his face was undeniable, that made my heart somewhat broke because of the expression on his face. Even though, that memory remains bittersweet in my mind. I still treasure that moment that night Leon and I shared a kiss, under the moonlight. I never thought that it would happen ever again, but here I was in his arms again, back on the spot where we had our first kiss. Present time. We were both trying to catch our breath from another heated kiss. Leon rested his forehead to mine. Our faces were only inches apart. He was still cradling my face in the palm of his hands. What now? I asked unsurely. Your brother will probably have my head in a few moments. He replied sanguinely, as if he was prepared for his death tonight. I put some distance between us, even though it feels so damn good to be in his arms. We need to have a serious conversation. I couldn't bear the thought that this would end like the first one. After tonight he would revert to his old self, and I would wake up tomorrow Leon was once again cold towards me. He would once again put mile-wide distance between us. Be serious, will you? I glared at him vehemently. I couldn't help but feel upset at the fact that he's taking this lightly. What will happen now after this? I mean, I don't think I could bear again when you revert to your old self, Leon. Revert to my old self? He repeated, furrowing his eyebrow. What does that mean? I eyed him guardedly. You know, the usual way you treated me with indifference. I don't think I can keep up with your hot and cold attitude towards me. Will you please stop messing with my heart? The shock on his face was palpable. I should be the one saying that line, señorita. Stop messing with my heart. My mouth hung open at him. What? He surprised me when he took my hand and flattened my palm in the middle of his chest. I could feel the steady beat of his heart. The moment I first laid my eyes on you in your brother's study room, you did nothing but confuse my heart. You always want me to expect more, when we both know no way in hell's going to happen. Why you mean? I swallowed hard. For a moment I could speak. I just stared at his burning eyes while my hand was trapped in his chest. Leon? You don't have any idea how to imagine kissing you every night, every day, and every damn minute, even if I am fully aware that you're forbidden from me. I gasped at his words. You don't mean that. He smiled devilishly in my direction, but the sadness in his eyes was visible. You don't have any idea how to imagine you, how many times I have imagined you laying in my bed as I make you mine. But I know that's not going to happen. What makes you say that? Leon smiled wretchedly, touching my cheeks tenderly with his finger. I am far beneath your station, Lucia. What will people think when they learned that you are in a relationship with your brother's bodyguard? Temper flared inside me at his ridiculous reasoning. Why the hell would you care about their opinion? Then there's your brother, sweetheart. He supplied gently, kissing my hand affectionately. I don't want him to accuse me of courting his sister under the guise of acting as her bodyguard. I am fully aware that he wants a man that came from a good family for you. I rolled my eyes at him. Well, Leandro can stick his nose somewhere else. I told him before to stop meddling with my life. It wasn't my intention to steal a kiss from you even with the first one, but I couldn't resist listening to the devil inside me. The last thing I expected when I whisked you away from the Fiorenza cousin was to kiss you again, but the temptation was too strong to resist. I raised an eyebrow, a small smile creeped through my lips. Why, Leon? Don't tell me you are jealous about Vincenzo Fiorenza? Damn right I am, he replied, sneaking his strong arms in my waist as he drew me closer to his body. I saw his eyes held hellfire in their depth. I shivered not for fear but with excitement. I am jealous of him, of that Frenchman who sniffed after you always in Paris, of all other men who courted you in the past. I am a very jealous man. I want you all to myself only. I encircled my arms around his neck, as my heart warmed at his words. If this was my dream, I was fully sure now I don't want to wake up. I belong to you from the start, you cold-hearted man. Even if, with your dire attitude towards me, I am still attracted to you like a moth to a flame. He kissed me sweetly on the lips. I will not let you take back those words again. Those words sealed your fate, my lady. I won't, I promised him. He was about to kiss me again when he stopped abruptly. He placed distance between us and looked around. I stared at him questioningly. What's wrong? I feel that someone was watching us just now. Oh. Chapter 16. Like love, breakfast is best when made at home. Gina Barreca. Lucia's Pav. My head hurts like hell. I heard my sister-in-law grunted as soon as I entered the dining room for my breakfast. The coffee isn't strong enough to keep me awake this morning. Good morning. I greeted sanguinely as I placed the linen napkin on my lap. I smiled and thanked the housekeeper who poured me a cup of coffee. Where's everyone? Why are you all alone having breakfast? Layla eyed me briefly before sipping her coffee again. Oh, your brother had his breakfast already? He left me here nursing my second cup of coffee while Madre is still sleeping, I believe. As for my idiotic cousin, he will not rise until lunchtime. He's not a morning person. Oh, I see. I heard Layla sigh deeply, shaking her head. Please remind me in the future not to host a party anymore. I raised an eyebrow in her direction. What makes you say that? She rolled her eyes, still sipping her coffee like it was water. I stayed until wee hours seeing the last guests leave. I now sympathize with my sister whenever our father held a party back home. Layla always entertained his guests. She must be feeling awful when all you want to do is retire to bed, but there's still people linger around and refuse to go home. I must say, I am happy that you decide to hold Mama's birthday party here. It's been a while since a party held here in the estate. Yes, my sister-in-law reflected, finally dared to place back her cup on the saucer plate. I'm glad that Madre agreed to have this party. Even Leandro was quite happy, even though he doesn't admit it. I nodded. I'm glad that Leandro and Mama slowly rebuilding their relationship for years. I knew he tried to hate our mother thinking she abandoned us. Thanks to this woman, Leandro made peace with Mama, so was I. You knew how to throw a party, Layla. Last night was a blast. She smirked devilishly under her sleepy eyes in my direction. I'm glad you enjoyed last night's party. I stared at her for a moment. I think there was underlying meaning in her words, but I must probably be reading too much to her words since I did something reckless with Leon. I'm sure if she learns about it. I glanced around while eating my sandwich. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him yet. Where was he? Are we back to ignoring each other again after last night? I thought we already established that we're going to accept whatever we have. I guess I must be only dreaming last night. You know, I heard Layla inform me with a dry tone. I will not be surprised when your head suddenly detached from your neck with your left and right look. Are you looking for? No. I'm not looking for Leon. I blurted out like a half-wit. I mentally cursed myself when I saw satisfaction in the depth of Layla's eyes. Why do I have to say something so reckless in front of her? Now her old theory of me having feelings for Leon would resurface. She sat back from her chair. It seems that she's finally awake thanks to my loose tongue. She eyed me adequately. I am not talking about him, dear. I thought you are looking for your brother, that's why I assume. I'm not looking for anyone in particular, I replied, trying to save my pride. I hoped she would just drop this topic and move to the next one that was far more interesting than this one we currently have. Layla stared at me intently for a moment. I must admit that it feels like she's trying to decipher my soul with her intense gaze. I shifted in my position. Is that so? She asked after a long silence. Even if you are not looking to the poor guy, they first might as well inform you about his whereabouts, since he's currently working for you. I'm not interested, truthfully, I informed her blithely. She rested her hand on the table and watched me with a knowing smile. Please don't get jealous, since your brother whisks your bodyguard away for a bromance getaway. Leandro probably misses his former bodyguard, that's why. I eyed her dryly. As I said, I'm not interested. Leandro's wife shrugged nonchalantly. Either way, I am just informing you in case you miss your bod brother. I knew when my sister-in-law was poking fun at me. I sipped my coffee and wiped my mouth from the napkin in my lap. You know what? As much as I want to chat with you more, I need to go to the market to see the fabric I would bring back to Paris with me. You're going out alone? Layla asked with wide eyes when she saw me standing from the table. Why don't you bring Leon with you? He's with Leandro, right? We're not even sure what time they will be home. I only have today to shop for fabrics because tomorrow I need to fly back to Paris. My sister-in-law made a face. At least, let me wake Vincenzo so he can help you with your purchases. I shook my head immediately. There's no need to do that. I don't want to be a nuisance to your cousin. He's here for vacation, not to babysit your husband's younger sister. I will see you later. Kiss Anton for me, will you? Lucy, wait. I didn't wait for her reply and marched out of the dining room. Thankfully, I already have the keys to my Range Rover in my pocket, so I went immediately for the entrance door. On my way to the garage, I was about to ride my car when I saw my brother and Leon. Going somewhere? It was Leon who asked. I nodded, trying to look cool and composed since my brother was also there. I unlocked my car's door. Yes, I'm going to town to buy some fabrics I will bring back to Paris with me. You're going to town without me? Leon queried, with a hint of annoyance in his voice which I don't understand. I nodded again, staring at his slightly annoyed face. Layla told me that Leandro took you somewhere, so I assumed that you will not be back until later this day. He eyed me for a moment. From the look on his face, he was probably preventing himself from reprimanding me, since we're in the company of my brother. Give me the keys, señorita. I will drive you to town. What about your plan with my brother? He gave me an exasperating look. He just wants to show me the new Colt he bought the other day. We supervise his first day on training. But I was lost for words. I glanced at my brother, who remained silent until now. He just stared at us with unreadable eyes. Let him drive you to town, Lucia. Leandro finally spoke. Don't you dare go anywhere without Leon. Remember why we hire him again. I rolled my eyes. I knew when I was defeated, so I tossed the keys to Leon and he caught them midway. Due to my irritation to both of them, I rode on the passenger side of the driver instead of on the back. Too late. Before I even realized my mistake, Leon was already beside me and navigating the car on the driveway. You seem upset for an unknown reason, I commented once we left the estate. I clearly don't understand the way this man thinks, to be honest. I'm not upset, he said in a clipped tone. I faced him while his gaze was fixed on the road ahead of us. See? You're upset. What's with this tone of yours? He glanced at me briefly, before settling her eyes again on the road. Who will not be upset when you plan to go to town without me? I took a deep breath. I told you. I know, he said in a much more calm manner now. He surprised me when he took my hand and intertwined it with his. It's just I don't like the idea of you going out somewhere where I couldn't see and protect you. You are the most precious thing to me. You know that, right? Leon? He smiled tenderly in my direction. It's a good thing your car is automatic, so I can hold hands with you like this. I couldn't help the heat, nor the butterflies that flutter in my stomach with his words. This guy was a danger to my heart. Why didn't you tell me that you planned to buy fabrics today? You could have told me last night. I sighed deeply, looking at our linked hands. I never thought Leon and I would be like this. It's a last-minute decision. I couldn't take the interrogation from Layla over breakfast, that's why I decided last minute to hit the town. That reminds me, have you had your breakfast already? It's you that I want to eat for breakfast. He glanced at me with scorching eyes while kissing the back of my hand. Leon? I tried to look horrified. Be serious, will you? I'm completely serious, am I, señorita? But if I eat you for breakfast, your brother will have my head for lunch in an instant. So I'll settle for what we have for now. He reflected with a hint of mockery in his voice. I studied him for a moment. Do you regret being involved with me? The way he smiled melted my heart. I always knew I was attracted to him, despite avoiding falling for his charm. No, I knew from the start that sooner or later I would give in to the temptation to be with you. How about you? Do you regret it? No, I said fiercely. You must probably know by now that I am attracted to you from the start, even though you are not giving me a second look before. He grinned rakishly in my direction. Who said I am not looking at you? Ignoring you is different from not looking at you when I know no one was watching. I am always aware of what you wear, the way you smile, and among others. My heart danced with glee at his words. Who knew that he'd been doing the same thing as me in the past, silently watching him when I thought no one was watching? I wish I knew this long before. I tried my very best to hide this feeling I have for you by giving you cold shoulder, since I knew I won't stand a chance from your wealthy suitors. But one night I gave in to temptation and kissed you in the garage. I wouldn't care less if your brother caught us that night and kill me for taking advantage of you. I won't let Leandro kill you. If he does, I will tell Layla every antic he has done in his bachelor days. He surprised me when he suddenly laughed heartily. That's good to hear. Now, about this trip of yours, do you need to buy fabrics now, or we can postpone the shopping until later this day? I shrugged casually. Like I said, it was only a last-minute decision to buy materials in town. Yeah, why do you have other plans in mind? He nodded, giving me a boyish grin. I never saw this side of Leon before, and I must admit that I like it. I want to take you on a date. A date? I squeaked. The grin was still there on his face. Yes, since we are dating now. But need I remind you, this is the first time I will date a wealthy princess, so don't expect anything fancy. I slapped his shoulder, playful on the free hand. Are you kidding me? I won't trade this for the world, Leon. Careful now, my princess. He warned sweetly, his eyes held unholy light in their depth. I might still eat you for breakfast. Try me. I challenged him cheekily. The look on his face was priceless. Madre de Dios. Don't tempt me, you minx. Chapter 17. Love is like a virus. It can happen to anybody at any time. Maya Angelou. Lucia's Pav. We finally arrived in town. Leon parked my Range Rover at the side of the street, and before I can manage to remove my seatbelt, Leon was already opening my door. I smiled at him brightly. You do have quick reflexes, mister. He returned the smile, with a mischievous smile on his handsome face. It's part of the job description, señorita. I took the offered hand as I slid off the car with ease. I was expecting him to let go of my hand as soon as we're standing on the pavement, but I was mistaken. He's still holding my hand, like he has no intention of letting it go. I eyed our hands locked together. It was as if our hands fitted each other very well. So what's the plan now? I asked the handsome man with me. He looked down at me. Did I mention that he's still a few inches taller than me, even if I was quite tall for an average woman? Many had advised me in the past to try modeling, since my height would cut to be a model, but I would rather make clothes than actually model them. A nice stroll in town would be a nice start. Then what are we waiting for? I asked brightly. He touched my cheek gently with his free hand while smiling wistfully in my eyes. I felt like he also couldn't believe it yet, this progress we have. I must admit that I never thought in my lifetime that Leon and I would be like this. You are achingly beautiful. Since the first time I saw you, I couldn't take off my eyes on you, Lucia. My heart just melted at his words. I never thought that this stoic man could say such words to me. I nestled my cheek even more to his warm palm. I feel the same, Leon. I thought I only have one-sided feelings. How can I let my feelings show when you are above my station? He said almost bitterly. What will people say, that you are having a relationship with your brother's bodyguard? I scowled at him. So that's the reason why he never pursues me in the past? Who cares what people would have to say to us? I do. I eyed him for a moment. He must be feeling insecure, because he thought he was not good enough for me since I came from a well-off family. If I came from an ordinary Spanish family, would it have a different outcome? I sighed deeply. There's no reason to think about that now. Enough of the past decisions we made. Let's just enjoy what we have now. He smiled brightly in my direction. You are right. For now, let us enjoy what we have. I always dreaming of doing this with you, am I, señorita? Leon fished out his sunglasses on the breast pocket of his shirt and wore them before leading the way on the busy streets. He was devastatingly handsome when his eyes were obscure with a pair of sunglasses. Right now, he wasn't wearing his usual suit, but a more casual pair of jeans and a plaid shirt since he was dragged to this sudden trip of mine. I happened to glance at our reflection on the glass window and I stopped walking. I couldn't help but smile. It feels like we're any other people dating. My heart skipped happily in my chest. Goodness, are we really dating? What are you looking for? Leon asked when I realized that I've been gazing at our reflection for quite some time. Do you want to come inside? He was about to lead me inside the store when I stopped him. No, I am just looking at something. Let's go. He stared at me for a moment, studying me intently. Are you sure you don't want to come inside? Maybe you will find something interesting that you might like. My treat for our first date. My silly heart melted at his words. I never thought that dating Leon McAllister would be like this. I grinned at him. I will look for a perfect souvenir for our first date. But truthfully, there's nothing in this shop that I like. He shrugged casually. If you say so. We continued to walk around in the streets of Seville when I saw my favorite ice cream parlor at the corner of the street. Wait, I'll just buy ice cream. I removed my hand from his and walked inside the ice cream shop. After a few moments, I went back to where Leon was standing patiently waiting for me with my favorite flavor of ice cream in hand. He immediately held my free hand in his. He's getting familiar with gestures, doesn't he? I licked my mint chocolate chip before offering some to him. Due to my excitement, I forgot to buy one for him. You want? He shook his head immediately. Thank you, but I don't like anything sweets. I made a face. Oh, such a shame then. Since I like anything sweets, chocolates, cakes, ice cream, named it and I'll eat it. I was about to walk again to continue our sightseeing, but he surprised me when he guided my hand that was holding my waffle cone ice cream in his mouth and took a taste of the sweet, creamy frozen food. What flavor is this? My favorite mint chocolate chip. I thought you said you're not a fan of sweet foods. I stared at him in disbelief. He wiped the side of my mouth with his thumb and licked it. I thought I should give it a try since you claim you're a lover of anything sweet. I shook my head in resignation as I stared at him. So how is it? He has this devilish grin on his face that I don't trust. He led my hand that was holding the ice cream to my mouth and forced me to take a mouthful of the frozen dessert. Hey! I protested when it smeared on my lips. Before I knew what was happening, he lowered his head and licked the smudge ice cream on my lips with his tongue. His freaking tongue. I swear to God that I was as red as the dress of the flamenco dancer right now. His eyes held unholy light in their depth. The ice cream tastes much sweeter in your lips. The kind of sweetness I wouldn't mind eating over and over again. I was lost for words for a moment. I just stared at him with wide eyes. Who would have thought that a devil is hiding inside Leon? I thought he was such a straight-laced, almost boring kind of guy. Well, it seems that I was mistaken. You are something, mister. The devilish grin on his face was still there. Hurry and eat your ice cream, it's already melting in your hands. How can you say such words casually? Are you aware that you're putting dirty thoughts inside my head right now? I informed him hotly. It's your fault for tempting me in the car ride a while ago. He replied with a haughty tone in his voice. This might serve as a reminder, dear, not to entice me when you have no plans of continuing for the next part. I might not be able to control myself in the future, señorita. I didn't do such. He silenced me with a kiss. You did. I was about to rebuke him when he licked my melting ice cream. I told you to eat your ice cream fast. Do you want your hands to get all sticky? Let's go. I was utterly lost for words as I let him lead me through the streets again. I ate my ice cream lighting fast. Honestly, I might not be able to eat one of my favorite desserts again without remembering this day. Once we reached the light crowded street filled with tourists, I noticed that most of the women enjoying cups of coffee or having a nice early lunch followed Leon with their eyes. Not I could blame them, since I was probably doing the same if I was in their position. But for this guy's part, he took no notice of them and just continued to walk beside me. You're not hungry yet? He asked, looking down at me. I frowned at him. I just had an ice cream, remember? Leon smirked in my direction, looking at our surroundings. He dipped his head and whispered something in my ears. Ah yes. I remember how sweet it tastes in your mouth. I couldn't help but shiver at his words. His hot breath tickled my ears. Stop messing with my mind, Leon. I just want to make an impression. Impression? I inquired. I don't understand what he meant by that statement. Sorry, but I don't follow. What do you mean by that? Again he looked around us, his lips were set in a grim line. I just want to make clear the other men around here that you're with me, therefore you are mine. They can only watch you from afar, but they will not have the chance to know you better. I won't let them. I couldn't help but giggle with joy. Don't tell me you're jealous. He looked at me straight in the eyes, seriously. I am. You don't know how hard I tried to hide my jealousy before, when other men pays attention to you. Now that I have you, I won't hesitate to show my possessiveness. I moved closer to him until nothing separated us. I gazed at his scorching eyes. Why don't you stake your claim then? Why don't you show them what you feel? You don't have to ask me twice. I immediately closed my eyes as he dipped his head and kissed me squarely in the middle of the crowded street. I knew we're making a spectacle in front of these people, but I don't care. I encircled my arms around Leon's neck to deepen the kiss. They don't have any idea how long I waited for this man to be mine. I would sure hold of him forever in my arms. When it seems that he was finally satisfied with the kiss, he lifted his head and gave me a meaningful smirk. I could see from his eyes the unhidden hunger in their depth. Let's go and find the souvenir you want and eat. You don't know how famished I am, Lucia. With scores of people's eyes on us, we continued to walk around until we arrived at the flea market. I was always excited to be in this part of the town. I could always find valuable items here. Leon followed me silently as I scanned stalls after stalls looking for nice pieces. My gaze was arrested by the vintage necklace with an emerald-cut pink diamond pendant. I held it in my hand and studied it meticulously. You have a very good eyes, señorita, the seller said in satisfaction. That piece was from a rich sheik. He originally gave it to his fourth wife as a wedding gift. I will give it to you for a small price. How much is it? It was Leon who asked. 100 euros. We'll take it, he said, fishing out banknotes from his pocket. But, I protested. Leon shook his head. Did I tell you to look for a nice souvenir for our first date? I think this necklace you like would be fitted for it. He paid for the jewelry, and he took it from my hand. Turn around. I reluctantly turned around and held my hair in one hand so he could place the necklace around my neck. He studied my appearance once the chain was safely placed around my throat. Perfect. Now how about lunch? I smiled at him. He led me to this little restaurant on the other side of the street. Once we were seated at the outdoor table of the bistro, the waiter gave us the menu. Lucia? Leon said after the waiter left us in alone. I looked up from the menu in my hand. What is it? Can I ask you a favor? I just raised an eyebrow in his direction. So unlikely of him to be this courteous. I'm curious though. I noticed him swallowed hard as he stared deep into my eyes. Can we hide our relationship to everyone for now? Why? I asked hoarsely. There was a slight pain in my heart. Are you ashamed of me? No. He answered almost immediately. He took my hand in his. I'm not ashamed of you. I will never be ashamed of you. I just want to prove to myself first that I am worthy to be your boyfriend. Especially to your brother. You know how I value his opinion of me. I was about to protest that he wants to hide our relationship, but then I realized where he was coming from. It must be his pride, so as much as it hurt me, I would try to understand his reason. All right, but how long do you plan to hide this? Until your brother would not protest once he learns that I am dating his younger sister. He smiled tenderly in my direction. I hope you are okay with that. I made a face. What else can I do? Does this mean we have to act like we hated each other's gut in public? Yes. He smiled almost shyly. Ouch. Chapter 18. Tea is your work in life that is the ultimate seduction. Pablo Picasso. Lucia Castillo's POV. I assume that the shopping expedition is a success, I announced, as soon as Lucia and her handsome but prudish bodyguard arrived in the estate. I must admit, I've been waiting for them for an hour to show up. I didn't expect that they would spend the whole day in town. From the pink stain on my sister-in-law's cheeks, I assumed that they were finally making progress in their relationship. Good evening, Layla. She murmured demurely. I stood at the porch with an eloquent smile on my face. From the corner of my eyes, I saw the prim and proper bodyguard took to unload the piles of fabric from the car. Lucia was not lying when she said she wants to buy textile. These two were trying so hard to avoid each other's eye contact, so I couldn't suspect anything in the improvement from their association. I hid my smile. They might fool the rest of the world, but not me. Good evening, Leon. I hope my sister-in-law didn't give you hard time the whole day, dragging you around the city, buying for fabrics like there's no tomorrow. Good evening to Your Excellency. He muttered softly, still avoiding my gaze. My eyes lit with pleasure when this straight-laced man moved closer to Lucia and whispered something in her ears. I couldn't miss the way Lucia's eyes widened before her bodyguard left us without as much as a goodbye. What's with the whisper thing all about? I asked Lucia, as we looked silently to the retreating form of Leon. The blush in her cheeks suggested that he whisper something naughty. Oh, nothing important. He says if I need anything, I shall call him. It was on the tip of my tongue to gently point out to my dear sister-in-law that she can't fool easily. There's no way I would believe her. Is that so? I asked sanguinely. Then we'd better go inside, dinner is almost ready. Come. I led her inside the manor, while the maids took her purchase inside her room. Lucia went to her room, claiming she wants to take a shower before going down for dinner. The dinner was uneventful, particularly because Lucia remained silent throughout the dinner time. She didn't join in the conversation at the dinner table, unless you address a direct question to her. Once the feast was concluded, Lucia excused herself immediately, claiming she's too tired with her trip in town, so she would retire to bed early, but I am not buying it. After Madre also retired to her bedroom, I asked Leandro and Vincenzo to join me in the drawing room. What's with this sudden meeting, Layla? It was my idiot cousin who asked. He was nursing a glass of whiskey my husband gave to him. I have a theory, I said, looking at the glass window. I could see lights illuminating outside. I want to prove if I am correct. You are always correct with your scheme. Leandro chimed in, sitting behind the study table with also a glass of whiskey in his hand. I smirked in his direction. That's what I love about you, darling. I hate third-wheeling with you guys, it makes me nauseous every time. Vincenzo made a face of somewhat disgust in our direction. Can you at least tone down your freaking sweetness when you are in my company? Have mercy on me. Oh, that's pish-posh, I answered him, raising an eyebrow in my cousin's direction. What you feel is not nausea but jealousy. Deep inside you, you also want this kind of relationship, Vincenzo. Why don't you find a bride of your own and make Cesare weep with happy tears? Vincenzo feigned the look of horror. What a horrible thing to say. I'd rather accept a mission in Antarctica than find myself a bride. You can keep this love thing to yourselves, including the pathetic Rafe, but leave me out of this. I raised an eyebrow in my husband's direction. Isn't that the same line all men had been spouting before they met the one for them? Leandro permitted himself to smile a little. I guess so. There's nothing that would make Cesare happy than to see your leg shackled in marriage. I smiled wistfully at the thought. I don't want to see it. He threw a foul look in my direction. Is this how you treat the man who is helping you with your ridiculous quest out of the goodness in his heart? How dare you threaten me like this? If I didn't know better, you are already feeding the old grumpy man about this nonsense. I burst out laughing. There's nothing more enjoyable than baiting my dear cousin about this marriage thing. Casual affairs were his things, but he doesn't do commitment just like the certain someone I know, but look at him now. He's happily settled with married life with me. My gaze was caught something outside when I saw Lucia running to the garage hastily. See, I know there will be a midnight encounter. I've been there before, Lucy. I thought silently. It seems that you are right all along. I realized that Vincenzo stood beside me at the window. The pretty señorita will meet her bodyguard in secrecy under her brother's nose to have a midnight stroll around the estate. How romantic. I laughed heartily. I was aware that he was baiting Leandro, who remained silent until now. Vincenzo stared at me, grinning. I guess your husband is aware of what will happen when a man and woman took a late-night getaway. I'm out of here. Leandro groaned and walked out of the room. Vincenzo and I silently watched the speeding jeep away. That's my boy, Leon. Lucia's pav. I will wait for you in the garage later when everyone else retires to bed. My heart nearly went out of my ribcage when he whispered those words to me in front of my brother's wife. At first I was curious. I thought he wants to hide our relationship to other people, so why now he's asking me to sneak out with him in the dead of the night? I was light-headed throughout dinner time with my family. Their chat merrily including our visitor, Layla's cousin, but honestly I was not in the mood to join the conversation and just focus on my meal. As soon as it was ended, I retired to bed and wait for the house to be silent so I could slip out without watchful eyes. My heart lurched at the sight of him in the dark corner of the huge garage. He was there looking dark and dangerous, my Leon. Hey, I asked, a little breathlessly since I came running from the main house. Sorry, I'm late. He detached himself from the pillar and returned my smile. He touched the side of my cheeks. You're just in time. Where are you taking me for this mysterious trip of yours? It's a surprise, he said, before opening the passenger's door on the Jeep parked at the side of the garage. Let's go. I jumped in the vehicle and placed my seatbelt around my body. The anticipation was killing me with this mysterious trip he had planned for us. He maneuvered the automobile in the driveway and sped our way to the unknown destination. After a short drive, we finally arrived at the meadow. He parked the Jeep under the shaded tree. I noticed that there was already a pit fire near the picnic table. This man plans this ahead, has he? I thought silently. I slid out of the vehicle with awe. I always want to do this with you, Leon said almost sheepishly, as he unloaded a picnic basket on the trunk of the car. I raised an eyebrow in his direction. Aren't you on the roll in showing your romantic side, sir? I never thought that Leon McAllister could be this passionate. You keep on surprising me today, Leon. I will take that as a compliment. His eyes lit with fervor. He laid out a blanket on the grass with the basket in his hand. He took a seat on the blanket and gestured me to sit beside him, so I didn't hesitate to sit beside him under the starry night. This is more romantic than in most movies, Leon. I breathed as I stare into the sky and appreciate the glowing stars. I need to remember that you are a danger to a woman's heart. I beg to disagree. He replied playfully, opening a glass of wine. I hid my smile while watching him pour the liquid into the wine glasses. He knew how to catch a woman's attention. The only heart I want is yours. My pathetic heart danced at his words. I immediately took a sip of the offered wine to break the eye contact. Why do I always behave like this in his company? I didn't react like this to other men before, only to him. Tell me, I changed the topic, putting him on the hot seat. How many girls you brought on a date like this? He stared deep into my eyes. Only you, Lucia. Oh, okay. I was lost for words. I just stared at the fire burning not far away from us. Being with Leon like this makes me nervous. In the past, we were rarely alone together, and if we were unaccompanied, he was busy stealing kisses from me. Lucia. I turned to his side to face him, but too late. His face was only inches apart from mine, and before I could formulate a reply, he's already cradling my face and kissing me squarely. I placed my hands in his broad shoulder for support as I kissed him back. When the kiss turned deeper, Leon pulled away. He rested his forehead in mine while we were both trying to catch our breath. Only the sound of flickering woods could be heard around us. We need to stop or we'll surely regret this after. I have enough of our teasing and kissing, and Leon would stop midway for the reason he only knew this time I would be in charge in here. His eyes went wide when I suddenly straddled between his legs. Nope. Tonight we are not stopping. There was a dark fire that lit in his eyes. I've never seen such an expression from him before. You'll surely regret this in the morning, Lucia. I shook my head resolutely, kissing the side of his mouth. I never realized that I could be this bold with a man. You don't have any idea how long I've waited for this. Stop seducing me if you don't want to regret this in the future, he said hoarsely. His large hands took a hold of my waist as he guided me to the bulk in his jeans. If you don't stop now, if you wake up something, I will not let you go even if you want to. I smiled seductively in his passion-clouded eyes. I grind my hips to his sleeping member. Why don't you try to stop me, darling? Last chance, he warned me. I squeaked slightly when in one swift movement we changed position. I now lay under him. Stop this now or let me finish what we started. I was probably being reckless here, but it doesn't matter. I've longed for this man for as long as I remember. Love me, Leon. Jesus. He breathed, before closing the distance of our lips again in a heated kiss. I felt his hands travel inside my shirt until they found my breast. I squirmed a little with the sensation his hand doing inside my bra. He removed his mouth from mine and made his way down to my throat as his hands slowly unbuttoning my shirt. Once I was half naked in front of him, he feasted his eyes on my body. Leon? So beautiful, he said passionately. My imagination didn't do justice to what's hidden beneath your clothes, my love. He imagined me like this? I mused silently. But I don't have time to tease him when he removed his clothes, and I am busy admiring his well-defined body. As I thought he has abs, I couldn't help but run my hands in his body from the contour of his chest to his washboard stomach. He stopped my hands from exploring. Enough of your virgin exploration. Do it in another time. I couldn't wait anymore. Before I could ask what he meant, he removed his pants, as well as my jeans and underwear. I nearly went out of my mind when he dipped his head on my feminine core. No one prepared me for this, but I was thankful that I was regularly having full Brazilian bikini wax, or this could be very embarrassing. "D. Leon?" I didn't know if I was pleading or encouraging him. When he was finally satisfied, he gave me a wicked grin. I noticed his proud member was already hard. Last chance to back out. I shook my head. No. He moved closer to me, until his manhood was at the entrance of my feminine core. He gave me little kisses on the neck, while his member was slowly making his way inside of me. Little by little, I felt tolerable pain between my legs. Did I place my arms around Leon's neck to encourage him? Maybe. I'm not sure, but slowly I felt him filling me with his arousal. "Don't stop." I breathed, panting. "I don't plan to," he replied, as he was finally fully inside me. I winced slightly when he slowly moved inside me. The worst part is over now, the fun part. Before I could ask, "What does he mean?" my body was engulfed with sensation and euphoria with Leon's lovemaking. So this is what it feels like to be a woman in your lover's arms? I was totally overwhelmed. Leon changed his tempo and speed. I couldn't help but make little noises on my throat, but those sounds seemed only to encourage him to continue his possession of my body. When I thought I was about to lose my mind with the sensation, Leon and I found the finish line together. He slumped on top of me, trying to catch his breath. "Are you okay?" he asked after a moment. "Yeah, how about you?" He smiled down at me and said, "Totally." I lay naked in his arms after a few moments. Only a small blanket covered our nakedness. I still couldn't believe the turn of events in our trip, not that I regret a thing. "What are you thinking?" Leon asked while playing with the strand on my hair. "Nothing," I said happily, moving atop of him as I stared into his eyes deeply. "I'm just happy." "How about you?" "Beyond happy. I think I could die from happiness." I kissed him on the lips hard. I wished we could stay like this forever. Chapter 19. Friendship is an arrangement by which we undertake to exchange small favors for big ones. Montesquieu. Lucia's Pav. We were back in Paris. Our impromptu vacation in Spain finally ended. I still couldn't believe the unexpected progress that happened between me and Leon. I tried to hide my smile as I remember our romantic getaway this weekend. "That's a quiet smile on your face," Amelia, my secretary/good friend, commented. "I gather that your trip back home is a success." "Yes," I replied enthusiastically. "You have to see the textiles I brought from home. They are one of a kind. I'm so excited to use them for my next collection. Wait until Leon brings them here." Amelia thought for a moment, studying me with her sharp gaze. I wonder if that's the only reason why you're extra happy since you came back. You seem a little different somehow. Care to share?" I smiled at her, shaking my head. "I don't know what you mean." The door of my workroom suddenly burst to open. My eyes lit at the sight of the most handsome man you could lay your eyes on. The same man who was the subject of my teenage heart's fantasies. "Where should I put these?" he asked casually, holding the bulk of fabrics in his hands. I smiled at the sight of him, and he smiled back at me. "Here, let me help you." I immediately went to help him with the materials we both had together in Seville. "Let's put them on this table. What took you so long to come back?" Leon's eyes glint with pleasure. "I was struck with traffic, señorita. I couldn't come as fast as I wanted to." Now I know the reason why behind your unusual smile, Lucia. I have forgotten about Amelia, who was also inside the workroom. I guess I overstay my presence here. I need to go now. I can't handle a tense atmosphere here. Before I could formulate my reply, she went out of the room, closing the door firmly behind her. I became aware that I was all alone with Leon in this room. Suddenly, my heart starts to pound loudly in my chest. "So?" I started, but the words died in my mouth when he suddenly flattened his lips on mine in a quick but hard kiss. I'd been dying to do that the moment I arrive, but I forced to restrain myself since your secretary is here," he said, looking down at me with such passion in his eyes. "Leon?" I closed my eyes, melting in his warm embrace. This pretending is a lot harder than I first thought. I hate it when we couldn't show affection on each other in public, like the thing we did in Seville. I heard Leon took a deep breath, kissing the top of my head. "I know, I'm truly sorry. Please give me some time to prove my worth to be your boyfriend." I snuggled even closer to the warmth of his arms. Being in his arms like this was enough for me for now. As long as we're together like this, I will be fine. But promise me, that is only a temporary arrangement? "I promise," he said solemnly. "Thank you for understanding, my darling. Sometimes I still couldn't believe that you are finally mine. I didn't know what I did to deserve you like this. I know you deserve better, but I'm too selfish for that. I want you all to myself." "I feel the same about you, Leon," I muttered to him as I drew back a little to see his handsome face. "Even though you're nothing but cold to me in the past, I couldn't stop myself from being attracted to you." He gave me a rakish grin. "That's because I tried so hard to hide my feelings for you. I knew there's no way we could be together. That's why I left my post as your brother's bodyguard. I fear that I couldn't stop myself anymore from stealing kisses from you since I got a taste of your lips." I glared at him hotly, remembering that time he suddenly disappeared. My heart wasn't prepared for it. "That's rather harsh, you know. You suddenly leave without prior notice. I was left in the estate feeling broken-hearted and missing you like crazy." He laughed softly, kissing my forehead. "I'm sorry. I will make it up to you, I promise." Before I could reply, a light knock sounded in the doorway. Leon and I sprang apart when my secretary's head peeks in the doorway. "Excuse me, Lucia. You have a visitor." I still try to calm my nerves when Amelia nearly caught us in each other's arms. Taking a steady breath, I tried to smile to my secretary's benefit. "Who is it?" "Me," Jacques said, entering the room with a ready smile on his face. "Oh?" My good friend raised an eyebrow in my direction playfully. "Aren't you happy to see me? How's your trip home this weekend? I miss you, Lucia." I peeked a glance at Leon, whose eyes abruptly darkened at the sight of this man. I tucked the loose strands of hair into my ears. It's fine. I did a lot of catching up to do with my family these past 2 days." He moved closer from where I was standing. From the corner of my eyes I could see the fuming gaze of Leon. I instantly took a step backward, to create a good amount of space between us. "I was hoping that you extended the invitation for your mother's birthday to me. I would like to meet your family." "Oh?" I enforced myself to laugh. Even in my ears it sounded off. "You see, Jacques, the party was organized last minute. My sister-in-law just informed me a day before the party." "I'm sorry." He gave me an endearing smile. "That's okay. I'm sure they will be next time to meet your family. I am hoping that they will like me." "Of course they will like you," I reassured him with a strained smile on my face. From the corner of my eyes, I could see the angry beast waiting to pounce. "You are a good friend of mine. They will like you in no time." Jacques slid his gaze to Leon briefly, before focusing his gaze back at me. "This is kind of embarrassing saying this with your bodyguard listening to us, but I am hoping to be more than just a friend to you." "That's..." From my peripheral vision, I saw Leon readily attack this man in front of me, but I glanced at him briefly and shook my head. The last thing I want was for him to pounce on this poor man, when he doesn't have any idea that we're already an item. Unexpected. He gave a self-mocking smile. "That's not the answer I am hoping to hear." "Jacques?" I started. I was not sure how to gently turn him down without hurting him. I was aware of the feeling he has for me, but I cannot return his feeling when that beastly man in the corner who remained silent until now has my heart utterly so. "Don't have to answer right away," he said lightly, smiling down at me. Let's have lunch together, my treat. I shook my head regretfully. I can't. I have had a mountain of work waiting for me since I returned from Spain. I think I need to have a rain check on your offer. Maybe next time. All right, he replied. I will hold on to your promise. You owe me a lunch date, Lucia. It seems that I am keeping you from your work. I need to go. I'm looking forward to the lunch you owe me. I smiled at him as he made his way out of my workroom. He surprised me today with his unexpected confession. Now I was not even sure if I could face him again without feeling unease with his company. I started when I suddenly shrieked when Leon picked me up and placed me on my work table. My eyes widened at him. What are you doing? Why didn't you turn him down right away when he confessed to you? He asked fumingly. Right now his eyes held a dangerous glint in their depth. Are you going to think about his offer? No. I answered him exasperatingly. You know that I cannot reciprocate his feelings for me. It's just I don't know to turn him down without hurting his feelings. Besides, Jacques doesn't even know that we're already dating. He assumed that I'm still single since you want to hide our relationship. Something dark and dangerous played in his eyes. Even now our faces were only an inch apart. I could see emotion swirl in their profundity. If I remember correctly, I said we're going to hide our relationship, but I didn't say you can flirt with other guys in front of me. My eyes widened at his accusation. I am not flirting with him. Oh yeah? He asked maddeningly. He traced my bottom lip with his thumb. From where I was standing a while ago, I could see that you are. I was about to retort when I gave him a knowing smile. Why? Don't tell me you are jealous, Leon McAllister. Yes, I am. He replied hotly. He guided my legs and wrapped them around his waist. Trust me, you don't want to see my jealous side. Is that a challenge? Nope. A fair warning, my darling. I couldn't help but giggle. Then I have to thank Jacques in the future for stirring this kind of emotion from Leon. Do you know that you are cute when you are jealous, Leon? His eyes narrowed in my direction, but there's a twitch of smile playing on his lips. Are you making fun of me? I wouldn't dare. I guess it's time to teach this little señorita a lesson, not to play with my jealousy or she will regret it surely. I will punish you. I raised an eyebrow in his direction, placing my hands on his broad shoulder. What will you do then? There was an evil grin on his face that I don't trust. He dipped his head on the hollow of my neck and kissed me, but his teeth graze on my skin. There, he said with satisfaction. I automatically touched the part of my throat that he kissed. I stared at him in disbelief. Did you just give me a hickey? Yes, I am. The devil didn't have an ounce of regret in his voice. I could also see triumph in his eyes. Until that mark vanishes from your skin, I won't kiss you again. I snorted, smiling at the thought. As if I will miss your kisses. Is this your punishment then? I goaded at him. I can deal with it easily. Oh, it seems that you don't understand, my love. Let me explain again. He said, touching my lips with his finger. I won't kiss your lips again, but I didn't say I will not kiss the rest of you. I will kiss every inch of your body until you had enough. Heat rose in my cheeks at his words. Leon? How could you say such things in broad daylight? I pretend to look at the door in case someone might listening to us, but the truth is, I only want to escape his intense eyes. This is your punishment for making me jealous. I looked at him with a self-assured smile. Oh, you will kiss me again on the lips sooner than you thought. He kissed the base of my throat hotly. Jesus, there was a tongue involved. We'll see, my dear. You will beg first. Chapter 20. Punishment may make us obey the orders we are given, but at best it will only teach an obedience to authority, not a self-control which enhances our self-respect. Bruno Bettelheim. Lucia's Pav. Truer to his words, this devil refused to kiss me again in the lips. He stated that he would not kiss me again until the love mark he put on my neck disappear. He was punishing me with the action I didn't even do. Okay, let me correct myself, he was punishing me with the act that I wasn't even aware of. Leon said that he got jealous when I was flirting with Jacques in front of him. He told me he needed to teach me a lesson, not to play with his jealousy in the future, or I would not like the punishment he would give me. Here I am now, sitting on my kitchen countertops, half naked like him, wearing only his crisp white shirt from yesterday, while he was only wearing his pants, showing me his naked chest as I let him devour me for breakfast. Leon? I mumbled with my eyes shut, while his skillful lips traveling on my neck. We need to stop. Why are you stopping me? He asked, his hot breath tickled my sensitive skin. I'm having my breakfast. I tried so hard to stop the sensation of his sinful kisses around my body. Every time he deviously seducing me with his touch and addictive kisses, I couldn't think straight. My poor brain stopped from functioning. You just had your fourth one a few hours ago. So? He finally drew back from his exploration and had the nerve to ask as if it was a nonsense question. You have no idea how long I'd been dying to do this with you, Lucia. Do you think I will stop now that I finally have you? I finally had the chance to see his beautiful eyes. Not that I am complaining, but I'm starting to get annoyed by this. A frown mark on his eyebrow. Why? I hooked my arms around his neck. I tried to close the distance between our lips. The devilish glint was back in his eyes. Ops, no more lip-locking for now until the hickey I gave you fade. You are impossible. I informed him irritably. Why are you punishing me for the misconduct I didn't commit? Because I got jealousy. I stared at him in disbelief. That's it? You are putting this nonsense between us because you got jealous of Jacques? His eyes narrowed and darkened in my direction instantly upon hearing the name of my friend. Do not speak of his name in front of me, Lucia. I don't like to hear his name. That bastard, I don't trust him. There's something about him that is shady. I rolled my eyes at his assessment of Jacques' character. I think you are being biased about him. He's a good man, a true gentleman, one might say. That's why I don't trust him, dearest. He told me utterly, but I couldn't miss the way his hand slowly traveled on my naked thighs. As I said, he seems too good to be true. I think he has another personality that he doesn't show yet. I chose not to answer him about his evaluation of the Frenchman. Instead, I focused my attention on the busy hands that now rested between my legs. What do you think you're doing, mister? Seducing you, he said unashamedly. His eyes were already clouded with desire. He was about to test if I was finally ready, when he cursed to himself. Damn it. I forgot to bring a condom with me. It was my turn to smile smugly. Karma finally caught you from punishing me unjustly, Leon. How does it feel to get interrupted from your seduction because you forgot to bring protection with you? Oh, I won't be so sassy if I were you, señorita. He retorted at me playfully. I can just bring you back to the bed where the protection's safely placed on your bedside drawer. Heat rose into my cheeks. Yeah, apart from the night at the estate, Leon never missed on using protection since our lovemaking, even how frantically ready we are. I never thought that I would store boxes of condoms in my room, even if Leon was the one who bought them still. He even once taught me how to put that elastic rubber in his manhood. I wonder what Leandro would do if he saw them in my drawer. He would probably wring my neck with his bare hands. I slapped his hand and give him stern look. That's enough for now. I will be late for work if you continue to mess with my head. Excuse me. No, you are not. He muttered softly, refusing me to get down from the countertop. We're just starting. No. I refused him flatly, giving him also an ultimatum. Until you kiss me on the lips again, there will be no making love for you. Not going to happen, my princess. His eyes glinted on the sunlight creep through the window. On a serious note, what are you planned for today? I shrugged at his sudden question. Nothing important, just a day in my shop. I need to finish the custom-made gown that is due next week. Why, you ask? He eyed me seriously. Can I leave you for a moment? I just need to finish some business, but I will be back as soon as I can, I promise. Will you be okay if I left you for a few hours? I rolled my eyes at him. Here he was again, treating me like a child. Of course, I will be fine while you are away. Maybe this is also a good opportunity to pay the lunch à eau Jacques while you are away. Lucia, he warned. I shook my head. No, I'm being serious, Leon. This might be my chance to tell him that I am not interested in pursuing any relationship with him other than friendship. Troubled show in his eyes. I knew he doesn't want me to see Jacques, since he wasn't going to be around. But trust me, will you? I looked up at his worried eyes. He was silent for a moment before he answered me. I trust you, Lucia. It's that man that I don't trust. You have to understand where I come from. There's something about that guy that I couldn't pinpoint at the moment. I will be fine, I reassured him with an encouraging smile. It's just a harmless lunch with a friend of mine. Male friend? I rolled my eyes. Okay, male friend, but I promise you I will be fine, and I will not do anything stupid to make you worry. Leon sighed deeply. I knew he still doesn't want me to go, but he finally gave in after a moment. I promise to pick you up as soon as I can, once I am done with my work. You are required to give me an update always, are we clear? I beamed merrily. I promise, Leon. He slumped his head on my shoulder and groaned. I will die early if you continue to make me worry all the time. I am probably the only man on this planet who will let his girlfriend see her other suitor for a lunch date. Do you think I am such an idiot? His girlfriend, he said. Those simple words warmed my heart. I barely contained the emotion that filled me with those words he spoke so casually. It was as if he'd been saying those words for quite some time now. I cradled his face so I could see his anxious eyes. You do just fine. You must know by now that you are the only man I want, right? You don't know how long I've waited for you to notice me. I took notice of you from the start. It's just I don't want you to realize that I am interested in you, my darling. So I kept it to myself. I smiled lovingly as I drew his face towards me. I planned to steal a kiss from the mouth that kissed every inch of my body last night, but my lips. It was a nearly perfect executed plan when he looked sideways, and my lips just grazed on the side of his mouth. Stubborn man, I said with annoyance in my voice. You nearly got me there, minx. He admitted, with a devilish smirk on his face. I need to raise my guard next time. You're a cunning lady. I told you I won't kiss your lovely lips again until you beg. I will not beg. He gave me a parting chuckle before leaving me alone in the kitchen. We shall see, señorita. We shall see. After my teasing game with Leon over breakfast and very busy morning at my boutique, I finally stopped Jacques at the trendy high-class restaurant a few blocks from my shop. The My Très de Haut telephone led me to the table where the French heir was waiting for me. He smiled brightly in my direction once he caught sight of me. Sorry to keep you waiting, I murmured, as the My Très de Haut telephone helped me slid to the chair across Jacques before giving us the menu and leave us in silence. It's okay. He reassured me, taking a look at the menu in his hand. I'm glad to see you without the bodyguard hovering around you. I gave him a tight smile before focusing my gaze on the menu. I'm sorry about that. Leon is only following my brother's order about my protection, that's why he's with me almost 24/7. Leon? It seems like you are getting along with him so well since you came back from your trip home. Jacques inquired delicately. I thought you said in the past that you are not on good terms with that man, Lucia. Well, you see. I swallowed hard. I was lost for words for a moment. I didn't even know how to answer him. Does he suspect anything about me and Leon? I really can't do anything other than to get along with him, since we're in each other's pocket for now. You don't have to explain to me, Lucia, he said with his eyes focused on me. That was just an observation from me. When I see you with him yesterday, it seems that you are already comfortable around him, so different from when he first came into the picture. If my guess is correct, he already passes the boundary of employee/employer. He's more of a friend to you now, and it makes me worry. Worry? I frowned at him, putting down the menu on the table. What do you mean? He gave me a self-mocking smile. Call me ridiculous, but my worst nightmare is that you will fall for him since he's always by your side. How I wish it is me who is always at your side. Jacques? I started. I don't know how to tell him about the reason why I met him in the first place. He laughed all of a sudden. I know I don't have the right to ask you this, but can you assure me that you won't fall in love with him in the future, whatever happens, so my mind will be at ease? I won't, I replied. Technically, I didn't assure him nor lie to him. It's just I don't think I would fall in love with Leon in the future, since I am already in love with him for so long. I just didn't know how to tell him that I am already in a relationship with the man in question, and I didn't want to break Jacques' heart for the sake of my happiness. He was such a dear friend to me. Chapter 21. The first step toward change is awareness. The second step is acceptance. Nathaniel Brandon. Lucia's POV. It had been exactly 6 weeks since I came back from Spain. Since that night that we're together, Leon and I were inseparable. In my apartment or his, it became our routine to sleep on the same bed. Being with him like this was nothing but pure happiness. Sometimes I woke up early to see his sleeping face. My hands itched to caress his handsome face while he slept soundly. But I couldn't do it. I feared that the gesture would wake him. So I settled just to study his face when he was unaware. When we're sleeping, I couldn't move an inch away from the bed since his strong hand was securely placed in the flat of my stomach. He said that I hated it when I slid off to bed first to fix our breakfast. Since practically living together, we settled into this domesticated life. I even terminated my contract with the housekeeping agency that provides a person who cooks, cleans, and does my laundry. Leon told me that we should do this together like any other normal couple. I never expected that living with him would be like this. He taught me things to other people might be basic necessities in life, but not for me. Growing up having everything at your fingertips, this new experience was surreal for me. Leon taught me how to buy for my pantry from vegetables, fruits, what good cut of meat should I purchase, and many more. I could also now do my laundry, and even clean my table after eating. Heck, even that creepy stalking thing had stopped since I came back. I was never happier with the flow of my life now. But Leon reminded me to always put my guard up. He's not still totally convinced that stalker was now fully out of the picture. I will not let that stalker damper my happiness. A budding career in the fashion industry, with the man I've always wanted on my side, even though our relationship is a secret for now. This might be good for us anyway, away from the prying eyes of society. Living far away from the estate, away, and from the powerful name of my brother, where my family name here bears no importance, I was pretty happy. But this morning was not like any other. I feared that something had changed in me. While I was busy fixing our breakfast, it seems that something had upset my stomach. I want to be sick early this morning. I gulped back the bitter saliva in my mouth. Why does my empty stomach rebel early this morning? I asked myself silently, trying to calm my breathing. Are you all right, Lucia? The concerned voice of Leon sounded in the silent kitchen. He just finished his shower. His air was still damp. I couldn't miss the anxiety in his eyes as he stared at me. I nodded, trying to speak without throwing up in the sink. I'm fine, silly. It seems that I ate something last night that didn't go well with my stomach. He closed the distance between us in a few strides. His hand touched my cheek tenderly. You're so pale. Maybe I should take you to the hospital, and have a proper checkup for your condition. Why don't you lay in bed for a moment? I'm fine, Leon, I reassured him while fighting off my nausea. Despite my denial, suddenly in the past few days, realization hit me like a speeding train. It couldn't be. How? I started. I didn't even know what to think about. Goodness, this can't be happening to us. We were careful always, for heaven's sake. Oh, wait a moment. I silently groaned when I remember our first time. He just took me to an innocent romantic getaway in the estate, and I mischievously seduced him. I recall, not that we didn't use protection that night. How can I? Wait a moment, why was I thinking this way? Hell, I was not even sure if my assessment had been correct. What if I was just reading too much into this? The only way to find out is to take a test. But even if I would take a test, in private first, I don't know how to tell him about this sudden news. I feared that I was already deep in trouble, since I don't remember the last time my period visited me. I remember it now that I bought new tampons only last week, when I saw in my drawer that I haven't used yet the previous box I bought last month. Lucia, are you all right? Leon dragged me out of my reverie. The alarm in his eyes was palpable. You've been staring into space for quite some time now. What are you thinking? What's wrong? I tried to give him a reassuring smile when deep inside, I felt that I need that kind of smile to myself. I'm fine. There's nothing you should worry about. Sit. Breakfast is almost ready. Are you sure? He asked, unconvinced. His eyes were busy assessing my appearance. I hope I could convince him that I was truly fine. Maybe you should take off today from your work. You've been working tirelessly for weeks now. I think you should rest, even if for a day. Look, dark circles starting to form under your eyes. I consciously place my hand in my eyes and look away from him. Leon? He held my hands in his, staring deep in eyes. Say you will take a break from work today? Please don't work so hard and look after your health. It makes me worry so much when you are unwell, my princess. I knew when I was defeated. Thankfully, I was not that busy at the boutique this week. Maybe this might be a good time to take a test and find out if I am pregnant. Jesus, saying that word was almost unbelievable. Am I really pregnant with Leon's child? I glanced at him discreetly. How should I tell him the news? I heard him groan. You're doing it again. Doing what? I inquired lightly. The onslaught of my stomach finally settled down. I resisted the urge to place my hand in my still flat stomach. You're spacing out again, he said, his eyes filled with annoyance. Are you sure you don't want to share anything with me? I believe that you are hiding something from me, Lucia. I can feel it. My heart charged in my chest. I tried my very best to calm it. You're being ridiculous. I told you I'm fine. Truthfully. I nodded, beaming at him like an idiot. Yes, and I am happy to inform you that I will listen to your advice and take a break from work for today. Really? The relief in his eyes was almost laughable. He was like a child receiving his Christmas gift early. That's good to hear. But I need you to get some files in my boutique. I need them. I supplied with a laugh. I already formulate my plan on how to buy a pregnancy test kit without Leon on my side. He groaned again, looking at me with a frown on his handsome face. Didn't you just say that you will? I know, I cut him off with a chuckle. He was caught between reprimanding me and put up with my demands. I just need to make a few phone calls, that's it. Can't your secretary do that? I shook my head regretfully. Personal matters. He stared at me for a long moment. Are you sure you will be all right here while I go out to get your things at your shop? Of course, I vexed to sound not too eager. I tried to give him a winsome smile, that kind of smile that silently telling him you can trust me, you know. There was probably something about my expression that convinced him when he took a deep breath and surrender. All right, I will get your files. I will just change. What about breakfast? I asked to his retreating form. I still don't know if I could eat anything. I fear that my stomach would get upset again once I put food in it. He didn't bother to answer me, and went straight to the bedroom I shared with him. After few minutes, he was already dressed. Before he left the apartment, he extracted a promise from me that I would take a rest in the bedroom while he was away, and asked me if there's anything particular I want to eat so he could buy it before coming back. I smiled at him and told him that I want eclairs from my favorite pastry shop near my boutique. He nodded and kissed me on the cheeks before he took his leave. I waited for few more minutes before grabbing my wallet and the apartment keys, making my way to the nearest pharmacy just around the corner of the streets. I need to be quick before Leon comes back with the files I told him that I need. Half running, half walking on the picturesque streets of Paris, I finally made it to the pharmacy in record time. My heart beat so loudly in my chest, I swore the woman behind the counter could hear it. "Good morning," the kind woman greeted in French with a ready smile on her face. "What can I have for you?" "Pregnancy test kits, please," I answered with a tight smile on my face. "Do you have a brand in mind, miss?" I bit my lips. "Give me at least 3 different brands to be sure." The kind woman just smiles and gets the thing that would probably seal my fate. Once I paid for the pregnancy test, I hid them in the pocket of my jacket, as if I was afraid that people outside the streets would see me carrying such things. "Get a grip, Lucia," I said to myself silently. It might be a big deal back in Spain if people see me carrying these things, but this was different. This is Paris, people barely knew me here. So I made my way back to the apartment. I wanted to be this home testing done before Leon arrived. I slowly unlocked the apartment and went straight to the bathroom to have this done as soon as possible, but as I sat on the toilet, I couldn't summon my pee to come out. Goodness, how hard does it be to pee? I didn't usually have problems in that area. Feeling frustrated by the delay, I went to the fridge and gulped the whole bottle of water and wait for the result. Finally, I felt that my bladder was full. I immediately went to the bathroom and filled the disposable cup with my pee. Once I was done, I felt like a scientist putting drops of pale yellow liquid on the 3 pregnancy kits. This was probably the longest 30 seconds of my life as I waited for the result. The outcome was a plain reminder that my life would never be the same from now on. Those 3 test supplies stated loud and clear, "Pregnant." My eyes couldn't believe how could this happen so fast. I mean, yeah, there was a risk when you were in a relationship and having an active ex-life, but Leon and I were just starting in this new chapter of our lives. If I told him about this new sudden development, don't get me wrong, I was aware that he has the right to know about the child I am carrying, since half of this child was his flesh and blood. But I was afraid if I told him about this, he would do the right thing and convince me to marry him for the sake of the child. What if he just felt the need to marry me because it's the right thing to do? What if he isn't ready yet? Jesus, am I ready? I didn't want him to ask my hand in marriage out of obligation. I placed my hand in my still flat belly. For now, I would just hide it from him until I find a better solution to this problem. I believe I still have few months before people would start to notice my growing belly. I stared at the unsure woman in the mirror. I couldn't help but groan. My life just turned upside down. My problems were starting to pile up over my head. I haven't resolved yet my issue with Jacques, my secret relationship to Leon, my stalker who seems to be on hiatus for now, thank goodness, now with this news that I am carrying Leon's child. How can a woman keep up with this? The image of my brother crossed my mind lightning fast. How could I tell him about this without him being obnoxious pain in the ass? I might as well plan my funeral before I tell him about my secret. Chapter 22. During movement and chaos, keep stillness inside of you. Deepak Chopra. Lucia's Pav. I finally caught you. I closed my eyes when I heard the familiar voice of Jacques. I just went to the park near the Eiffel Tower to do some sketches, finding good inspiration for my next collection. I gave the man in question a tight smile as I glanced at him. Jacques, long time no see. He sat beside me on the park bench and stared at me deeply. If I didn't know better, I will assume that you are keeping your distance from me. What's wrong? Did I do anything that made you upset? No, it's not like that. I shook my head, closing my sketchbook in my lap. I'm just very busy lately, that's why I barely have time to go out. That's good to know then. But that was not entirely true. I'd been avoiding him since our awkward lunch, and at the news that I am pregnant with Leon's child. It's been a week since I took the test. So far, I couldn't think of my next move. Even to Leon, I also slightly distanced myself. I don't know how to tell him about my news. You look tired, Jacques commented, his eyes filled with worry. I hope you are not abusing yourself with your workload. You should take a break once in a while. Do you want to go on a vacation with me? I shook my head. I became self-conscious about my appearance. Thank you for the offer, but I cannot leave my work here. He smiled mockingly. I half knew you would say that. He looked around us. He was really out of place in this park with his expensive suit. Now I realize, where's your bodyguard? I'm surprised not to see him hovering around you like a shadow. He's running some errand for me. I smiled sadly at the thought. Since I learned about my pregnancy, I've been keeping him away from me since there are no signs of the stalker anymore. He still reluctantly but obeying my favor I'd kept on asking him to do for me. I missed him so badly, but I fear if he stayed on my side, he would eventually notice my changing body. Did the two of you quarrel? The French heir asked, studying me. I hope he is not the reason behind the sadness in your eyes, Lucia. I hate to think that he has think kind of effect on you as man, it makes me worry. Tell me, dear. Do I need to worry about your relationship with him? I shook my head again. This was the last topic I would rather discuss with him. This was one of the reasons why I was avoiding him in the first place. I guess the only way I could deal with him was, to be honest. Actually, Jacques. I stopped, swallowing hard. I lied to you about my association with my bodyguard. Lied? I nodded with an apologetic smile on my face. The truth is, he's more than bodyguard to me. In fact, he is my boyfriend. I mentally cringed when I saw the shock in his eyes. I should have told him sooner about my association with Leon, than kept it a secret. I should have turned him down the first time he made it clear his intention towards me. Oh wow. I'm sorry, Jacques, I informed him with regret in my voice. I heard him took a deep breath. It seems that he couldn't believe what he had just heard from me. Well, I don't know what to say. Still, I think if you let me. I debate if I would tell him the rest of the story, but I think the best way for me was to become honest with him. There's more. More? The shock on his face was understandable. What do you mean? I cleared my throat, staring at him. Actually, our relationship created a child. I'm pregnant, Jacques. I'm 7 weeks pregnant with his baby. The poor man paled visibly. I wished I had thought of a better way to tell him about my secret. I knew he would be hurt at first, but eventually he would be fine. He's a good man, but I don't see myself romantically involved with him. That's kind of hurt, to be honest. I'm sorry if I led you to believe that nothing is going on with the two of us, but it's just we're keeping our relationship secret since we're still in the early stage, I told him regretfully. I glanced down at my intertwined hands. I could not look him straight in the eyes. What is your next plan now? He asked after a long moment. We just sat on the bench, staring at the kids playing around. Does he even know that you are carrying his child? I tried to smile bravely. He isn't aware of it yet. I don't know how to tell him since we're still in the early stage of our relationship. He took my hand in his. Even with this child, I'm still serious about you, Lucia. I immediately removed my hands from his touch. I stared at him in disbelief. You got to be kidding me. I'm serious.
Leon's paused. Something was wrong, I told myself silently as I drive back to the city. This was the 7th straight day Lucia asked me to buy items far away from the city. Since last week, I noticed something had changed with her. We still slept on the same bed, same daily routine. Since we came back from Spain, our life was anything but blissful. But deep inside me, I knew she's somewhat kind of distancing herself from me. I even once asked her while we're about to sleep if there was something that was bothering her. She just laughed and told me that she's fine, and I was being paranoid. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. I guess she doesn't have any plan on telling me what's going. Then I must confront her with it when I arrive back. I just hope that she doesn't start having second thoughts about our relationship. I don't think I could bear it when she told me she wants to end whatever we have now. My heart constricted at the thought. I hope she doesn't feel I was ashamed of our relationship. That's why I chose to hide it for a while. It's just I don't know how to face the Conde now. I was aware that I am still unworthy of Lucia, since I am still nothing compared to their family. But I hope in time I would be worthy to be with her. I just hope that she would be patient enough to wait for that time to come. I knew it was still far from now, but I am working my way to becoming successful, and the time comes I would have the face to ask her hand in marriage, and I show people that I could financially support my wife. I like to give Lucia everything she wants. Before, I don't want her to give up her lifestyle, just to adjust to a simple life with me. I accelerated the car on the highway. The sooner I arrived, the sooner these thoughts inside my head would rest. Today, I won't wait any longer for her to open up to me. I would personally ask her what's wrong. Half an hour had passed. I finally parked the car in front of her shop. I pulled out the shopping bag from the car and went straight inside. I saw Amelia busy arranging the dresses on the racks. "Where's Miss Castillo?" The woman looked up and smiled at me. "She's in the workroom." I nodded, went straight forward to the workroom. My heart suddenly went happy at the sight of her leaning down to the table examining her work. "Hi," she greeted. Her eyes were slightly puffy from lack of sleep probably. "I need to talk to you," I said without preamble, dropping the shopping bags on the table nearby. "Okay," I replied guardedly. "What do you want to talk about?" I looked directly into her eyes. See, her appearance became tense. She's pretending to be unaware of what's going on, but I knew otherwise. "I have enough of waiting for you to tell me what's wrong, so I'm going to ask you now." "What's wrong?" she repeated coyly. "Don't play coy on me, Lucia. We both know very well what am I talking about here." I took few steps until I was standing few feet away from her. "Seriously, Leon," she said, taking few steps backward, creating a good amount of distance between us. "I don't know what you are talking about. Nothing is going on." I closed the space between us until I trap her at her work table. "Really, am I, Lucia? You do know very well how persuasive I can be whenever I want. If were you, I confessed now what's going on before I use dirty tactics, so you can spill everything to me." I lowered my head and whispered in her ear softly. "Which one do you prefer?" "Really, Leon?" I took created distance between us, all of a sudden that startled her. "Perhaps you are getting tired of our relationship." "What?" An alarm entered her eyes. "No, where did you get that?" I shrugged casually, looking at her with sad eyes. "I just noticed this past few days, it seems that you are distancing yourself from me. Before you liked me to hang around when you work, now you kept on sending me on long drives almost every day. I couldn't help but wonder what's went wrong. Maybe I did something wrong, and you are not telling me." "Leon." I could see in her face that she's debating if she would tell the truth or not. "You want out from our relationship?" I asked, my heart beat so loudly in my chest. Afraid what would be her answer. "No." "Then what is it?" "Since last week when we make love, you want every light inside the bedroom to be off. You don't want to see my face when we're making love." I prodded, recalling the time I noticed the changes in her. "Fine." She breathed angrily. "You want to know what's going on? Fine, I will tell you I'm pregnant, Leon. I'm pregnant with your child." It seems that the world is shaking underneath my feet. What did she say? She's pregnant with my child. That's the secret she's been keeping from me. I tried to open my mouth, but no words wants to come out. I tried again to summon the words once again, but before I could utter words, another familiar voice joined the conversation. Who is pregnant again? Lucia and I both turned our gaze on the doorway to find her brother and his wife in tow. What were they doing here? Lucia gasped, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, while I was speechless at the moment, staring at the newcomers. I ask again, who is pregnant? The Conde repeated his earlier question when the room was enveloped in silence. Who is the father of your child? I was about to answer when another voice answered. The damn Frenchman. I am the father of her child. Lucia Castillo threw a foul look at the man who just arrives. Who the bloody hell are you? I am Jacques Montcalm, and I am dating your sister. He said straightly to the Conde's eyes. I'm going to marry her. Good. I'm expecting an engagement party in Spain next week.
Chapter 23. An engaged woman is always more agreeable than a disengaged. She is satisfied with herself. Jane Austen. Flashback. Lucia's POV. Who is pregnant again? Just when I just told Leon about my pregnancy, my brother and his wife showed up here in Paris. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was as if my nightmare just came to life. What were they doing here? For a moment, I was speechless, staring at them in the doorway of my workroom. I glanced at Leon, who mirrored my reaction. I ask again, who is pregnant again? Leandro repeated his question when the room remained silent. Who is the father of your child? I was still reeling at the fact that he showed up here without notice when another familiar voice joined the conversation. I am the father of his child. Leandro threw a foul look at the man who just arrives. I temporarily closed my eyes, couldn't believe what was happening in my life right now. Suddenly, I wanted to sick. Who the bloody hell are you? I am Jacques Montcalm, and I am dating your sister. He said straightly to my brother's eyes. I'm going to marry her. My brother nodded in agreement, glancing briefly at me and Leon. Good. I'm expecting an engagement party in Spain next week. What? I asked indecorously. You can't be serious, Leandro. I glared at Jacques, who just spouted nonsense in front of my brother. What are you talking about? Lucia. My sister-in-law started. He's not the father of my child. I informed them hotly. I started to feel my growing headache. If he's not the father of you child as he claims you, is it? Leandro asked in an irritated tone. Who is the father of your child? I glanced at Leon, who remained silent until now. When he didn't make a move to speak the truth to Leandro. I stared at my brother's infiltrating eyes. That's enough, sir. Jacques put in, coming closer to my side. It's not best for her to have so much stress with her pregnancy and all. I am still willing to marry her if she'll have me. Very well, my idiot brother said after a moment. There will be an engagement in Spain next week. He looked directly at me. You, young lady. You are coming back home with me today. You need to prepare for your engagement. Leandro? His wife objected to his autocratic approach with this matter. He cannot just do this to me, plan my life, that is. He stopped his wife's complaint with a hand. I'll handle this, am I, Amor? But I protested hotly. That's okay, Miss Lucia. Leon finally spoke. His eyes remained blank, staring at me. Suddenly, I want to cry. You should come back with them. You will be safe when you are in the estate, under your brother's protection. I gasped at his words that cut straight to my heart. Was that a subtle way of pushing me away? I always knew he doesn't want a child. Suddenly, I felt I was about to cry, but I held myself in check. I need to be strong for my baby. Why does it turn out like this? I asked myself miserably. It's been a whole week since that incident happened, and here I was sitting on my dresser mirror getting ready for my engagement party, but I couldn't feel anything but slowly dying inside. With my left hand, Jacques' engagement ring felt cold and heavy on my finger. I still don't know what madness had possessed me to accept his proposal. Maybe because I had stopped thinking straight since Leandro dragged me back to Spain. That was also the last time I saw Leon in my workroom looking at me with such a hurtful expression in his eyes. My eyes blurred with tears again. I could see that I was about to ruin my perfectly applied makeup before the party even started. Am I making the right decision here, baby? I placed my hand on my still flat stomach tenderly. Please help Mama decide since your papa doesn't want us. I'm sorry if you have to grow knowing a different father, my little angel.
Leandro Castillo's POV. I mentally prepared myself when I saw my wife barged into my study room. I knew from her determined stride I would be at the receiving end of her wrath. Why aren't you dressed yet for Lucia's engagement party? You can't do this, she said angrily, her beautiful green eyes spit with fire in my direction. How can you let your sister marry that man? You are not kidding when you said you are expecting an engagement celebration here. You are an idiot. I sighed deeply, massaging my temple. This was been the topic of our conversation since we came back from Paris. She bombarded me with series of questions and anecdotes about why Lucia cannot marry that French man. Are you listening to me, Leandro Castillo? My wife demanded hotly, standing in front of my study table with her hands on each side of her slender waist. Yes, I am listening, am I, Amor? I answered her while my eyes were still shut. We both know that Leon is the father of her child. What I don't understand is why are you permitting this nonsense to happen? Do you want Lucia to be miserable for the rest of her life? They already made their decision that day in Paris, Layla. I reasoned out to her. I asked who the father of her child is, but they didn't answer. In addition, I think we need to stop meddling with their lives now since there is now a baby involved. Let them make decisions for themselves. She stomped her feet angrily on the carpeted floor. How can you say that so casually? Hell, I even told Vincenzo to stop scaring them for a while and let them enjoy their new relationship. I smiled in her direction knowingly. Darling love, if I remember correctly, that's not the reason why Vincenzo stopped being your stalker. Did you forget he left in the dead of the night without as much as saying goodbye, after alarming him of finding him a bride of his own? Che pal. What kind of a moron brother are you? I pity Lucia for having such an older brother like you. She breathed angrily, storming off out of my office like a dust devil that she was. The man who was also inside the room when my wife barged in angrily, finally spoke once we're alone again. She almost spits fire in her mouth. She's so fumingly mad at you that she didn't even notice me sitting here. I'm sorry about that. I gave him an apologetic smile. Marco Orsini stretched his legs in front of him, making himself comfortable in the leather seat. She will let you sleep in the doghouse tonight, you idiot brother to your sister. This will be a long, lonely, cold night for you outside the marital bed. Despite the growing headache I was feeling right now, I couldn't help but smile when he mimicked my wife's words a while ago. I know that she will come around once her uncalled anger is subdued. Are you sure that she isn't my Nona's long-lost granddaughter? Orsini asked with a devilish glint in his dark eyes. So she's playing matchmaker with your younger sister, and you are even part of it? What a pathetic man, clearly blinded with love. I felt my lips twitched with a smirk. Then do you want Cesare Fiorenza to be your long-lost uncle? He shuddered at the thought. No thanks. The Italian billionaire focused his gaze on me for a moment. His eyes held anything but cynicism. Don't tell me you are letting your sister marry the man who is not the father of her child. I shook my head in resignation. I can't help it. If Leon McAllister will not man up to and stop this engagement, then he doesn't deserve my sister. Orsini clicked his tongue, sipping his liquor. Now, I suddenly feel pity for the man your sister is about to marry. Ruthlessly using him as a pawn, that's harsh, boy. Are you aware that you are kinda weird in showing your brotherly love to your sister? You also irate your wife, in the process keeping her out of the loop with your plan. That's why I asked the gang to come over for the party, I confessed, still was not sure if I was making the right thing here. A mirthless smile fitted his mouth. My heart swells with love for you as of now, Leandro. Thank you very much for inviting the club to your sister's engagement party. I am having a second thought of coming here, since this kind of party isn't my kind of thing. Now that I realize that you are planning something, I suddenly feel happy about my decision. I don't remember the last time I've witnessed first-hand drama. Marco. Wait, don't tell me you are planning to kill the man your sister is about to marry tonight, and you want to ask for my help. An alarm flashed in his cynical eyes. Let me tell you to know. I don't want my hands to be tainted by blood. I rolled my eyes and stared at him dryly. I stood from my chair and stared outside my window at the developing party in the garden. Don't be so overdramatic. I ask you here because I want your opinion about that French man. I am not good at assessing people based on their appearance. What do you think about him? Ah, that I can help you with, amico. He moved to where I was standing and also stared outside. Where is the man in question? I nodded in the direction of the French man. That guy wearing gray tuxedo suit, chatting with my mother. Whom? He pretended to think for a moment. Are you recruiting new members for our club? But I regret to inform you, I don't like him, amico. What makes you say that? I just don't. The moron just answered back. That's it? I asked with a frown on my face. That's your assessment to him? Did you even look at his damn face? I do, Marco replied with a grin on his annoying face. I stared at him for milliseconds, and I completed my evaluation. I don't like him. It seems that he's not a jealous type of guy, then he doesn't fit in. I glared at him hotly. He's not taking this seriously, was he? I think I made the mistake of asking your opinion first. I should have to ask Luca or Nico's, hell even Rafe first before bothering to ask yours. I'm not asking if he fits well in the club, what I am asking you if you think he is a good man. The Italian man merely shrugged his shoulder unapologetically. Sorry, amico. But my number priority is our club and the rest doesn't matter to me. I shook my head regretfully. Talking to you is like asking for a headache. Let's go and join the others, they must be wondering where we went. Marco smiled cheerfully in my direction. I can't blame them if they suddenly feel jealous about my close relationship with you. After all, they only wish that I have the same level of friendship with them just like we do, Leandro. My lips twitched slightly. You really do think highly of yourself, aren't you? I wonder what will they say when the club heard about this. By all means, the sarcastic Italian answered. Let's tell them about this, my friend.
Chapter 24. Every marriage tends to consist of an aristocrat and a peasant, of a teacher and a learner. John Updike.
Leon's Pov. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I cursed myself furiously as I drove to the hacienda of the Castillo in Andalusia, Spain. It's been a week exactly since my word tilted upside down at the turn of events in Paris. At first, I couldn't believe my ears when my Lucia told me that she's pregnant with our child. But before I could even recover from my shock, the Conde and his wife showed up in Paris, demanding who is the father of her child. I couldn't speak for a moment, but before I could summon any words in my mouth, the damn Frenchman butt in and claimed to be the father of my child. For one stupid moment in my life, I thought that would be better if Lucia marry him instead of me, since he could give her the life she deserves. The life I could only dream of giving Lucia and our child. But as I was left alone in Paris, taking the opportunity to research for her stalker's whereabouts, to keep my mind out of the beautiful aristocratic señorita who bewitching me utterly so, I couldn't help but realize the mistake I made in my life. I glanced at the engagement invitation on the passenger's side of my car. The Conde even sent me the invitation via his private secretary 2 days ago. Damn it. I will not let Lucia marry that man, I told to myself silently. I just hope that I am not too late to whisk her away from this engagement. But it doesn't matter. I would kidnap her if necessary. I don't wish her to be out of my arms ever again. Since she came back here in Spain with her brother, it feels like I've been slowly dying each day pass. Finally, I arrived at the magnificent estate owned by Don Leandro Castillo. There were now a good amount of people on the lawn, enjoying the party. I maneuvered the car to the staff barracks and slipped inside the manor unnoticed by everyone. It's a good thing that I worked so many years for the Conde, that's why I knew my way around here. I bumped 2 maids who were busy at the party. They gave me a bright smile, no idea what had just happened back in Paris. All I need to do was to go into Lucia's room unnoticed. I was already on the 2nd floor when I crossed paths with the Conde and his friend, the Italian billionaire, if I was not mistaken. "Leon," said the Conde with unreadable eyes. "What a surprise to see you here. I'm glad you managed to come to Lucia's engagement party." "Your Excellency," I greeted, while I was aware of the interesting look the Italian billionaire threw in my direction. There was a small smirk playing on his lips. It was as if enjoying a private joke in my beneath. I scowled in his direction. "Marco," Don Leandro addressed his friend, "why don't you entertain the rest of the gang outside on my behalf while I talk to my previous bodyguard for a moment?" "No, thank you," the man answered with glittering dark eyes. "Those 3 idiots can entertain themselves. I have a better idea. I will just show my wife your art collections in the drawing room upstairs. I'm sure we will have fun looking at your collections, amico." The Conde threw a dirty look to his friend. "Just don't stain anything on my wife's favorite room, Orsini." "You have my word, Your Excellency." He gave a parting wave before leaving me alone to the lord of the house. "Let's go to my study room, Leon." I just nodded and followed his tracks silently. This was the last thing I want when I plan to kidnap his sister. But for now, I would bide my time, and I don't want him to suspect anything about the real reason I went to this party. Once we arrived in his study room, I firmly closed the door behind me. We did this kind of routine countless times in the past when I would report to him, or even when he wants me to run some errands for him. A bit tonight was different from the others in the past. "I have the information about Señorita Lucia's stalker, Your Excellency." I started when he remained silent, just looking at me straight in the eyes while sitting behind his mahogany desk. He raised an eyebrow in my direction. "Oh, really?" I nodded. It turns out that it wasn't really serious matter. Only few occasions the stalker scared her, and nothing more. In addition, since she left Paris last week, I still did surveillance in her apartment to know if he would ever return, but there was no sign of him. I think he got scared when Señorita hired Bodyguard. "That's good to know." Don Leandro played with his fountain pen with his finger. "Now you can retire from your work as my sister's bodyguard. I knew she's really stubborn and a handful for you. Thank you so much for accepting my request, Leon." "So, he wants me out of the picture now?" I asked myself silently. But even if this man would send me to hell after tonight, I would gladly accept my fate, but I would not leave this estate without Lucia and our unborn child. "Of course, sir. I know I must be keeping you from the party, so I will leave you first." I was about to open the door when I heard him spoke again behind me. "Before you go, Leon." I turned around to face him again. I saw him pulling out the drawer on his table. "Can you please give this to Lucia?" He placed a large velvet box on his table. "This necklace is supposed to be worn by the Castillo brides for centuries in her engagement party, and since my wife thinks it's too tacky for her taste, she doesn't want to keep it. I think Lucia must have it." I just gasped in his direction. I couldn't believe it. Was the Conde somehow helping me to come to Lucia's room without other people suspecting my intention in coming in her room? I trust you will behave accordingly once you are in her room, Leon. Her brother reminded me firmly. Remember, she's pregnant, and her emotions are unstable at the moment. And if someone saw you passing her room, tell them I instructed you to give my present to Lucia since I am busy entertaining visitors. Are we clear? I just managed to nod in his direction as I took the velvet box on his table. I don't exactly know what the heck just happened. It was as if he was helping me to see his sister, but I would not complain if Don Leandro or fate or whatever was giving me a hand with this. As I walked out of his study room, I could feel that his eyes were still on my back. Once I was in the hallway, I took a deep breath and marched directly to Lucia's room. After a moment, I found her room. I knocked lightly before twisting the doorknob. "What are you doing here?" she accused me as soon as I entered her bedroom. My heart ached at the sight of her misted eyes. "Lucia, you should not have come here in my bedroom, Leon," she said, standing from her dresser chair. "I thought you already made it clear everything back in Paris last week. I'm about to get engaged to Jacques, as you wanted." I shook my head resolutely. I was about to close the distance between us, but she stopped me with her hand. "It's that like that, my love. I was in shock that day you told me about your pregnancy. Everything went so fast that day. For one stupid moment, I thought it would be better if you marry that wealthy French heir. He can give everything more than I could provide for you." "That's stupid," she wailed, her pretty honey-colored eyes filled with tears. "What kind of reasoning is that? Do you think I would be happy if I have all the riches in life? What about my feelings, don't they matter? How do you feel, knowing our child will grow up knowing a different father?" "I know," I answered, taking a deep breath. "I realized that mistake, Lucia. I'm sorry. I have realized that I cannot live without you and our baby." She glared at me hotly. "Don't you think you are rather a little late for that realization now? The party is already starting. How do you think you can stop this engagement?" "I came here to kidnap you," I told her bluntly. My Lucia stared at me as if I lost my mind. "Maybe I have, but right now, I don't care. All I want was to stop this engagement and whisk her away from all of this. Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can pull this kind of stunt where my brother and his men are around? I'm sure someone working at the estate already see you coming. And by now, Leandro probably knew that you came. How long do you think he can connect everything and comprehend that you abducted me?" I smiled at her tenderly. If I didn't know better, I would assume that she was concerned about me, if in case the Conde would do something to me once he learned that I kidnapped his younger sister on the night of her engagement. To tell you honestly, your brother already knew that I am here. In fact, he sent me here to give his present for you." She gasped, her eyes widened considerably. "I don't believe you." "Take a look." I offered the large velvet box from the Conde. "I believe that necklace passed down for centuries to the Castillo bride, and Don Leandro wants you to have it." She reluctantly took the box from my hand and stared at the content. "Why would my brother order you, of all the people, to deliver his present to me?" I shrugged casually because the truth was, I also don't understand, but I would not question her brother's intention. "I'm not sure, but I will not let the opportunity pass and use it to my advantage." "Are you serious about this kidnapping thing?" she asked, closing the priceless necklace in her hand and placed it carefully on the dresser table. "Yes. I'm tired of this hot and cold you are giving me, Leon," my darling love had said with wary eyes. She sat on the chair and shook her head. "I don't think I could keep up. Besides, keeping our relationship private only made things worse for me." "I know, and I am very sorry for it, love." I kneeled in front of her and took her hand in mine. I frowned when I saw the glittering engagement ring in her left hand. "I promise we don't have to hide anymore. Everything will be out in the open, since we're going to have a baby now." She smiled sadly in my direction. "I thought you don't want this child." "Who says I don't want it?" I placed my hand in her still flat stomach. My throat was constricted with emotion. "You don't know how happy I am knowing we created a child, but I was only stunned that day, so I didn't make the right decision from the beginning and start spouting nonsense to you, but will you forgive me for my stupidity? Leon. I stared down the engagement ring and her finger, and slowly removed it from her hand, and placed it next to the velvet box, and stared deep into her lovely eyes. I will buy you a new one far simpler, but if you want, I will. She placed her finger on my lips to stop me from talking. A simple ring will be fine. Relief escaped in me as I stared at her face. Really? Does that mean that you are accepting my proposal, and you are willing to come with me, run away from here? She nodded with a happy smile on her face. She cupped the curve of my face. You must know that I will be happy to run away with you, even if it's on the end of the earth. Her eyes were misted with tears again. I promised I would never put tears on her lovely eyes ever again. I thought you are letting me marry Jacques. I slowly guided her to stand from the cushion. Sorry for realizing it late, my señorita. Now that you are coming with me, you don't need this fancy dress anymore. With a devilish glint in my eyes, I unzipped her dress from the back until it slipped off her body. She gasped when she stood half naked in front of me. I also unclipped her hair from the meticulous styling and let the brown locks cascading past her shoulder. What are you doing? She said, covering her half-naked state with her hands. Now you don't need to be shy, I answered, feasting my eyes with her body. I felt such happiness when I saw the slight bump in her stomach where our baby nestles peacefully. It's as if I haven't seen everything in the past. You're such a devil, she complained, half running to her walk-in closet and put some casual clothes. She also threw some clothes in her duffel bag. I stared at her with disbelief. For a woman who is being kidnapped, you are sure very much excited about the whole process. She just rolled her eyes as I took the bag from her hand. The party is already starting. I'm sure few moments now one of the maids will fetch me, or worse yet, it is Jacques himself, so we better hurry, Leon. I took her hand in mine, and I was not about to let go of her hand ever again. We carefully made our way to the hall, avoiding the crowded area around the man, until we slipped at the back door where I parked my car. I must admit that my heart was still pounding even after we reached my car. How do you plan to make the exit around here when the main driveway is crowded with people? She asked once we were inside the vehicle. There's an old gate at the side of the estate that was rarely used by anymore. It's located on the orange grove. The side gate will lead us to the old road, going to the city proper after a short drive, I answered, bringing the car to life. So where are we going after this? I smiled sheepishly in her direction. She's going to be my wife at last. I will take you home to my hometown.
Chapter 25. There is nothing stable in the world. Uproar's your only music. John Keats. Lucia Castillo's Pav. The news of Lucia just run away from her engagement tonight spread like wildfire at this boring party. I watched my husband animatedly as he tried to calm that French man at the news that his bride-to-be had run away minutes before they announced to the elite Spanish society about their impending nuptials. He's an odd little fellow, Marco Orsini commented, looking at the man my sister-in-law was supposed to marry. What do you mean? I raised an eyebrow and stared curiously at him. Right now I was standing with my sister, her husband, and their friends. I almost didn't come down for this party, but Layla convinced me otherwise. She said it was not a good idea if I didn't show up to this boring festivity, and people would start to assume that I didn't approve of the match. Which was true. The Italian man's eyes glinted with cynicism. I mean, if I were him, once I learned that my fiancée run away in our engagement party, I would immediately search for her. I will not rest until I find her, but look at him. He was insisting on calling the police for help. You are correct, my brother-in-law. Nikos had agreed to sip his wine, casually looking at the man in question. If I were him, I would turn the earth upside down just to find her. I will not wait for the authorities before I made my move. See? Even my good-for-nothing friend agrees with me, which is very rare as pay night. What the hell is painite? Nikos asked with a frown mark on his eyebrows. Marco grinned at his friend. Earth's rarest gemstone. I feel sorry for Leandro, Layla said gravely. She focused her gaze on me. Layla, I think you need to help your husband to calm that poor man. He just lost his fiancée tonight, maybe he needs a word of reassurance. I frowned at my twin sister. Like hell, I would help him after he deliberately kept me in the dark with his plan. He had me worry for the whole week. I thought he suddenly had a change of mind about our plan. What plan? My lips curved with a smile as I stared at Lila's questioning look. Ah, that's a secret, sis. Is this the after-party entertainment? Or perhaps you guys are already gossiping at the sudden turn of events this evening? It was Rafe's wife who spoke behind us. She and Rafe were approaching us. I never thought I would be happy to see Rafe's face in my life. Living here in Spain, sometimes I couldn't help but miss the old town of Ragusa and the people's familiar faces. The latter, dear, I answered her cheerfully. But where on earth did your sister-in-law go? Tatiana Cavelli asked, her violet eyes filled with worry. Why would she run on the same night of her engagement? I hope she will be safe wherever she is right now. She probably has her reasons, Mia Mollier. Her husband, Luca, glanced down at his wife with an affectionate smile on his aristocratic face. Reasons or whatever. Leandro already had a premonition that this scenario would happen when we had a quick chat in his study a while ago. Marco inserted smugly. That man is doing his job in recruiting new members for our club, while the rest of you failed in doing so. Such a shame, his first try was a failure to meet the criteria. Be serious, will you, signore? His wife reprimanded him. But the man merely grins lovingly at his Francesca. I stared at my husband, who was still in a deep and slightly heated conversation with the French guy. They were on the other side of the lawn. I studied my husband, who was taking this whole situation with such calmness in him. It was as if, like Marco had said, that he somehow anticipated that this would happen. Wait a moment, what if Lucia hadn't run away alone? What if, sweet Jesus, don't tell me Leon finally showed up and whisked the unsuspecting Lucia somewhere and far away from here. That must be the case. Why Leandro was so sanguine about the whole ordeal. Was my assessment had been correct? I didn't have the chance to talk to Leandro again after our heated argument in his study room before the party starts, and the whole manor was thrown into a complete uproar at the news that Lucia was missing in her room. Her engagement ring and even her designer evening gown were carelessly discarded in her room. There was a high chance that she suddenly felt cold feet about this whole thing and left the estate without even a note. I couldn't be more proud of her than at this moment. Finally, she has been able to stand for herself and not let anyone bully her anymore. And if Leon actually stages this elope thing, of course Lucia would willing to come with him with an open arm, then this was beyond perfect. Even if I lost my cohort a few weeks ago, it seems that fate was still on my side on this. You got a quiet smile on your face. Do we need to be worried, sis? Layla asked with a tilt of her eyebrow. I never realized that she'd been staring at me. Not at all. Let's continue to party since everyone is already here. It will be a shame if we let the food and wine go waste, don't you think? I suggested, with a smile brighter than the summer sun. I get a fluke of champagne from the passing waitress and raise my glass. To Lucia. The men and their wives around me echoed, also raising their glasses for a toast. Be happy, Lucia. I thought silently, before sipping my sparkling wine. Lucia's pav. I stared at Leon's silhouette inside the car's interior while we're speeding away to the highway of Seville. I still couldn't believe that this was happening, that I ran away with him on the same night I was supposed to be engaged to Jacques, but I didn't regret my decision to come with him. I silently looked at him while he drives. I thought I would never see his face again after our fateful day in Paris, where our perfect little life was thrown into complete chaos. Having second thoughts, Leon asked to the stark silence. Are you? I shot back. He glanced briefly in my direction. No. Never. I couldn't help but be grateful to the conviction I heard in his voice. He took my hand in his and intertwined our fingers. Thank you for coming with me, Lucia. Did you doubt that I will not come with you? I queried, searching for his face in the night. I feel sorry for Jacques treating him this way, but I don't regret this decision of mine. Yes. He admitted, after a moment. I thought I have to drag you out of the manor and kidnap you if necessary, because I fear that you have already given up on us, after the way I acted in Paris when you told me about your pregnancy. I took a deep breath as I remember that painful day. I must admit that I got hurt when I thought you didn't want this child. I thought I would hate you for it. Do you? Do I what? I frowned at him when he looked at me with alarm in his eyes. Do you hate me? He said, almost close to whisper. I need to restrain myself to hear those soft words coming from his mouth. I shook my head immediately. No. I don't think I can do that, Leon. I'm glad. He answered with visible relief in his voice. He raised our intertwined hands and kissed the back of my hand tenderly. Thank you for not giving up on me. Even if I want to, it seems that I can't, Leon, I confessed, feeling the pink stains spreading through my cheeks. I was thankful that the car was dim enough so he couldn't see it. But now I realized I made a mistake. He went on the alert mode in an instant. He slowed down the car slightly. What did you say? I grinned at him mischievously. If you have just given me more time to prepare. I should have packed more clothes. Now that I think about it, I only got few items in my bag. He stared at me for a moment with wide eyes, and then he released an exhaled breath. I thought you meant something else entirely. He brushed my cheek with the tip of his fingers. Don't worry about it, we'll find you something suitable to wear once we arrive at our destination. Besides, this is not a permanent arrangement, my love. We will just let the situation cool down before facing them back again. I cannot marry you for real without asking your brother's permission first. I owe it to him since he trusted me so much all these years. My throat was lumped with emotions. Leon? I also need to face his wrath once and for all, since we just gave the Spanish society something they would surely talk about for decades. He smiled at the thought. I cannot hide forever. Sooner or later I need to face those people again. Together. I corrected him gently. We are going to face them together, Leon. He smiled down at me. Yes, together. We remained silent for the rest of the drive, until the busy streets filled with cars slowly turning to rural scenery. Suddenly, I felt slightly nervous about meeting his family. Leon? He replied, but his eyes were still fixed on the road. I bit my bottom lips and stared at him worryingly. What will you tell your family about me? I mean, I am sure that they will be shocked to see you bring home a pregnant girl they never laid eyes on before. My eyes narrowed in his direction. Or you have probably done this before? He surprised me when he chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Is that jealousy I hear from you, señorita? I crossed my arms and stared at him questioningly. It depends. Depends on what? I gave him a warning look. One wrong answer from him, and his head will roll on the gas pedal of his car. It depends if you have this habit of bringing home girls to meet your family. Leon suddenly roared laughter. He glanced at me briefly, but I could not miss the way his eyes twinkled with delight. You are definitely jealous, am I, Lucia? But to set the record straight, my princess. No, I never brought home a girl before. This is the first time I am going to. Happy? I'm not sure. I teased him, pretending to narrow my eyes on him. I hope your family will not throw a fit once they see me. I'm sure they will love you, Lucia. He reassured me caringly. I was not sure if I would feel at ease with his words, since I realized that he never talked about his family before, and I am not sure what to expect upon meeting them. I just sincerely hoped that they would like me as he predicted. But before I could dwell on my thoughts, we finally arrived at the small town of Carmona. The rustic charm of this place was breathtaking. It was a mix of Roman and Moorish architecture. I have no idea that Leon grew up in this town. "Ready?" he said when he pulled up the car in front of a whitewashed house with a small gate in front. But before I could reply, he was already opening the passenger's door for me. "I guess so." Chapter 26. Memories we make with our family is everything. Candace Cameron Burr. Lucia's Pav. When Leon and I arrived late last night in their family home, everyone was already asleep. We just sneaked silently to his room and called it a night. I was dead tired from the events that had happened yesterday, that I slept soundly in his arms. Now my inevitable encounter with his family would happen at breakfast. What would they say if they see him bringing home a girl last night? "Stop being skittish, Lucia. My family will not eat you for breakfast." His eyes gleamed devilishly. "I will?" I rolled my eyes in his direction as my cheek suddenly feels hot at the image in my brain. "You are not helping, Leon." "Relax," he said, tucking some loose strand of my hair at the back of my ear. "I'm sure my family will like you in no time." Once again, I became self-conscious about my appearance. I checked the clothes I wore today, which was the best outfit I have that I hastily throw in my bag last night. "You think so?" "Of course. You can resist the charm of my sweet Lucia," he said with a grin on his handsome face. I glared at him. "Stop jesting me, will you?" He pretended to be stunned at the accusation. "I'm being serious, my darling love." His eyes held wickedness in their depth. "Here, let me give you something to boost your self-confidence, my pretty señorita." My breath was caught as I saw him slowly dip his head towards my lips. I instantly shut my eyes and waited for his warm lips to graze mine. "That's the best idea you have in mind, to make me feel at ease with this?" No, this devil had the nerve to smirk in my direction. "To be honest, I am not sure. I just want to kiss you, that's all." I was about to retort hotly when he held my hand and led me to the door. "Come, I am already hungry. I'm sure Madre is already done cooking breakfast downstairs." He led me to the staircase and didn't wait for me to prepare myself in meeting his family for the first time. "Good morning," Leon greeted so casually in the busy kitchen. Several female eyes and a toddler drew in our direction. Honestly, I want to shrink behind his back when I saw the naked shock from their faces. "Good morning," I muttered softly, avoiding their curious gazes. I don't know how to perceive their reaction towards me. I quickly felt that I overdressed for breakfast, since they were still in their pajamas. "Sorry for the intrusion." Silence greeted us. I became aware that the room adopted complete stillness. The middle-aged woman at the counter was probably his mom. "Everyone." Leon addressed the 4 women in the kitchen. "This is Lucia, my wife." Everyone gasped at his announcement, including me. "Lucia, I would like you to meet my mom, Carmen. My elder sister, Juanita, and my younger sisters, Lolita and Celia." "Nice to meet you all. My name is Lucia," I said, avoiding their questioning look. The woman named Juanita was the one who first recovered from their shock. She stopped feeding her baby on the high chair. She smiled brightly in my direction. "Hi, nice to meet you, Lucia. Sorry if you somehow feel unwelcome, it's just we were quite shocked to find my brother here finally went home with his wife," he said. She turned to look at the matriarch of this family. "Mother, did you hear that? This is Leon's wife." I felt my cheeks flamed. I should have expected this, since this man brazenly announced that I am his wife to his family. A woman who they never laid eyes on before. I heard him. Leon's mom glared at her daughter, wiping her hands in the apron in her waist. She walked towards me and smiled. "Stop embarrassing the poor woman, Juana. I am this idiot boy's mother. I didn't know what kind of magic did he use to you, but welcome to the family, Lucia." My throat was lump with emotions. "Thanks." She suddenly enveloped me with a motherly embrace. You can call me Carmen or Madre if ever you are more comfortable using. Please feel at home in our modest house. Of course, I replied, being grateful that Leon had such a kind-hearted mother. She made me remember my mother who had been away for so long in my life due to my father's manipulation. I am so glad we're now catching up to the years that we spend apart. Lucia? One of Leon's younger sisters had said. She seems finally recover from her surprise. How odd, brother. You married a woman who has the same name as that rich princess you have had a big crush on before. Your boss' younger sister. Shut up, Celia. The other sister had said, placing her hand in her sister's mouth. She smiled apologetically in my direction. Please forgive our youngest sister with her loose mouth. Don't mind her earlier statement. My name is Lolita, but you can call me Lola. Nice to meet you, big sissy. I raised an eyebrow in Leon's direction, who just blushed furiously. So his family was aware that he has a thing for me even before, but they doesn't know my face. Breakfast is ready, Carmen announced, placing the freshly cooked food on the table. Everyone be seated. Leon held out a chair for me. I muttered my thanks as I slid in the chair, while he took the chair next to mine and scooped a good amount of food in my place. That's enough, I told him when my food almost covered the whole plate. You need to eat for 2 people, remember? He reminded me calmly. Juanita gasped across to me with her eyes saucer wide. You're pregnant? I started, swallowing hard. Yes, she is. Leon completed with a smug tone in his voice. We will answer all your questions once breakfast is over. But I'm dying with my curiosity here. Celia protested, digging her food. Now I know why Madre cooked extra special today. Shut up, Celia. Their mother reprimanded, at the head of the table. Give your brother and his wife some privacy. I'm sure they will answer all your questions when they are ready. I want to be his or her godmother, can I? Celia eyed us with begging eyes. Hey. Lola protested beside her. That's my line. Enough, their oldest sister rolled her eyes while feeding her baby. Let the poor woman have her breakfast peacefully, without the 2 of you putting pressure on her shoulder in choosing the godmother for their child. She smiled down at me. I won't mind if you choose me. That's it, Leon took our plates from the table. We're just going to have our breakfast outside. Come, darling. Let's go outside. He didn't wait for my reply, and marched out of the kitchen. I excused myself apologetically to his family, and joined him outside. That was rude, I informed him when I found him waiting for me on the porch of their house. He sighed deeply, sitting on the steps of the veranda. I just want to be alone with you, and have our breakfast peacefully without my sisters bombarding us with questions. I like your sister, especially your mother. He smiled gratefully as I sat beside him. He gave me my plate. I'm glad to hear that, Lucia. I never thought that you live in a henhouse, I informed him to start digging my food. You must be immune to female tears. You have no idea. I grinned at him while we sat here on their porch, eating our breakfast without a table or chairs. This was way different from the usual formal breakfast back at the estate, but I like it more this way. It feels like we're just a normal couple from the neighborhood. Why did you tell them that I am your wife? He stared deep into my eyes, my heart beats loudly in my chest. For me, you are already my wife. Of course, we need to make our union official by having a proper wedding ceremony. But first, I need to ask your brother's permission to marry you. What if he doesn't give his consent? It seems that he hasn't thought about it. He just stared at me with a sad smile. Be positive, will you? But if that happens, I will marry you regardless.
Leon's paw. I went to the kitchen to look for something to eat while waiting for my sisters and Lucia, who went to the town for sisterly bonding, according to them. I shouldn't be surprised that they hit off right away. Once I was on the kitchen archway, I saw my mother sitting on the kitchen table sipping coffee. I was about to retreat when I heard her speak. May I have a word with you, Hio? What is it? I reluctantly turned around to face her questioning gaze. What the devil are you thinking? What kind of dangerous game are you playing, my son? She asked so calmly, as if we were just discussing the weather. I frowned at her, not sure what she meant. What are you talking about, Madre? She eyed me like a mom who knows everything. What madness had possessed you to kidnap that woman on the same evening of her engagement party? My heart sank at her words. My mouth suddenly went dry. I stared at her unblinking eyes. How did you know that? Really, Leon? I'm your mother, she said simply. If newspaper articles filled with news about the jilted fiancé of the Castillo heiress weren't enough, I'm sure I would recognize her face everywhere, since she resembles her socialite mother. Your younger sisters might not have any idea who she is, and Juana might suspect her identity, but not me. I recognize her instantly. Mom, aren't you afraid that the Conde will have your head after this? My mother said anguishedly, her eyes filled with despair. I'm afraid that the Conde's men will come after you, after the stunt you pull in. I groaned, blocking the pain I saw in my mother's eyes. I'm not afraid of him. Besides, I never regret my decision even for a bit. I love her, Mother. And I believe she loves me too, since we're going to have a baby soon. My mother shook her head. So, you are not lying a while ago about her being pregnant? Are you guys married, as you claim? Not yet. I confided to her truthfully. I am going to marry her, Madre. I will ask her brother's permission after the uproar calmed down a bit. Do you think he will approve this union? She asked warily. I mean, it is understandable that he wants a wealthy man for his younger sister, and we both know that you are not. I know that I am a mile away from their station in society, but I am hoping that Don Leandro will see that I love his sister more than anything. I heard my mother sigh deeply. I hope your positivity will rub on me, Leon.
Chapter 27. Happiness is a choice. You can choose to be happy. There's going to be stress in life, but it's your choice whether you let it affect you or not. Valerie Bertinelli. Lucia's Pav. It's been a week since Leon took me to his hometown. In that short time, I got to know his mother and his adorable sisters, who accepted me as Leon's wife in no time. During those days, they often gave us enough space, always claiming they would visit a good friend, or they would visit Leon's aunt in the nearby town. I think they were just doing that, so Leon and I would have some time alone. Like today, they were all leaving the house and probably wouldn't be back until dinner time. I glanced discreetly at Leon while we sat on the porch enjoying a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, enjoying the warm sun early in the morning. 2 days ago, Leon and I went to see the local doctor and have my first checkup. My heart was thumping in my chest as I lay on the bed and the doctor examined me. She reassured me that the baby was doing fine, and he seems to be healthy inside my womb. I couldn't be happier at the news, and as soon as we arrived home, we told his family about the good news. They were so delighted. Where do you think they did go today? I asked him conversationally when they all left once again. He looked at me with a boyish grin on his handsome face. Who cares? As long as they are not bothering us, I'm fine with this setup. I threw a disapproving frown in his direction. I couldn't help but feel guilty about this. I mean, I know they must be doing this so we could have time alone, but I can't help to wonder if they are fine while waiting for dinner time so they could come home. Don't worry about them. He surprised me when he suddenly scooped me out of my chair and placed me in his lap. I tried to look horrified. Leon? What? He had the nerve to ask so innocently. My family is not around, this should be fine. Besides, I've been wanting to do this since we arrived here. There is no improvement in our relationship since the Paris days. I eyed him shrewdly. And whose fault is that? Since we arrived here, you didn't make a move on me again. I thought you are embarrassed to your family. You are pregnant, he said reasonably. I tried my very best to keep my hands off you. You don't have any idea how I am awake at night, preventing myself from touching you when you slept soundly next to me. My eyes widened at his revelation. Are you serious? Of course, you must know by now that I can't keep my hands off you, but I had to since you were already pregnant with our child. I don't want to harm the baby. I stared at him for a moment, before burst out laughing. Didn't you listen to the doctor during our first scan? I don't have a high-risk pregnancy, so making love won't do any harm with the baby. I looked up heavenward, feeling shy about this conversation. Jesus, now I sounded like I am seducing you, which I am not, mind you. Leon grinned devilishly in my direction. He tightened his arms around my waist as he drew me closer to his body. I don't mind you seducing me for a change, my darling. No. I refused him flatly, though my eyes danced with delight seeing his reaction. I don't want to seduce you in a broad daylight. What if your neighbor will see us? It's so embarrassing. What about tonight? He suggested with the same devilish glint in his eyes. I looked at him coyly. That can be arranged, I think. Then we'd better change the topic now, he said, burying his face in the hollow of my neck. If we didn't stop this kind of conversation right this moment, a member of my anatomy will wake up, and we don't want that. I shifted in my position in his lap to look directly into his eyes. What do you mean? Oh God, please don't move like that. What? I asked coyly. His eyes held hellfire in their depth. I'm warning you, Lucia. If you continue to tease me like that, I will not wait until tonight. Now can we please change the topic? I stared at him for a moment. I saw in his eyes that he was being serious about his warning, and it's kinda excites me. Dear God, were these the hormones of a pregnant girl? I was excited at the thought of we're going to make love again, after how many weeks? I tried to banish those naughty thoughts out of my head. Why did you become a bodyguard? It seems that the question caught him off guard. He stared at me for a moment before answering. I initially want to be a policeman. I already finished my training, but when my father suddenly died from a heart attack, I need to provide for the family. An officer from the academy asked me if I am interested to become a bodyguard of a certain prominent man. He gave me a speaking glance. No one can resist the large salary he offered, so I accepted the job. I raised an eyebrow. You mean to say Leandro is your first employer? Yes. I became more of his driver and personal assistant, doing errands for him one after another, than actually being his bodyguard. He confessed with a fond smile on his face. Clearly, he has high respect for my brother. Buying expensive gifts when he was about to end his relationship with his current lady friend. I also witness a lot of tears when the ladies get the message behind such lavish gifts. I wrinkled my nose about my brother's escaped in the past, that's so Leandro. He was a carefree bachelor until he met his wife. But I also watch his fall from the pedestal when he met Layla Fiorenza, and how his heart messed up big time. He went crazy looking for her at first. I thought he wasn't just used to being dumped because it's usually the other way round, but then I realized that it was far more serious than that. He had fallen for her, hard. We even resort to kidnapping the wrong woman in the process. My eyes widened considerably. Oh my God. You are with him that time? He nodded sheepishly. It didn't cross my mind that he would actually kidnap the woman. He told me that he would just talk to her, but I guess he changed his mind when he saw her. But we already know that we mistook her for her twin sister, and the rest is history. You and Leandro are like peas in a pod. No wonder you get along so well. I started shaking my head in disbelief. I also don't understand why he trusted me so much. He is like a friend to me, more than my employer. He even raised my salary when he learned that I am providing for my sister's education. That's so Leandro. He smiled at me with gleaming eyes. Why don't you get dressed? I want to take you somewhere special, my princess. I lifted my eyebrow in his direction. And where that would be, mister? He dipped his head and placed a chaste kiss on my lips. It's a secret, but I think you will love it, Lucia. Now I'm getting curious, I said seductively, tracing his bottom lips with my thumb. I couldn't miss the way his eyes darkened. Careful now, pretty miss. He warned again, biting my finger playfully. Didn't I tell you not to play with fire? Noted, sir. I chuckled as I stood on his lap to change for a suitable outfit for a mysterious trip. Deep inside me, I knew I was excited wherever he would be taking me today, since being with him like this was heaven. After a few minutes, I emerged from the bedroom I shared with him. I dressed extra carefully today, since I want to look at my best in his eyes. I was rewarded by the appreciative gaze he gave me once he caught sight of me. So beautiful. I made a twirl to show my off-shoulder floral sundress for his inspection. Do you think this outfit will do for our mysterious trip, Leon? More than perfect, he said, running his gaze from head to toe. I noticed his eyes rested on the slight bump in my belly. What a very pretty mama, indeed. I couldn't help the blush that spread through my cheeks at his words. This was the first time I heard someone calling me a mother. I am going to be a mother soon, my heart warm at the thought. Shall we go? He nodded, raising my hand to his lips and kissed the back tenderly. He gave me a boyish grin before leading me towards the door. Once we were outside, he locked the door behind us firmly and led me outside on the sidewalks. We're not going to ride your car? I asked when he slowly led me in the neighborhood hand in hand. He smiled at me secretively, his eyes twinkle with delight. It's just a short distance, I assure you. Just tell me if you are already tired, and I will carry you in my back. Yeah, and give your neighbors something they would surely talk about for weeks, I informed him dryly. He laughed joyfully, hastening his pace a little bit. I just don't want you to get tired from walking in these cobblestone sidewalks. Charmer. Leon merely just shrugged. He held my hand in his very tightly, as if he feared that I would slip away from him once he loosened his grip. After a few moments of walking, we finally arrived at the town plaza. I'd been here once or twice when Leon's sisters showed me around, so I could get familiar with their small hometown. He led me sightseeing in the area, strolling from one shop after another. This was like our first date in Seville. He bought me ice cream when he saw the ice cream truck. Knowing that he doesn't like sweet foods, I raised my eyebrow when I playfully offered him, and took a bite of the cold dessert. I thought you don't like anything sweets? I got used to the taste, he said solemnly. I just stared at him with a comical expression. Finish that up, I want to show you something. While he's waiting for me to finish my ice cream, we stroll around the plaza some more, until I threw the bottom half of my wafer cone ice cream. What now? I asked. He just silently led me inside the centuries-old church. I was in awe when I saw the hand-painted high ceiling and tall stained glass windows with religious figures. My heels echoed from the marble floors as Leon led me further inside the church. It's beautiful here, I whispered. I always want to bring you here, Lucia, he said once we now stood near the altar steps. I promise myself that I will bring here the woman I will marry someday, and that woman is you. My hands flew to my mouth to prevent my shock. Leon? He gave me the happiest smile I saw in him. The kind of smile silently telling me that wore his heart in his sleeve. He suddenly kneeled in front of me, holding my hands in his. Will you marry me and make me the happiest man on earth, Lucia Castillo? I can't promise to give you the world at your fingertip, but I can assure you I will give you the life you deserve if you marry me. Leon? I said, sobbing uncontrollably. I blame my pregnancy hormones for this. You are ruining my makeup, I hate you. You look just fine, he reassured me. Even if you look like a panda with smear makeup, I will still love you. You love me? I all but squeak. He blinked. But of course, why do you think I went with all this trouble just to have you, my adorable soon-to-be wife? Now stop crying, you are looking more and more like a panda as we speak. I laughed and cried at the same time. You are making me more self-conscious about my looks. If I have known you were planning this, I should have applied waterproof mascara and eyeliner. You didn't answer me yet. He reminded me playfully. Of course I will marry you, I said shakily, as he slipped the diamond ring on my left finger. He finally stood and took my face in his hand to give me the sweetest kiss I ever experienced. I couldn't help the tears streaming down on my face right now. It's official now. He said he broke our kiss. You are now mine, Lucia Castillo. I love you with all of my heart. I love you too, Leon McAllister. He kissed my forehead tenderly. I think it's high time to go back to the problems we left behind, my love. Do you think you are ready? Are you? I threw back the question at him. With Leon beside me, I could face everything that hell would throw in our direction and the problems that must be waiting for us back in Seville. He nodded resolutely. It's time I face your brother. Chapter 28. No man is good enough to govern any woman without her consent. Susan B. Anthony.
Leon's POV. The following morning after my proposal, we were back to where this was all started. Hand in hand, we faced her brother sitting behind the mahogany table in their magnificence library with his wife standing next to him. Glad to see you back, the Conde said without a hint of emotion on his face. I'm sorry, I heard Lucia muttered apologetically under her breath, looking down at the carpeted floor. She couldn't meet her brother's intense gaze. What are you sorry for? He asked. I tried not to flinch the way his eyes bore their gaze on us unblinking. I am actually surprised to see him so calm with this whole situation. I was expecting him to unleash his anger on me once he saw me, after the stunt I pulled in on the night of her sister's engagement to another man. I was about to answer on Lucia's behalf when Candice spoke. Don't be harsh on them, darling. This is what we want from the start, right? Lucia and I looked at them in surprise. Did I hear the right? I barely prevent my mouth from hanging. Pardon, Your Excellency. The woman smiled deviltry in our direction, her green eyes lit with mischievousness. Oh, you know, we might manipulate a thing or two so the two of you could be together. Believe me, we knew all along. What? This was our plan all along. She paused with the same slyness in her smile as she corrected herself. Or rather, my plan. My husband and my cousin Vincenzo were forced into this. I shook my head furiously. I don't think I could comprehend the words she'd been saying. I don't understand. Since I arrived here, I immediately felt the tension between the two of you. Lucia Castillo confessed, without a hint of regret in her voice. I got tired of waiting for some improvements in your relationship when it's clear as daylight that you fancy each other. Hell, even the timid Rafe got married, and still no progress. I often watch the two of you steal glances from one another. That's why I decided to take the matters into my own hands. You got to be kidding me. Lucia gaped at her sister-in-law, in disbelief. Don't tell me the stalker thing. The Condesa nodded in agreement, her eyes gleaming with delight. Yes, you finally figure it out. That's would-be my cousin Vincenzo. I finally got to utilize his skills as a member of the Special Forces for my benefit. Do you have any idea how scared I am with that stalker? My wife-to-be cried. You must be laughing from the sidelines watching me gets paranoid with the stalker. That's why we hired Leon to protect you. The Condesa said simply, as if it was the most logical thing to do with such a situation. I should have known that she was behind this thing, since she's capable of pulling such a stunt. Look, everybody is happy with the result. Well, except for my idiot cousin who betrayed me and run away like a sacred cat. Layla, am I amor? Don Leandro looked at his wife with a strange smile on his face. Why don't you and Lucia leave for a moment? You are ruining my image as the stern head of this family. I want to talk to Leon privately. His wife stared at him for a moment, before miraculously nodded in agreement. Very well, darling. She smiled lovingly to her husband, the kind of smile stating clearly that she was spoiled with love by her husband. She hooked her arms to my wife-to-be. "Let's go to the other room, Lucia. I want to chat with you about the newest member of our family. I am so happy that Anton will have a new baby cousin, aside from Helena, which she got her features after me." "That's because you are a mirror image to her mother," Lucia answered dryly as they leave the library. Once we were alone, I focused back my attention on the Conde. He was staring at me with unreadable eyes. "Well," I cleared my throat, trying not to flinch at the intense scrutiny in his eyes. "I know I owe you an apology for stealing Lucia that night when you have trusted me, sir. But I do not regret my decision that night. I will still do the same thing given a chance." "You and Lucia created a quiet scandal that night," Don Leandro stated sanguinely. It was as if he wasn't annoyed by that disgrace that happened inside his own home. The elite Spanish society went wild when the news broke in that the bride-to-be run away the same night she was supposed to announce her engagement. I couldn't help but wince at his words. I don't know what to say. He crooked an eyebrow in my direction. "So what brings you here now? From what I could see, you are now finally ready to face the problem you left here last week. I thought that you and Lucia are going to hide for a few more weeks." I straightened my stance and stared at his eyes with full conviction in me. I took a deep breath before speaking my true intention here. "I came here to formally ask your consent, sir. I want to marry your sister." There was a smile played on his lips while staring at me intently. "What will you do if I refuse?" I knew that he was testing me, but I was hoping that he would accept me as his younger sister's husband. "I will accept your decision, but I will still marry her regardless, Your Excellency." "Then why do you still want to ask my permission if you are going to marry Lucia, whether I approve the union or not?" I took a deep breath, staring at him earnestly. I hope you would see that I would try my very best to be a good husband to his sister. It would be a great deal for me or your sister if you approve our marriage. We love each other, and we're going to have a baby soon. I looked at him straightly. "I am the real father of the child she is carrying, sir. I am sorry if I didn't tell you right away. Can you make my sister happy?" I have never been surer in my life than this. I nodded sincerely. "I will die trying to make her happy for the rest of our lives. I know you probably want a wealthy husband for Lucia, but I love her more than anything in this world. Just give a chance to prove it." The Conde allowed himself to smile slightly. "I know that." I couldn't help my mouth from hanging open. Did I hear him right? I asked myself silently. "You knew, sir." He leaned back from his chair to study me. "I've seen the two of you stole glances from one another when you thought no one was watching for years. Just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean I am not aware. I trust you that you will make Lucia happy." I just stared at the Conde in disbelief. "Can you repeat that, Your Excellency?" Don Leandro shook his head. "It seems that you are having second thoughts if I would accept you as Lucia's husband. I guess you are not aware of how much faith I have in you, Leon. Hell, I even trust you with my life. I don't trust any man on earth more you. I know you will take good care of my sister." "Sir." I was lost for words. "I think it's high time for you to drop the formalities, since you are going to be my brother-in-law soon, Leon. Don't you think it's rather awkward for both of us you keep on calling me Your Excellency or Sir in public?" Leandro should be fine. My throat was lump with emotions. The happiness inside my heart was unbearable due to his words. I hesitated. Would I be able to call him by his first name, since I was accustomed to calling him with his appropriate title? I don't think I can do that." His lips curved with a smile. "How will we know if you are not going to try?" He scratched the back of his head. "I sorely regret my impromptu decision to send away my wife and Lucia so we can have this private conversation. Now our topic is getting awkward, don't you think?" I couldn't agree more. He stared at me for a moment, There was something in his eyes I could not pinpoint. I am happy that you finally dared to stand in front of me and ask for Lucia's hand in marriage, Leon. I must admit that it crossed my mind that you would elope with her and will never bother to come back here. I shook my head fiercely. That is out of the question. I respect you so much, and I know how much to Lucia if we got your approval before we marry. It's just I don't know how to tell you about our secret relationship since I was working for the family. I don't want people to assume that I courted your sister because of her wealth. I think I knew well more than that, Leon. The Conde, Leandro, Jesus, saying his name sounds awkward for me. I know your character in the years that you are working for me. I know you are worthy of my respect. Thank you, sir, Leandro. Why don't you take a seat? He gestured the chair across to his table. You have been standing since you arrived. When do you plan to have the wedding ceremony? I sat on the offered chair and tried to feel comfortable in the plush leather seat. As soon as it can be arranged, hopefully. But I have to consult Lucia about the wedding plans. Please expect that my wife would join in planning the wedding. There was an apologetic smile on his face as he stared at me. You must be aware by now that she's the one who pushed you together, and I couldn't help but watch on the sidelines while her plans work in full swing. I shook my head in disbelief. The Condesa was a mischievous woman. From the moment she waltzed into Don Leandro's life, she had him dancing in her tune. I still couldn't believe that she's behind the stalker thing. He gave a self-mocking smile. You know, even if she's an exasperating woman, most of the time I cannot deny of anything she wants. You must be aware that I am smitten to my wife. Smitten might be the understatement on what the Conde feels for his wife. I witnessed firsthand how deeply he loved the woman. He would do anything, and when I say anything, anything just to keep her by his side. Smiling at him, I understand what he meant. I feel the same way about your sister. I'm sure you do. I slowly stood from my chair preparing to leave. I must be keeping you from your work, I said, though, in reality, I want to end our meeting so I could be with Lucia. I already miss her terribly. I think I should leave now, and that you for your blessings. I will make Lucia happy, and give her the life she deserves. The Conde also stood from his seat. I know you will do that, Leon. And allow me to welcome you, formally to the family. From this moment, you are not entering this house as an employee, but a member of my family. My heart warmed at his words. I was beyond happy that this went well. I thought I need to grovel in his feet first, before I earn his forgiveness and his consent about marrying his younger sister. I will make sure you do not regret your decision in welcoming me to your family. I certainly hope so, Leon. He nodded at once. I should leave now. Thank you again. I smiled at my future brother-in-law and shook his hand briefly. Once I exited the library, I saw Lucia in the hallways. Her eyes were bright with anticipation. So, how did it go? She asked as I neared me. I couldn't help but smile greatly at her lovely face. I hugged her and swung her around. She shrieked at first but broke into a happy laugh. We finally got your brother's blessings, my love. Really? I nodded as I carefully set her feet back on the ground. Yes, it's much easier than I first thought to convince him. Now I can finally marry you. I couldn't wait for you to become my wife and start the new chapter of our lives with our baby. The smile she gave me melted my heart instantly. She placed a chaste kiss on my lips. Her eyes shone love only for me. So do I, Leon.
Chapter 29. In a kidnapping, you leave behind a lot of your baggage, like arrogance and stubbornness. Ingrid Betancourt. Lucia's Pav. Finally, I said with satisfaction. My heart warmed at the thought of us finally getting married soon. I couldn't wait any longer to be his wife. Right now, I am preparing to leave to go to the town to buy bolts of fabric. I want to personally create my wedding dress. You're going out? Leon entered my room without knocking. Since we arrived 2 days ago at the estate, I stayed in my old room, while Leon stayed in his out of respect for my brother, since we're not yet married according to my husband-to-be. Yes, I smiled, looking at his reflection through my full-length mirror. Despite the fact that we stayed in separate rooms, that didn't stop us from sneaking into each other's rooms late at night. We were like teenagers experiencing our first romance. "Where are you going, exactly?" he asked as he made it further inside my room. My heart danced with happiness at the sight of his handsome face. He is the love of my life. From the moment I laid my eyes on his, I'd been his utterly so. "Seville?" I said simply, trying to finish dressing, putting finishing touches to my almost done appearance. "I want to buy the bolts of fabric that I tell you the other day, so I can start creating my wedding dress." He scratched the back of his head warily. "Can't you postpone this trip this late afternoon, or perhaps tomorrow if ever?" "Why?" He eyed me through the reflection of the mirror. "Well, your brother invited me to join him ride around the estate this morning. He says he wants my opinion about a certain matter about the estate." I turned around to smile at him. "If that's the case, then you'd better join Leandro." "I will be fine, mister. Besides, I don't want you to see what kind of material my wedding finery is made of." "But," I could see in his face that he was about to protest when I closed this distance between us and hooked my arms around his neck. "I will be fine, Leon. Have you forgotten? No stalker is really after me. This is all Layla's dirty work to have us together." He stared at me for a long moment. I could see in his eyes that he was carefully weighing his options about this matter. He wasn't comfortable letting me leave without proper protection. "At least, ask the Condesa to help you in town. I'm sure that's not so much to ask from her." I rolled my eyes in his direction. "She's busy with her son. I'm sure she's willing to help me, but I don't want to be a bother to her." I smiled tenderly. "I will be fine, and I promise I will be here before you even miss me." "But I already miss you." He breathed with exasperation in his eyes. I knew that he doesn't want me to leave without him. But he already made a promise to my brother. "You will be fine," I encouraged, giving him a peck on the lips. "Wait until I return, will you?" I couldn't miss the way his eyes darkened. "I'm still not sure if I will let you leave to town without me." "Have faith, Leon." Before he could protest even more, I pulled down his head and slyly kissed him passionately, the kind of thing I was sure would melt all his protest about my trip in town. When the kiss turned hot and dangerous, I reluctantly ended our lip locks. I stared at his passion-clouded eyes. He traced my bottom lip with his thumb. "You have to promise me that you will update me regularly with your whereabouts. I promise that I will come after you as soon as our tour ends." "I will," I assured him solemnly. He led me outside hand in hand until we reached the garage. Leon held out the driver's door of my convertible so I could slide in with ease. He leaned down to remind me of my promise before kissing my forehead for a farewell kiss. I grinned at him before accelerating my car to the driveway. My drive to town was uneventful, even when I was already searching for the fabrics that I want for my wedding dress. Debating on what type of fabric I want, I decided to have a nice cup of frappe and a slice of cake in the coffee shop nearby as I sketched for my wedding dress. I pulled out my sketchbook and pencil as I start to draw lines, imagining myself wearing my best creation yet. I made 2 or 3 different designs. All I have to do was to pick which was my favorite. Never I thought that as a bride it was a difficult process on how to choose your dress for your wedding day. I always thought that when the time is up, I could easily select my dress. "Lucia, fancied to see you here." My gaze was arrested by the familiar voice that drawled my name with such a pleasant tone. I looked up to see Jacques' smiling face beside my table. "Jacques?" I said, closing my sketchbook almost immediately. The last thing I want was for him to see that I've been sketching my wedding dress. Suddenly, my chest gave a painful thud. "What are you doing here?" "May I?" He gestured the vacant chair across to me. It was on the tip of my tongue to refuse, but I can't, not when I owe him an explanation. I nodded casually, before he sat on the chair. I thought you already left for Paris after. I hesitated for a moment, looking away. After what happened last time. He smiled at me that didn't quite reach his eyes. After you stood me up in front of the elite Spanish society. I cringed at his words. I'm sorry, I muttered in remorse, looking away from his intense gaze. I didn't mean to humiliate you like that, it's just that I love him, and I realized that I couldn't live without him. Something changed in his friendly blue eyes. I slightly shiver with uneasiness. I want to marry you, and be the father of your child, Lucia. I know, I admitted, studying my hands in my lap. It's just that I cannot offer you anything other than friendship. You are always dear to me, but I cannot give you more than that. I am really sorry, Jacques. So you are going to marry that man? He asked in a dangerously low voice. I bit my bottom lip and stared at him with an apologetic look. I guess my friendship with him was now beyond repair. We couldn't go back before this whole mess. Yes. Jacques suddenly stood from his chair. That startled me. I looked up at him in surprise. I wish you a lifetime of happiness, Lucia. I think I should go now. It is nice seeing you again, before I left for France today. Yeah, me too, I said with a slightly forced smile on my face. I hope you can find the right woman for you. I couldn't be happier when you finally introduced that woman to me, Jacques. I will wait for that day to come. He didn't answer, just left me alone in the coffee shop. Once I was all alone at my table, I heard my phone sounded from my bag. I fished it out and smiled when I saw the name of Leon on the screen. I slid my finger to answer the phone call. Hello? Where are you? He said on the other line. I will come to pick you up. I will just change my clothes. I'm here at the... The words died in my mouth when I saw Jacques loomed again at my table. I looked at him questioningly when he was back with two burly men behind him. You know what? He said coldly. This time I suddenly feel terrified at him. I changed my mind. I guess I can't let you go after all. I can't bear the thought of you marrying that low-class man you fondly calls your bodyguard. I decided that you are coming back with me in France, and live the rest of your life as my wife. What? Before I could comprehend what was happening, his two bodyguards forcefully removed me from my chair. No. Wait, what are you doing? I tried to struggle, and I lost my hold in my smartphone. I saw it fell on the tiled floor. You can't do this to me. Sorry, Lucia. But I have to do this. Jacques did the unexpected. He punched me in the stomach, making me suck air for the sudden pain I feel. Damn you, my baby. I lashed out at him, still reeling from the pain. Before I could protest more, his bodyguards placed me inside his luxury car. Leon, help. I stated, miserably. That man can't find us. I will make sure of it. Jacques merely smiled coldly in my direction. Let's go. He told his driver, and we sped away on the highway. Suddenly, my eyes filled with tears. Leon's Pav. As soon as I arrived at the manor, after my ride with Leandro, I immediately excused myself from my future brother-in-law. I want to follow Lucia in town as soon as possible. I dialed her number as I went to my room to change my clothes, since my shirt was filled with dust from our ride. Hello? I heard the familiar warm voice of my fiancé on the other line. I silently exhaled the breath I didn't know I was holding until I heard her voice. I couldn't tame down the nervousness that sneaks down my spine since she left. Where are you? I said, already halfway from finishing to put on a new shirt while talking to her. I will come to pick you up. I will just change my clothes. I'm here at the... She trailed. I focused myself to hear her words. I heard a man in the background talking to her. My blood runs cold when I realize that the man talking to Lucia sounds like the Frenchman himself. He's still here? I thought by now he already left the country. My heart stopped beating in my chest when I heard my wife-to-be shouted as if struggling. "Lucia," I said. I began to panic. "What's happening? Answer me, am I Amor?" "Lucia." The voices became distant from the phone. I looked at my phone screen in horror. Lucia was in trouble with that Frenchman. I shouted, trying to know what's happening, but no response on the other line. That man, if something happens to my Lucia and our unborn child, he would pay dearly with his life. I sprint out of my room and search for the Conde. I found him in his study room, studying some documents in his hands. I didn't bother to knock before I marched inside his room. "I need your help," I said helplessly, trying to collect myself even though fear was slowly eating me inside. "What kind of help?" he asked, putting the documents on his table. I swallowed hard, silently praying for the safety of my fiancé. "Lucia is in trouble. I think that French guy took her against her will." Leandro leapt to his feet. "What did you say?" I rubbed my palms in my face with the growing frustration I feel. I need to be strong and keep my calm. "I think he will kidnap her and take her back to his homeland. I need to borrow your planes so I can catch them on time before something bad will happen." "That man?" the Conde muttered menacingly, as his eyes darkened dangerously. "I should have disposed of him properly when I had the chance." "Leandro?" "Wait," he said, picking up his phone on the table and dialed someone. "I think I know who can help us in searching for Lucia." He gave a self-mocking smile at the thought. After all, he had tracked me down hours after I mistakenly abducted my sister-in-law. I was about to reply when the man seems to answer on the other line. "Marco, I need your help and I want the result as soon as possible. Can you do it?" Chapter 30. When you go looking for rescue, you end up trapped in your own weakness. Deb Coletti.
Leon's Pav. 4 hours after Leandro asked for his friend's help to rescue my wife to be in the hands of the French bastard who kidnapped her and probably took her somewhere we could not find her. I stood at the private airport waiting for his friend to arrive. I glanced at my future brother-in-law, who leans casually in the hood of his sports car, as if we're just sightseeing here instead of rescuing his sister. We were waiting for Marco Orsini's arrival via private plane. "Don't you think we are wasting our time here?" I asked slightly irritably. I should be in a plane right this moment and tracking that bastard. If something happened to my Lucia and our unborn child, that man will pay dearly with his life. I heard his sigh while looking at the sky for any signs of private aircraft. Marco says we should wait for him here, since he's bringing the information we need personally. But what takes him so long? This time, the irritation was already visible in my voice. I could feel that I was wasting my time here, standing at the tarmac. He has a private plane. He should be here faster than a commercial aircraft. Relax, Leon. I tried to do that while waiting for his friend, but I cannot. I paced the tarmac like a caged lion. Every muscle in my body was taut with tension. If he doesn't arrive for a few minutes more, then I will book a flight to France. Leandro looked at me with sympathetic eyes. But before he could even reply, we heard the distinctive engine of a plane in the sky. I saw the Gulfstream plane, prepared to land on the tarmac. The self-important man is finally here. My future brother-in-law detached himself from the hood of his car. We waited until the aircraft made a safe landing and standstill at the tarmac. When the engine died, the iron steps were lowered and the man in question descended from his plane. My eyes widened when I realized that he was not all alone on the plane. There were 3 more men with him. "What took you so long?" Leandro asked Marco Orsini. Then he threw a disapproving frown in his face. "What are you all doing here?" The Italian billionaire merely grinned, his dark eyes danced with laughter. "Sorry, amico. My plane took a detour in Sicily to pick up some passengers." The man with gray eyes shrugged casually. "From what I know, he's a respected Italian duke. One moment I was in my office in Rome. Then Marco arrived. He said he needs my help. I didn't realize that it was involving a plane ride to Spain. My wife isn't even aware that I am here." "Then Leandro's brother-in-law," answered the next. His blue eyes filled with annoyance in their depth, as he also descended from the iron steps. "This bastard informed me that your wife is trouble again, and you need our help. I unwillingly lied to Layla, so she won't be worried about her twin's safety." The last man with them was the Sicilian man I met on few occasions. His wife was a good friend of Lucia. He loosened his tie around his neck. "I was forced to come here. They kidnapped me again, in my office." "Why did you bring them all?" Leandro asked the Italian billionaire in annoyance. "I just ask you for the information about this Jacques Montcalm." The man merely smiled maddeningly. "And I have the information you need, amico. Now if you would just ride my plane, so we can now go to France where he was hiding with your sister. We can rescue her in no time. Look, can you save your chit-chat later and save my fiancé first?" I said with frustration, when they all look like they just got here for a get-together. For the first time Marco Orsini's gaze slid on me, and then he smiled at Leandro. "I like this guy. He fits our club perfectly." He stared at me with gleaming eyes. "Would you like to join our club, my friend?" "No thank you," I answered curtly. He smirked at Lucia's brother as we started to climb to his private plane. "I will have him join our club before this trip ends, Leon." Leandro smiled back. "Show him how persuasive you can be, Marco." "You bet." Once inside his luxury plane, everyone took a chair on the plush cream-colored leather. I took the chair across Leandro, and it didn't take long before the aircraft's engines sprang to life again, preparing for our flight in France. "Wait for me, Lucia," I thought silently as I fastened my seatbelt. The airplane now taxied on the runway, and a few moments later we were finally in the airspace. I tried to calm my tension, thinking in a few hours we would find Lucia, and she would be finally safe from that bastard. The minute the captain announced that it's now safe to remove the seatbelts, Marco Orsini stood from his chair and stretched his arms upward. "I'm thirsty. Do you have water in here?" "Nico's Palace," asked the man who owns the plane from his seat not far away from mine. The Italian man grinned at his friend. "But of course," he gestured to the cabin crew holding a tray with an expensive bottle of bourbon and 6 highball glasses. "I'm always prepared for my travels, Nick." Nico's blue eyes glared hotly at the man in question. "I said water, not bourbon." His friend shrugged nonchalantly, pouring himself a glass of that amber liquid. "Water is for babies, Nick. And I am no baby." The Greek man cursed, removing his tie, and opened the top button of his shirt. "Fine, pour me a glass." "I am not your manservant, you bastard. Pour yourself a glass." He was about to retort to his friend when Leandro interrupted their growing debate. "Will the two of you stop arguing? This is not a field trip. Do I need to remind you that we're going to save my sister?" My sentiments exactly, because since boarded this plane, every one of them creates small talks with the person sitting across or next to him. And here I was left alone to ponder my thoughts, praying earnestly about the safety of my fiancé and unborn child. "This is your brother-in-law's fault. He thinks highly of himself. Does he think he can boss me around my damn plane?" Marco said to Leandro with innocent eyes. For a moment, I thought he was blaming me, then it occurred to me that he was talking about the husband of Candice's twin. "Your plane wouldn't be on the service once again if you didn't collect us one by one like a freaking school service driver," Nikos muttered under his breath. "Don't mind that bastard." He smiled, almost apologetically, in our direction. Then he went to his chair to pick up the folder and presented it to Leandro. "I think you should take a look at this information I gather from that French man." Lucia's brother glanced at me briefly before taking the folder from the Italian man and flip it open. I saw his eyes widen as he scanned the page. "Creepy, isn't it?" Marco Orsini commented. "Take a look." Leandro offered the folder in my direction, and I took the folder reluctantly and couldn't believe my eyes. That's Louise Montcalm, the deceased wife of Jacques Montcalm, who happens to be a striking resemblance of Lucia Castillo. Marco supplied, while I was still fixed looking at the photograph of the woman who bears a remarkable similarity with Lucia. My hands shook as I stared at the photo, along with the very detailed personal information about this French guy and the woman who was uncanny resemble my fiancée. The hair in my nape started to rise with alarm. No wonder that French guy was so obsessed with Lucia. She reminded him so much of his dead wife. I swallowed hard, trying to absorb this new discovery about that French bastard. I looked up at Marco, inquisitively. Whatever connection he had, he was one hell of an influential man to get such details in such a short time. How did you gather this information in such a short time? Ah, the man's dark eyes gleamed with amusement. Because I have sources, amico. What kind of sources? He chuckled in my direction, raising a dark eyebrow in the process. Join our club, and I will tell you all about my sources. I shook my head regretfully. I didn't know what kind of club he was talking about, and I was sure I don't fit in their club. Since they were all running a billion-dollar empire, compared to them I was nothing but a joke. Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll pass. It seemed that this man was taking no for an answer when he scowled to the Conde openly. What's wrong with this guy? Why he's turning down the offer about joining our club? He will be the death of me. I closed the folder in my head carefully and took a deep breath. Look, I'm sure you will find a more qualified man who is more willing to join your exclusive club more than me. The qualifications he wants for his club are only two: jealous and madly in love with your wife. He thinks you fit perfectly. The Conde informed with a grim smile. I didn't mean to sound rude. But you're already rude enough in my ears. The Italian man retorted with exasperation on his face. I know instantly if the guy fits the club, and you are the latest recruit. Stop harassing the man, amico. It was the Duke who speak not far away from us. He was talking with Nikos and Rafe Moretti just now. Leave him alone. As if he's taking no for an answer. He has one-track mind. Nikos muttered, nursing his glass of bourbon. I bet before we even arrive in France, he already initiated that poor man. Rafe Moretti inserted, shaking his head. I remember so well how I got my initiation. I'm still having nightmares about it sometimes. Well, the exasperating man smiled pleasantly in my direction. What is your answer? Are you going to join or not? I was about to refuse again, but before I had the chance to open my mouth, he added, perhaps I should tell my pilot to return this plane to Italy. I suddenly lost my appetite in rescuing another damsel. My eyes narrowed at him intensely. I shot to my feet and stared at him eye to eye. You can't just do that. This is not child's play. My fiancé and unborn child's safety are on the line. You cannot joke around this matter. Besides, you cannot blackmail me like this. Believe me, he can, and he will. The Greek man answered dryly, looking at us with his pale blue eyes. Marco and blackmail go along together. Thank you for the reference, Nick. He glanced at his friend briefly and stared at me. So what is your answer? I took a deep breath. He was one hell of a devil. I never encountered such a man in my life. Fine, I will reconsider your invitation after we rescue my fiancée safe and sound. Very well. He nodded in agreement. He faced everyone who boarded his private plane. Gentlemen, allow me to inform you that our destination in Provence, France, where the Montcalm family's chateau is located. Please fasten your seatbelts, this is going to be a bit bumpy ride. Chapter 31. Accidents happen and all of that, but it's how we pick ourselves up from the accidents that matters. Aquaria. Lucia's Pov. Please, don't think of yourself as a hostage here. Feel at home. I glared at the man in question vehemently, as I was a trap with him in one of the bedrooms in their family chateau. I couldn't dare to fight him again after what he did to my baby back in Spain. Right now, he has the upper hand here. Feel at home. I sneered, looking at him with acid eyes. How can I feel that when I am held here against my will? Soon, this will be your home. he said, smiling down at me. No. You will be my wife, Lucia, he stated firmly. And we will spend the rest of our lives as man and wife here in Provence, away from the bustling city. You will love it here, darling. The flowers during spring are as beautiful as you. I stared at him in disbelief. He doesn't get it, does he? I don't want to live here with you, Jacques. You and I know well that I don't belong here. My life is in Spain. Let me go before it's too late. No, he said stubbornly, shaking his head. You cannot leave this place without my permission, since my bodyguards are scattered throughout the mansion. I will not let you go back to Spain and marry that man. I didn't know if I would be mad at him or pity him for being blinded by his infatuation towards me. This is a mistake, Jacques. My brother and Leon are probably looking for me right at this moment. Do you think they will let you go easily if they find us? You could end up in jail for abducting me. Something changed in his eyes that made me shiver. I will that dog first before he can make you his wife. He closed the distance between us and took my hands in his. Please marry me instead of him, my beloved. I will make you happy. Suddenly, I felt disgusted by his touch. I snatched my hands back and put a good amount of distance between us. I'm sorry, Jacques. I cannot do that since I am carrying his child and I want to be his wife. He went after me, forcing me to look into his eyes. Then we'll give the child to him once he or she is born. Don't worry, you will not miss that child in your womb now, since we will have children of our own, children we will love and cherish in our family home. Stop this nonsense, Jacques. I stared at him in horror. How could he think that I would just give up my baby so easily like a rag doll? All of a sudden, I have enough of our ridiculous conversation. I pushed him out of my way and went out of the bedroom. I angrily marched on the hallways, determined to get away from Jacques' presence as far away as possible. My eyes were arrested by a very huge portrait hanging proudly on the wall near the grand staircase. What the hell? I started. I couldn't believe my eyes as my gaze was fixed on the portrait. Who is she? Why does she bear a resemblance to me? As if reading the question in my head, I didn't notice that he was now standing next to me, admiring lovingly at the painting. She's my dearest Louise. I swallowed hard, as I finally managed to remove my eyes from the woman who resembled me. Where is she? I think from the adoration he has given me, I should have not asked, since it was quite obvious. The sadness in his face says it all. She lost her battle to cancer a few years ago. In her deathbed, I told her I wish her soul reincarnated as soon as possible so we could meet again. He gave me a loving smile. Then I met you. I prevented myself from gasping. Was he implying that? I shook my head regretfully. I'm not her, nor will I ever be. You have mistaken me from your dead wife. I know that, he replied, looking straight into my eyes. When I first saw you, I thought you are Louise, but I got to know you better. I realized that you are not, but I fell in love with you otherwise. I shook my head. You don't love me, Jacques. You have just mistaken the feeling of nostalgia to love whenever you see me. You just remember your dear wife, since I look like her. No. Don't say that. I stared at him helplessly. It's the truth, why you can't see it in your eyes. You just miss your wife, that's why you thought you loved me. Lucia. He was interrupted when we heard the commotion outside. I frowned at him questioningly. What is that? He automatically placed me safely behind him, as if protecting me with his body. I am not sure. One of his trusted guards came running from the outside. He ascended the grand staircase to report to Jacques. Sir, there are intruders outside. What? Jacques asked in alarm. I noticed that his body became rigid. Who the hell are they? The guard gave a speaking glance at me. They are looking for the ladies, sir. I sighed with relief. Finally, Leon was here to save me. I tried my very best to hide my emotion from my captors, but I couldn't miss the way my heart beat so loudly in my chest at the thought of seeing my love after all this chaos that had happened. I didn't wait long for him to see him, since he barged his way on the door with my brother. "Lucia!" Leon bellowed in the huge living room. "Where are you?" "Leon, I'm here," I answered from the second floor. But before I even had the chance to come to his side as fast as I can, Jacques held me fast to his side. The three men looked up from the second floor. I could see the way my fiancé's face darkened when he saw Jacques. "So this is where you have been hiding, you bastard." Leon was about to climb on the grand staircase to save me from this man's clasp, but before he even had the chance to take a step, Jacques snatched the gun on his guard's waist and raised the firearms in Leon's direction at point blank. "Don't you dare take another step, you Spanish pig, or I will put a hole in your head." "No." I stared in horror. I couldn't bear the thought of Leon being lifeless because of this man's twisted love for me. "Please put down the gun, Jacques. You are not like this. You are not a murderer. Why don't you fight me like a real man?" Leon taunted him. His eyes filled with goading to the man beside me. "Let go of Lucia and face me like a man you thought you are. Stop being a milksop." Despite my fear about his safety, I managed to throw a scowl in his direction. Why does he want to provoke Jacques? Thankfully, Leandro stepped in. "Stop this nonsense, Montcalm. Release my sister now." My friends already reported this incident to the police, and a few moments more they would be here to arrest you. Jacques pointed the firearms in my brother's direction. His eyes filled with hatred. "I think I should kill you first for letting your sister marry such a low-life man like him. What kind of life he can give your sister?" Leandro's amber eyes turned wintry. "Money will not automatically make a woman happy. Besides, I don't own Lucia's life. She can choose whoever she wants to marry, and I am only here to support her." My heart lit with happiness at my brother's words. Who would have thought that he would say such things? I heard Jacques sneer beside me. "You are only saying that now. Wait until she faces hardship with the man." Leandro threw a lethal look in his direction. Even if Lucia marry a homeless guy this instant, they would not face hardship in life. "Have you forgotten my sister is set to inherit a large amount of money when she reaches a certain age?" "Enough of this," Leon muttered, taking a step towards the stairs. I shrieked when a gunshot sounded on the mansion. Then I realized that Jacques was the one who fired the shot. I was not sure if it was intentional or he just missed his shot in Leon's direction. Next time, I will not miss my target. The thought of Leon lying lifeless here was unbearable. I struggled to be free from Jacques' clutches, but he held me fast. "Let me go." "No. I will not let you come to him." I fought him with all I have, trying to be released from his grasp. "Let me go." Then the unexpected thing happens. He suddenly lost his grip on mine, making me lose my balance before I had the chance to hold on to something for support. Then I realized in slow motion that I was being thrown on the stairs. From my chaotic vision, I saw the horror in Leon's face. And in an instant, I was on the foot of the staircase with pain all over my body. I groaned as I felt throbbing everywhere. Immediately, Leon was on my sides, kneeling on the floor to support me. "Lucia, are you okay? Answer me, please." I tried to open my eyes. As my vision still swirling, when I tried to focus my gaze, I saw that I was in the arms of my brother. Leon launched himself on the stairs and beat the hell out Jacques. Even the bodyguard of Jacques couldn't do anything to stop my fiancée from slugging the man. "Get up and fight me, damn you." I never heard such a cold and menacing tone from Leon's voice before. "I will end your worthless life with my bare hands." How does it feel to be helpless? "Stop him," I told my brother in a voice that was close to a whisper, placing my hand in his arms. "Please." Leandro looked at me for a moment, and then he slid his gaze on the second floor where Leon was ruthlessly trashing the life of Jacques. "Stop it, Leon. He's not worth your time in jail if you kill him now." But my fiancé wasn't listening. He still continued to slug Jacques like there's no tomorrow. Then I comprehended that the throbbing all over my body stopped, but a distinctive pain remained in my belly. "Leandro, The horror I saw in my brother's face was becoming my nightmare. "Leon, come quick, Lucia is bleeding." In an instant, he was back on my side with fear in his eyes. "Are you okay? Our baby?" Thankfully, my brother's friends finally arrived with the police in town. Everything went blur in my vision. As a commotion erupted inside the manor, people are shouting at once. Suddenly, I felt that I was losing my consciousness. My last thought before surrendering to the darkness was the safety of our baby. Chapter 32. Winning and losing isn't everything. Sometimes the journey is just as important as the outcome. Alex Morgan. Lucia's POV. I knew the moment I woke up, smelling the sterile sheets, hearing the machines near my bed, and seeing my room for the first time. I knew instantly what I had lost. "About time you wake up, my child." I tried to focus my gaze on the woman sitting beside the hospital bed. The grateful but sad smile of my mother confirmed my worst fear. "How are you feeling?" "Cold." My mother pulled up the cover even higher on my body. "There. Do you need anything else, Lucia? You lost a lot of blood from your accident. The doctor advised you should take complete rest to recover." I shook my head, putting my arms over my eyes as the tears threatened to fall. I should have asked my mama about it, but I fear I don't dare to do so since mentioning my accident. I dread that I knew the answer before even asking her. "Mama." "What is it, sweetheart?" I heard the gentle voice of my mother. "Do you want something? Just tell Mama and I will get it for you." "About my baby." I was aware of the hard pounder in my chest as I tried to ask my mama about it. Part of me was still hoping that I was wrong, that I got it wrong, that everything that happened was just a bad dream. I felt my mother's soothing voice as she caressed my head gently. "Don't worry about that for now, Lucia. What is important is that you are safe. By the way, you are in the private hospital here in Provence, and your brother wants you to be airlifted to Spain as soon as you are okay to travel so you recuperate home." So my initial thought had been correct. I have been empty on the inside. I lost my unborn child when I fell on the staircase in the manor of Jacques' family. I stared at my mother, preventing my tears from falling. "Where is he?" Probably understand who I meant, Mama smiled affectionately in my direction, continued to stroke my hair. "Do you want me to fetch him? I'm sure he's eager to see you. He was so worried to death when they rushed you here, but he and your brother are needed to the police station for their statement about your abduction." "No," I said hastily. "Please, I don't want to see him." My mother's eyebrow drew together. "Why not, my daughter? I thought he is the one you want to see once you wake up." "He will never forgive me after what happened," I confessed to my mother helplessly. "I lost our baby because I became reckless when they tried to save me. How can I look him in the eye again?" "Leon will never blame you for the accident," my mother informed me, her eyes also misted with moisture. "It's not your fault that you accidentally fell on the staircase. Don't ever think that it's your fault. But it's the truth." "Lucia." This time tears fell on my cheeks as my vision of my mama started to blur. I knew she was just saying that to ease my conscience about losing my baby. But I knew well that it was my fault if I just carefully deal with the situation, thinking about my unborn child's safety first before anything. But how could I do that when I fear for Leon's safety, since there was a gun that was pointed at him? "Listen to me, Lucia," my mother said, taking my cold hand in her. I could feel the warmth from her hand. "I don't want you to think that it's your fault. Are we clear? I know that you and Leon have a lot to say to one another, so—" "No. Please." I struggled, clutching my mother's hands. I tried to sit up from the bed as the machine started to beat wildly, making Mama ring for a nurse. In an instant, a woman entered the room. I saw her put some medication on my IV drip, making me feel woozy. I could feel the room was spinning. I tried to stop my sleep from falling asleep, but my eyes were too damn heavy. "Mama." The next time I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar dark eyes smiling at me. I temporarily closed my eyes in case he was just a product of my imagination, but when I opened my eyes again, he was still there. Am I that really ugly, that you couldn't even look me in the face? He jested, from the chair my mother had been sitting in moments ago. What are you doing here? To check on you, obviously. I glanced at him, alertly. Why he sounds like everything was okay, when in fact it was far from all right. I closed my eyes, as my emotions were heightened now that he's here in my room. I was slightly unprepared to face him again, after what happened. You shouldn't be here, Leon. Where should I be then? He said. I could feel that his gaze was on me intently. So the rumors are correct then. You don't want to see me anymore. I glared at him. I was not sure why he was behaving like this as if nothing happened. You know why. I couldn't bear to see the blame in your eyes, about I carelessly lost our baby. I lost the baby, Leon, I lost. Shish. He took my hand in his and squeezed it reassuringly. Don't say that, please. Don't think that it's your fault that we lost our little angel. But it's the truth, I told him weakly. Tears fell in my eyes. The pain in my heart was unbearable. The thought of it made me feel like I was going to lose my sanity. I don't think I can forgive myself. He stood from his chair and closed the distance between us. His face was only a few inches apart from me. It was an accident, Lucia. An accident. I don't want you to think that it is your fault. Let me tell you now, it is not. But? He smiled tenderly in my direction. I think God realized that the angels in heaven are insufficient in numbers, so he decided to take one of his angels back to heaven. Just think that we have our very own little angel looking down at us from heaven. I cried in his arms, letting all my heartache and frustration in his arms. I don't think I deserve his kindness and understanding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, he said, kissing my forehead affectionately. I failed to protect you when you needed me the most. I am sorry if I failed you big time. I am sorry for all the pain that cost you about losing our baby. My heart breaks thinking about that little bundle of joy that we lost, but maybe God has better plans for both of us. I don't think I can cope with this, Leon. I sobbed in his arms like a baby. Losing the baby is like losing my will to live. Something inside me died, along with our baby. Shish. He soothed, gently patting my back lovingly. Don't say that. I can't bear when you say that. Don't worry, my brave angel. We will seek help. To assist us to heal in this dark chapter of our life. We can make this through together. I searched for his face for a moment. Does this mean that you are still willing to marry me after what happened? He seemed to be stunned about my question, for his eyes widened in my direction. But of course. What makes you think that I don't want you anymore? I shrugged casually. You know. Before I had the chance to continue, he cut me off, stroking my face with his hand, tenderly wiping the tears from my cheeks. You must know by now that I always want you to be my wife from the moment I laid my eyes on you. I dreamt of you being mine, even though I know that won't happen, not by a long shot. With his words, I burst into tears once again. Why are you crying again? He asked in frustration. Do you want your family to suspect that I am bullying you? I shook my head, covering my face with my palms. I don't think I deserve your love and kindness, Leon. What makes you say that? You know, I stared at him with swollen eyes. You are so dependable and resilient, man, and I gave you nothing but a headache from the moment we met. The fact that you gave me the greatest gift by loving me in return is more than enough for me. The baby is just a bonus, and unfortunately we lost our little angel, but that didn't lessen my love for you even for a bit. He cradled my face with his large palm. That's when I realized that his knuckles were covered by bandages. What happened to him? It seems that Leon comprehended who I meant, without even saying the name, when his body became rigid. Don't worry about him, we take care of him. What happened to him, Leon? I repeated my question earlier. I was not sure why I bothered to ask, but part of me wants to know. Leon's eyes became cold and distant. He is safely behind bars, even though I want to end his worthless life with my own hands. But your brother insisted that let the law punish him for what he did to you. I shivered at the coldness I heard in his voice. Leandro is correct, Leon. You are not a murderer. I heard him sigh deeply. Let's not talk about him, shall we? I nodded with a slight smile on my face. I think this thing belongs to you. I pulled out something from his pocket and slipped the familiar engagement ring in my finger. The police found this in one of the bedrooms of that manor and asked if this belongs to you. I gasped when I remember that Jacques confiscated the engagement ring on my finger when we arrived here in France. Please don't ever take that off your finger again, Lucia. The love of my life had said. His eyes stared at me fixedly. I know I cannot promise you to give you a life in the lap of luxury. I can only promise you a simple life with me, but please spend the rest of your life with me, Lucia Castillo. My heart soared with love for him. Yes, I love that. He kissed me tenderly, as if I was the most fragile thing he ever held in his arms. From this moment, we will start again from the beginning. We may lose our unborn child, but I knew I could survive this darkest moment in my life with his love that could sustain me to live each day. Epilogue. Love yourself for who you are, and trust me, if you are happy from within, you are the most beautiful person, and your smile is your best asset. Ileana de Cruz. Lucia's Pauv. It's been months since the incident in France. It took me 2 more days at the hospital in Provence before the doctors gave me go signal to travel back to Spain with my family. It took me a week before they let me out of the bed on my own, when I recuperate at the Castillo estate. Leon's family visited me often, and I couldn't forget the shock on their faces when they learned that woman he's marrying is actually the Castillo heiress. As Leon promised that day in France, when I learned that I lost the baby. We seek professional help to help us overcome the pain of losing our little angel, and until now, I often visit the counselor as I gradually accept the fact that the baby was no longer here. But just thinking about that little angel still brought tears to my eyes before I go to sleep. The therapist advised me to make myself busy, like planning my wedding, and even creating my wedding dress so I could overcome my depression. And so that day has come for me and Leon to finally be one, as man and wife. We both agreed to have a simple ceremony in his hometown, and we're having the ceremony in the church where he first proposed. Right now, we booked at the hotel near the church for the preparation for the ceremony. Actually, you don't need a bridal car, it's just walking distance from the church. The citizens of the quiet town Carmona were flabbergasted when they saw luxury cars, one after another, arriving at their modest neighborhood. Everyone is here, including my brother's friends and their wives, the same group who helped in rescuing me back in France. As for where are they at the moment? My brother took them to the bar down the lobby of this hotel and treated them to drinks before the wedding would even start. I just hoped that Leandro was not half drunk by the time he would walk me down the aisle. Now I was almost ready for the ceremony that would take place a few minutes from now. I was already glam up by the professional makeup artist my sister-in-law hired for this event. For a woman is about to marry the man she loves, you certainly look like a woman who is being forced to do this. She raised an eyebrow in my direction. Are you having second thoughts about this? It's not too late to back out. I looked up to my sister-in-law, who was busy examining my appearance as I sat on the bed with all of my wedding fineries. I sighed deeply, staring at the pretty bouquet in my hand. I don't know. Maybe it's better if you ask Leon about that question. What do you mean? Instantly, she was on my side, sitting beside me on the bed. She, too, was ready for the ceremony. She wore an eye-catching XY backless A-line long tulle with beaded deep V-neck split-side champagne-colored evening gown. I stared at her for a moment before shaking my head. Well, since we came back from France and everything goes back to normal, Leon hadn't tried to, Try what? I grimaced when I saw the devilish smirk on Layla's face. From what I could see, she was already aware of what I meant, but she was still waiting for me to complete the sentence for her satisfaction. You know that thing? She shook her head, but the smile still playing on her lips. No idea what you are talking about, sissy. I could feel my cheeks flame with embarrassment as I confined to her my concerns. Well, you know, he had not tried to sleep with me again. I think he is just marrying me out of pity, because he feels that it was his fault that Jacques managed to kidnap me. Before she had the chance to reply, a knock sounded on the door. We both turned around to see Leon peek inside my room. He was already wearing his suit for the ceremony. May I have a word with my bride? Layla reacted upon seeing him in the doorway. What the hell are you doing here? She cried in disbelief. Didn't you know that it is a bit of bad luck to see the bride before the ceremony? Go away, Leon. What is it that I overheard that you accuse me of marrying you out of pity? His intense gaze was directed to me. I couldn't move with the way his eyes held slight anger in their depth. Is that what you thought, Lucia? Since when did you become eavesdropper, Leon? Layla asked acidly, literally blocking my appearance to him with her body and arms widespread. I saw him raised an eyebrow in Layla's direction. Since your dear husband and his friends forced me to join their club, unfortunately some of their unbelievable characteristics rubbed on me. And eavesdropping is one of them. Let me speak with him privately, Layla. I told my sister-in-law, who was acting like a mother hen, shooing Leon away from my hotel room. We need this conversation before the ceremony is about to start. Layla debated for a moment before complying with my request. Fine, she said. She threw a clear warning in Leon's direction. Don't you dare try to ruin her makeup or you will face my wrath. Are we clear? Absolutely. She gave us a parting glance before closing the door firmly behind her. Once I was alone with him, I realized that my heart was pounding so loudly in my chest. I haven't seen him since yesterday. We even sleep in a separate room following the custom that the groom and bride cannot sleep in the same room the night before the wedding day. Is it true that you are thinking that, Lucia? He asked in a tone that I couldn't fathom. Was he mad or not? I moistened my lips. Suddenly it felt so dry. Well, I couldn't help but think that way, since you didn't bother to sleep with me again after all these months. He stared at me in incredulity. What am I supposed to do? Even if I wanted to claim you again each night that we sleep on the same bed. I cannot ignore the fact that I hear you cry yourself to sleep every night. That's why, as much as I wanted to make you mine again, I held myself in check. I don't want to be a heartless monster, forcing you to make love to me when you aren't ready yet. But I am only crying because I remember our little angel. I quivered, my eyes starting to get blurred with tears again. Instantly, he was on my side, kneeling beside me. What's with the tears, my amor? Do you want me to face Layla's wrath on our special day? Despite the tears, I couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. Good, he said in satisfaction, wiping the moisture in my eyes. Tonight there is no holding back. I can't wait to strip this lovely dress of your body, my pretty señorita. Tonight, I will make you mine again. I love you, Lucia. I love you too, Leon. He smiled lovingly in my direction. It was the kind of smile that assured me that he truly loved me with all his heart. He cupped my face and drew towards his. I automatically closed my eyes for his kiss. I stared at him questioningly when he only gave me a quick peck. No ruining your makeup, remember? The next time I kiss you, you are already Lucia McAllister, my wife. I smiled at the thought. He took my hand and led me outside. As expected, we didn't bother to use the bridal cart despite my sister-in-law's dismay. We just walked hand in hand going to the church. I was aware of the curious stare we got from the locals and few tourists near the plaza, but my eyes were only fixed on my handsome groom. The ceremony went fast. Before I even realized what was happening, the priest already pronounced us as husband and wife, and Leon was already lifting my veil to give me the compulsory kiss. Everyone from family and friends erupted with cheers as we shared our very first kiss as a married couple. The reception took place back at the hotel. Everything was prepared according to our request. The food they were serving was authentic Spanish cuisine. Everybody was having a good time at the reception when Layla received a phone call, and after having the phone conversation, she burst into tears. This was probably the first time I saw her cry. "What's wrong?" her twin asked her concernedly. Leon and I went to their site instantly. She carefully wiped the tears that fell in her eyes. Instantly, Leandro was on her side to comfort his wife. Patry just called. He said that he received a phone call from Federal Aviation in America, claiming that they received a distress call from Vincenzo's helicopter minutes before he vanished from their radar. Patry also said that a search party is already formed to locate and rescue our cousin. Everyone on the table gasped at her words. Their cousin had just a terrible accident. I hope that he was okay and had no serious injuries. Where was his exact location when they received a distress call from him? Layla shook her head. Not sure, somewhere in Midwest, I believe. Oh my goodness. Layla Pallas covered her mouth from her shock. I hope that Vincenzo is unharmed. Patry will be devastated if something bad happens to him. Somewhere in America. Vincenzo Fiorenza's POV. That's it, I thought with a groan, slumping on the huge tree trunk while trying to catch my breath. I have walked long enough from the crash site. This would be the longest walk my legs would carry me. I would probably die in some forest alone. I leaned on the tree trunk, closing my eyes on the process. I could feel the blood dripping on the left side of my face. And I also could feel that Grim Reaper would probably fetch me anytime soon. I've cheated death countless times before. I think death was catching up with me now. I was slowly losing my consciousness when I thought I heard a dog barking somewhere. Great, I thought with pleasure. Wild dogs would probably eat me now at the smell of my blood. What a great way to die. But as the barking goes near me, I was arrested by a very bright light and an engine sound not far from me. I tried to open my eyes, but I was only blinded by the lights that focused directly on my gaze. As I tried to focus my eyes open, I saw a figure coming out of the pickup truck. I could almost smell her flowery scent when she was near me. "Are you all right?" she asked with her cute little southern accent. "I guess so," I answered hoarsely. "You are bleeding," she said, wiping the blood from my head with a cloth. "Can you move? We need a proper dressing for your wounds. I will help you stand on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I didn't know how we managed to put myself on the pickup truck, but somehow it works, as I slowly surrender to the darkness after that. Thankfully that I will not die alone. Someone would bury my body somewhere properly. The next time I opened my eyes, the sun was already up. I tried to sit on the bed. I couldn't help but wince in the process as I look around at the unfamiliar bedroom filled with heavy wooden furniture. Where am I? I asked myself silently. As I tried to search for an answer to my clouded brain, a woman entered the room with a tray in her hand. "Oh, you are finally awake," she said with the familiar southern accent I heard before. "How are you feeling?" "Aching everywhere." She smiled, closing the door carefully behind her. "You are lucky that my dog found you in the forest a few days ago." I stared at him in disbelief. "I've been knocked out for a few days now. I thought it only happened last night." "I understand." She nodded grimly, placing the tray near the bedside. "I already called a doctor to stitch up the wounds in your head that night I found you. He assured me that you would be fine after resting properly." Clear blue gaze stared at me intently, that kind of blue that resembles the sea at summertime. "In case you are wondering, you are at our ranch here in North Carolina. My name is Willow Kinsella. And you are?" I searched for answers on my opaque brain, and found nothing. It appears that my brain had stopped working. I gave her a self-mocking smile. "It seems that I misplaced my memories somewhere, miss." Bonus chapter. Once all struggle is grasped, miracles are possible. Mao Zedong. 6 months later. Lucia's POV. I went out of the bathroom after I took a test. I saw my husband for half a year, now pacing the floor of our bedroom, restlessly. He stopped devouring the bedroom floor and stared at me expectantly once he get the sight of me coming out of the lavatory. "Well," he said eagerly, his eyes filled with excitement, anxiousness, and curiosity. "Do you have the result, am I esposa?" I only managed to nod, as I held the white rectangular thing in my hand tightly. Tears threatened to fall on my cheeks due to overwhelming happiness. "It's 2 lines, Leon." He frowned at me slightly. He was searching answer in my face. "Is that a good thing, or bad?" I smiled at him lovingly. I presented to him the pregnancy test kit. "It means that I am pregnant. We're going to have a baby again." I squealed when he suddenly spun me around with his arms around me. "You don't have any idea how this news pleased me immensely, my love." "Put me down." I giggled happily. "I am starting to get dizzy." "Leon." He slowly brought me back to my feet. I still could feel that the floor was still slightly spinning beneath my feet. I held for support in his strong shoulders. "This is very good news to celebrate." He devilishly starting to unbutton my dress. "I know a very good way to celebrate." I slapped his hands playfully from their exploration. "Stop that. This is not a good time for your persuasion. Do you want us to be late for Anton's first birthday party?" My husband smiled at me seductively. He run his hand on the side of my ribcage slyly. "How can you be late to a children's party? I am sure your brother and his wife will not even notice that we are late. Besides, the entire club members are here. They will be busy entertaining everyone, including their newest recruit." Now that Leon mentioned it, I couldn't help but grin. I cannot believe he joins the group. My husband looked grimly at the thought. "Well, you can't say no to them, even if you don't want to join. They will find a way to have your name listed in their club, especially Marco." "You might be right." I nodded in agreement. "Now, about a little celebration of our own, before we attend our nephew's lavish birthday party," he suggested alluringly. His eyes held unholy light in their depth. "I think you will like it, am I, Lucia?" "No," I told him sternly. At least I tried to look firm in his direction. "I don't want to be late and be the subject of their merciless teasing again. You do know very well how your clubmate's mouth works." Leon stared at me for a long moment before taking a deep breath. "Very well." He gave in, buttoning my dress again. "This might be a good opportunity to tell them our very good news. I cannot wait to see their reaction." "Wait." I stopped him from his tracks. Can we just keep this information to ourselves for a while?" "Why?" I bit my lower lip as I stared at him unsurely. "I don't want other people to know yet that I am pregnant again. What if I cannot carry this baby again, on full term like the last one?" Compassion crossed his handsome face. He cradled me in the curve of his arms and held me tightly. I felt that he kissed the top of my head. "Oh, please don't ever think about that again. Nothing will happen to this little miracle God gave us. I'm sure that our little angel in heaven whispers to the Almighty's ear that it's time to bless us with another baby to love, Lucia." I couldn't help the tears in my eyes as I heard his words. I still don't know why I deserve such a guy in my life, and how strong and dependable he is. He is my soulmate, the love of my life. He drew me back to wipe the tears from my face. "Don't cry, my darling love." "I'm just happy," I told him honestly. "I don't think I could be this happy in my life. I couldn't imagine my life without him in it." "Then we better go and attend Anton's birthday party." He led me outside the door of our bedroom. Once we were in the living room, I couldn't help but be amazed at how cozy our cottage house was. It was a wedding gift from Leandro. At first, Leon was against the idea that my brother was thinking of building a house for us here in the estate, but with Leandro and Layla's persuasion, he finally gave in. The house was quite far from the main house, since Leandro think that we might want some privacy from the manor, but it was only a short drive from the main household. There was no stay-in staff at our request. We did most of the chores on our own, but once a week a maid from the main house comes to inspect if the furniture wasn't yet covered by thick dust, or do we still have clean kitchen utensils. All in all, I love our simple and private life. "Are you ready to mingle with our friends and family?" he asked when we slid inside the car. He helped me to secure my seatbelt before he did his. "They will bombard us with never-ending questions once they learn that you are now expecting." I smiled at him lovingly. "Ready as I'll ever be." He leaned towards me to give a lingering kiss, the kind of kiss that's silently telling me what to expect tonight, before he sped the car on the way to the manor. This is how life should be, I thought to myself. Surrounded by family, friends, and of course, a man who loves you with all the ups and downs life has thrown in your direction. The end.
Don't forget to comment, like, and subscribe if you enjoyed this book. I will be uploading a new book every week. Also, don't forget to comment, "I love Mafia romances," for a chance to win a copy of the 6-book audiobook bundle, the full series.